Committee Act, FACA. Thus, the discussion today, the presentations, the comments that are made are all on the record. There will be a public comment period at the end of the day. This will be first come, first serve. When we get to that part, we'll just ask you to come up to the microphone. We're going to ask that everybody keep it to a 2-minute limit. And the comment period is really for comments. If you have questions, those should be submitted via the website, where we've got a specific area to ask questions, and the committee can respond in public with the answers. And also for the media, if there's any members of the media here today, there will be a half-hour session at the end of today where you will have the chairman, Norm Augustine. So if the media, we ask that you not use the public comment period for your questions, because that's what the period at the end of the day is for. Also, if we don't get to you, if we have a queue at the end of the day and we don't get to all the comments, keep in mind that the committee is available essentially 24/7. We do have the website, which is http://hsf.nasa.gov. You can ask questions, provide comments, upload documents, and believe me, thousands of people have availed themselves of that capability, so please do that. Transcripts and the video will be available on that website as soon as we can get them up there. It usually takes about a week, but if you want to view the video stream, you can, and also written transcripts will be made available. Please do not interrupt the presentations or the committee members during the discussion. This is a public meeting, but we've got a lot of work to do, and we'd like to get through those deliberations as quickly as possible, and that's why we've carved out the time for the public comment period. Also, just the hotel wanted to make an announcement that the restaurant in the hotel has made a buffet for members of the public and the government here for $10. So if you want to avail yourselves of that, the hotel restaurant is set up to take advantage of that. And now, Chairman Norm Augustine.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for your presence today and your interest in the subject. A particular thank you for the input we received from many in this room, and as Phil said, many others. We have really had an outpouring of interest in this undertaking, perhaps more so than most any other undertaking of the type that I've ever been involved in. We've had numerous comments, suggestions, unfortunately most of it contradictory, but that's our job. We do have a full agenda today. As Phil said, we will have time for public comments. We wish we had more time, but I hope you'll understand the predicament. I'm not going to introduce my colleagues in order to save time, but I think you know most of them, and we've got name tags up here, which hopefully you can see. In the way of reporting what's been taking place since our last public meeting, we've had a number of preparatory sessions for this meeting, and a number of visits to various locations. We have sought independent outside input. Our committee has employed the Aerospace Corporation to do some work for us so that we can go into depth that's not possible for the 10 of us to do, either because of time or competence, probably. As you heard, we have a website, we have emails, I think we're even Twittering now, and my hope is that we'll continue to receive inputs from those who have an opinion or a suggestion to share. Our charter gave us 90 days for this task, and I should say that the reason for that was that there's a budget that's going to go together about 90 days from now, and the White House has requested some input, or an input from us before then, our final report by then. So the schedule we're on is to 90 days, at the end of 90 days, which is the end of August, to provide a draft, a final draft, if you will, ready for formal printing. Printer ready, if you want, of our report. So the actual report will be out sometime, hopefully shortly after the 31st of August, although it will be available in informal form at about that time. I would emphasize that our role is to offer options to the White House and to the Administrator of NASA. We have not been asked to make a specific recommendation. That's a bit unusual. On the other hand, it has a benefit that we really have the opportunity to try to weigh and balance the various options as objectively as we know how to do, and we don't have to defend any particular option. We have organized ourselves into a number of work groups, really 4 primary groups that I will just take a moment to describe. One is the group that is addressing a couple of very underlying important problems or issues that face, that impact various issues downstream, and those are, as you could guess, one is the shuttle and its fly-out and future. Second is the ISS and its future, and both these things impact everything else, both in a technical sense and also certainly in a budgetary sense. That's one of the challenges we faced, is these things are also interconnected. A second group we have set up is addressing what we call in short form Earth to Leo, which I think is self-explanatory, but it is looking at options well into the future. And in each case, of course, our baseline option is the existing option that's being pursued to date. The third group is, not surprisingly, the Beyond Leo group, looking at not only destinations, but we've tried to begin with objectives, at goals. What is it we would like to accomplish? Is it science? Is it to establish the U.S. as a spacefaring nation? Is it to strengthen the economy? What is the purpose? And then out of that, to try to define missions and objectives. And as you will hear, probably not today, but as will be covered at a subsequent meeting, the various destinations we've been looking at, but it's a fairly broad list. And finally, an integration group that's addressing the issue of trying to pull all this together and presenting it in a reasonable fashion. Will be addressing what we've called commercial roles of commercial suppliers, particularly of Earth to low Earth orbit, launch capacity. It will be addressing international considerations, our partners, both in the present program and possible future programs. And it will also be addressing the relationship of what NASA is asked to do with what others in our country need and are doing in this general area. And obviously that would refer primarily to the Department of Defense. Today is the first of a 3-day series of meetings, and today we'll be focusing to a considerable degree on the first of those subcommittees' reports. That group is chaired by Sally Ride, and later on around noon we'll be hearing that group's findings. We will be going from here to Huntsville and then to the Cape this week, and having similar meetings and covering subsequent subcommittees just according to how the schedule happens to work out. I would emphasize that because of the FACA rules, what's FACA stand for?
Federal Advisory Committee Act.
Thank you. That because of those rules, we have really not had the opportunity to talk to each other than subgroup by subgroup in terms of trying to come up with any sort of recommendations or specific options at this point. So some of what most of what you hear today, we too will be hearing for the first time, because since our last public meeting, our efforts have been conducted by the subgroups, and they've been traveling widely, talking to a huge number of people, reading an awful lot of emails, and so forth. The schedule, as I've said, is to have a printer-ready report on August 31st. That gives us exactly 35 days to go. As you can imagine, 90 days isn't a very long period of time for a task like this, particularly when most of us have other responsibilities, and we didn't know we were going to be doing this till sort of the last minute. Nonetheless, you can be assured that we're giving this #1 priority in our lives, and for this period of time and devoting a great deal of attention to the issues. I would like to caution the audience and those with whom we all may communicate that we will be asking a lot of hard questions. That's what we're, I think, paid to do. And the fact that we're asking hard questions, controversial questions, and that we may even be a bit cantankerous in trying to draw out information, please don't take that as a view that any of us hold individually or collectively. We're trying to gain knowledge so we hopefully could do the right thing when all is said and done. So please don't assign too much significance to the nature of the questions today. When we get near the end of August, that would be a more appropriate thing to do. And I guess that I would just say that one of my beliefs has always been that the difference between a great program manager and a good program manager is reserves. And I've just gained our committee 15 minutes of reserve. And so with that, we're 15 minutes ahead of schedule, Sally. But the first thing we want to do today is and I should have thanked our host too from NASA here for all your courtesies, not only today, but all the information you've provided to us. I think I could speak fairly for the committee that we couldn't have asked for more in terms of responsiveness. So the first thing we want to do is get the JSC perspective kind of on the record here. Most of us are very familiar with JSC for many years, but Mike Coates will, of course, be our speaker. Mike needs no introduction to this group, so you now have 14 minutes of reserve. Mike?
Well, good morning.
Mike?
I'd like to use up all your 14 minutes reserve here if I can today. Be selfish about it. I'd like to pass out a paper a little bit later with a detailed description of some of the capabilities at the Johnson Space Center. I would like to highlight some of those capabilities here in just a minute, some of the things you may not really be aware of here, but I don't want to spend an awful lot of time doing that unless you have questions. I'd also like to explain some of the steps we're taking to meet the challenges of exploration. But I'd like to start off, if I might be so presumptive, as to give you my personal perspective and observations right up front. I've been involved in space business one way or another for 31 years now. Sally and I came in the same class. I was 32 and she was 16.
You're doing well.
Take all 14 extra minutes.
Well, that worked. That's good. I spent 13 years as an astronaut and then left to go out to industry and was with Lockheed Martin, or Heritage Lockheed Martin, for a little over 14 years, almost 15. Then I came back to the Johnson Space Center almost 4 years ago as the center director here. I'm obviously a strong believer in a human spaceflight program and the value of human spaceflight to our nation out here. Some of the things I feel pretty strongly about, and I've learned, and I hope all of these are obvious to everybody, but I've learned to feel pretty strongly about some of these observations in my 31 years, if you will. Number one, I don't think we can take for granted the human spaceflight program. I think it's very important, but I think there's a lot of risk and a lot of threat right now to our human spaceflight program. I know, Norm, in your 1990 report, you fortunately listed human spaceflight as something we ought to be doing. Unfortunately, you had it down on the priority list a little further than I would. But I happen to think it's very important to the country. And there are a couple things right now that I think are threats to our human spaceflight program. One is the gap. You've all heard the term the gap between the shuttle and the next vehicle. And secondly, it's the threat of being stuck in low Earth orbit. I really believe we need to minimize that gap, and I think we need to have an objective beyond low Earth orbit, or we're not going to have a human spaceflight program, and that worries me a lot. Next, I think one of the things I've come to appreciate is the incredible value of the team of human spaceflight professionals that this country has assembled during the first 50 years of the space program. I get to see it up close and personal. It is truly a national asset. It's a wonderful team of civil servants and contractors. We do amazing things all day long, and I get to see it almost every day. I think I've got the best job in the world because I do get to work with an amazing team, watching them do amazing things. It's a talented and highly motivated group of people that love what they're doing. The country needs to take advantage of it. We cannot waste that kind of talent here. I think we need a sustainable and unswerving human exploration program beyond low Earth orbit. And to get that, we have to have strong national leadership. We have changed directions too many times over too many administrations in the decades past. We need to pick a direction, frankly, and stick to it for a while. I believe that we should utilize the International Space Station to the fullest. Abandoning it, which some people talk about doing in 2016, is simply inexcusable and I believe irresponsible. We need to fly and utilize this amazing laboratory, the finest laboratory in or out of the world for the foreseeable future. I happen to believe international partners can make a real contribution to the exploration program. We need to use them in a meaningful way. We've seen what's going on with the International Space Station, working with their international partners. They're doing a fantastic job. As a team, we're doing amazing things up there, assembling and beginning to do research on the International Space Station. We need to use those international partners in any kind of future space endeavor, exploration program, if you will. That means putting them sometimes in the critical path. And that's been a problem historically, a reluctance to put our international partners in a critical path. I think we need to do that. They've proven themselves. We need to prove ourselves in an international space team out there. What that really means, too, is giving them clearly defined work packages, to use an industry term. What do they contribute? What are they going to be responsible for? Working with them, I think we ought to define that as a space team internationally. Commercial space operators should be used when they're available and when they're cost effective. Now, they're not going to be available at the timetable that they claimed they were going to be available, but they will be available soon. And we need to take advantage of those commercial space operators. To be a spacefaring nation, we need a spacecraft. We have to be able to put our astronauts into space and bring them home. And to go beyond LEO, we need a heavy lift vehicle. That should be pretty obvious to everybody. But we need both a spacecraft, and right now the Orion is the only one that makes any sense, and we need a heavy lift vehicle. We need both of those. I believe that Mars should be the real goal. The moon and, to some extent, the International Space Station are training venues to prepare us to go to Mars. But this should not be a return to the moon program. This should be, we're going to Mars and we're going to use the moon to learn how to do it most efficiently and safely out there. I believe a vital space program inspires future generations. Education is a major issue with all of us right now. Fewer and fewer young people are going into the math and science and engineering vocations. It bothers me a lot. I could give you statistics all day long on the dwindling supply of engineers that we have to choose from. I believe we pick the best and the brightest in the space program, both contractors and civil servants, but we have dwindling pools of people to choose from out there. I think space program inspires young kids to go in to math and science and engineering, and frankly, that's our future. Both economically, if we want an economic growth engine, space is it out there. Space spurs technology development and an economic engine. I think the billions that we invested in the Apollo program paid off handsomely. One of the reasons we have the most robust economy on the face of the earth is because of the money we invested during the Cold War, including the Apollo program. And of course, the space program is a basis for world influence out there. Geopolitics is not my specialty, but if we want to have influence in the world, it's important to have a viable space program. But there are no shortcuts to space. And space is not cheap. And by that I mean, if we try to save money getting into space, it's going to cost us more in the long term. A lot of the commercial companies are finding out view graphs and promises were easier than actually building hardware. They will get there, but it's going to cost more than they thought it was going to cost. There aren't any shortcuts to space. So I'm going to discuss a little bit how JSC can support and provide leadership in carrying out a sustainable human spaceflight program. I'm going to review our capabilities very briefly here, just hitting the highlights. Please look at the handouts we'll pass out later for more details there. I'm going to talk about some of the actions that we're taking at JSC to meet the challenges of exploration as far as altering the workforce and so forth, and addressing some of the transition issues that we have. Go, next slide. JSC has been deeply involved from the very beginning in both development of spacecraft and operations of spacecraft. And that continues today with the ongoing support for both the Space Shuttle and the International Space Station missions. And in the development world, we're very involved with the constellations development of Orion and, of course, the Ares rockets as well. JSC's areas of expertise have been developed over the first half century of spaceflight here. We have supported every human spaceflight program, starting with Gemini, Apollo, Skylab, Apollo-Soyuz, Shuttle, Space Station, and now Constellation. We've learned a lot in the first 50 years. We have not wasted our time. I wish you could see from my knothole the wonderful things we've done as a team in supporting the incredibly complex missions as we assemble the International Space Station. The spacewalks that we do, 4 or 5 spacewalks on every mission up to the space station, are incredibly complex and involved. We've learned a lot about how to operate in space. We need to put that to good use in the future. JSC's capabilities combine experienced people and specialized facilities. All the facilities are shown right here in these 4 charts. Obviously, the main campus here at the Johnson Space Center. We've also got responsibility for the White Sands Test Facility out in New Mexico, Ellington Field here, where aircraft are home-based, and of course the Sonny Carter Training Facility where the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory is located. Next chart, Joe. Let me address these capabilities very briefly. Starting in the lower left side there, engineering. We have a full range of design, development, test, and analysis and in our engineering organization here at the Johnson Space Center. I think that was really shown, obviously, on the mission about 9 months ago where we repaired the torn solar array up on the International Space Station. I wish you could have been here for those 72 hours when both the shuttle team, the station team, and the engineering team, and in fact, all of NASA, the whole agency, was involved in figuring out how to solve that problem. It came up with a very elegant solution, and that was a pretty special day driving home when that solar array fully extended out there with the repairs. Amazing capability. Our engineering folks have developed things like the lunar rover, low-impact docking system, and the list goes on and on. We have a good development capability. Okay. Mission planning, training, and execution. Of course, we have the facilities like the Mission Control Center, the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory, all the mock-ups and simulators that we use. And you've got to remember, too, we're tied into simulators and control centers all around the world. We have 5 different control centers supporting the International Space Station, and we coordinate with each of them constantly here. Crew selection and training at the top of the chart here. Nowadays, especially when we're selecting long-duration crew members and their international crew members, the selection criteria are considerably different than when Sally and I came in, for example. We have, for example, in the last class, about 30% of the folks that we considered highly qualified were not medically qualified for long-duration missions. That's a really high percentage. A lot of work is done to select crews for long-duration missions, and we learned a lot here. EVA, extravehicular activities. Of course, we're extending the life of our EMUs that we've used on the shuttle and the station for many years. We're extending that life out to 40 years or so. We are developing 2 new suit configurations for the Constellation program. Of course, those are the launch and entry suits that the crew will wear in the Orion, and also the lunar surface suits. We are not developing a new EVA suit for the Orion. So we will use the EMUs if we should have to go out on EVAs, but we're not developing a new suit right now for the Orion vehicle, other than the launch and entry suit and the lunar surface suits. Human health and performance. I'm really proud of our Space and Life Sciences group, what they've done, taking a risk-based approach to human spaceflight, identifying the biggest risks and allocating resources to meet those risks. They do an awful lot of work ranging, of course, from real-time crew health to research for long-duration missions. We're doing an awful lot of good research in things like radiation, the effects of zero gravity on crew members over extended periods of time. Astromaterials, in the lower right corner of that chart up there. Everything that comes back from space, material that comes back from space, comes to the Johnson Space Center. The reason is the moon rocks came here first. Okay, we've got wonderful laboratories and some very expensive machines and instruments to analyze material that comes back. We've had the Genesis solar wind samples, the Stardust, comet, and interstellar dust come back as well. Any meteorites that are found here on Earth also come here to the Johnson Space Center. And of course, we have the moon rocks out there. I'd like to emphasize the large, complex program management and integration. I happen to think that managing a large, complex, high-tech, highly integrated program is one of the toughest management challenges any of us ever face. Norm certainly saw that at Lockheed Martin. We've got 3 large programs, multi-billion-dollar programs here that are truly integration challenges. We integrate across all the centers, across many, many projects, across many, many companies out here, and of course with our international partners. This is a huge integration challenge, if you will, in a very high-tech environment. And it's a skill I'm very, very proud of here. I'll talk a little bit more in a minute about our programs to develop our project and program managers here at the Johnson Space Center and NASA. International and commercial partnerships. It's kind of interesting right now, up on the International Space Station, we have, of course, a 6-person crew on the space station and the visiting crew, but the 6-person crew has representatives from all 5 space agencies that participate in the International Space Station at this moment. We work with international partners at many different levels, and we're awful proud of the core competency that we've developed to manage our international relationships here. Of course, in the center here is safety and mission assurance, which is first and foremost. I want to stress that I, as center director, have an independent authority role for both safety and mission assurance, for technical and for crew health reasons. 3 different things. We have a check and balance system that's been set up. So I have responsibility if somebody feels like a program, if they disagree with the way the programs do, they can come to me as well. And that's our check and balance internally here. Next chart, Joe. Okay, as far as preparing the workforce for the future, and we're trying very hard to look ahead and get ready for the Constellation program. We're moving people, of course, from operations, where the emphasis has been for the last 30 years, over to development. We've always done development. We've always done operations, but the emphasis has been on operations during the shuttle era. We are moving folks over to the Constellation program. And we have more folks working on development right now than we do in operations. In fact, more people support the Constellation program than support the shuttle program at this moment. In fact, we operate both the shuttle and the station with 70% of the workforce that in 1991 just supported the shuttle. So we've achieved efficiencies over the years. Right now, about 60% of the folks who charge to one program also work on other programs, charge to multiple programs. So we are using the workforce across programs here, more and more. Two of our biggest skill needs, if you will, are program and project managers and systems engineers. Seems like we never have enough good ones out here. Our Human Resources Department has done a marvelous job of creating development programs, which have received a lot of praise out here. And the one I'm especially involved in is our Program Project Management Development Program, PPMD. We bring a lot of our graybeards, if you will, they're experienced program managers and executives back from both industry and NASA to talk to our classes repeatedly. And Boeing, Lockheed Martin, all the big contractors have supported us wonderfully in bringing folks back to pass on their lessons learned, the problems they've had in some of their programs here. And that knowledge transfer, I think, is priceless. Knowledge capture and knowledge management. You know, with that 50 years of spaceflight experience that we've got, a lot of those folks are retiring, walking out the door right now. We're trying very hard to capture that experience. It's priceless. Trying to document all the lessons learned, all the flight rationale that we've developed over the years. We have a number of programs to do that. We've got a wonderful mentoring program here at Johnson Space Center, and hundreds of folks take advantage and participate in that mentoring program, trying to capture and pass on knowledge here. We have a good oral history program. We are bringing folks back. In the picture you can see Chris Kraft and Tommy Holloway. Both of them come and talk to our classes on a regular basis, and I'm really excited about the flight directors and center directors and program managers that come back and talk to us. And my next step, we've got all 10 centers involved in our program management development now. They participate in the classes. My next step is try to get industry involved. And that's important. I know Norm was famous for making it a priority when he was CEO of Lockheed Martin to address the classes of executives. Vance Kaufman and Bob Stevens have done the same thing. It is a priority, and it's important to us as well. We've increased our emphasis on collaborations tremendously. Teamwork is what it's all about. Constellation is distributed work to all 10 NASA centers out here. Our institutional organizations as well, like engineering, SNMA, MOD, and so forth, have also distributed work to the other centers out here. So we're very much an integrated NASA team, much more so than I've seen in 30 years in this business. I'm really proud of the teamwork that's going on. We're placing increased emphasis on attracting and retaining valuable employees out there. I'm really proud of the fact that the Johnson Space Center was ranked as the #4 best place to work among government agencies, over 200 government agencies. Before we get a big head, Inspector General Office is ranked #2, so I haven't resolved that quite yet, but we're working on it. Got a ways to go, obviously. But the team loves working in the space business, and I'm really proud of that. Next chart, Joe. Let me talk for a second about facilities, because we've got a funding gap, if you will, in our facilities. We've developed an extensive database of our facilities. We've got about 400, if you count buildings and rooms and test stands and laboratories and specialized equipment and so forth. We've identified about 475 facilities or capabilities here at the Johnson Space Center. 69 of those are candidates for closeout when the shuttle quits flying. Things like the shuttle motion simulator, the SMS, shuttle training aircraft, White Sands Space Harbor. We're not going to need anymore. We're going to close those down, and quite a few laboratories as well. Constellation has identified, of course, a number of these facilities that are going to be needed in the future, but they don't need them right now. And that's a problem. We've got a gap between the shuttle paying for these facilities and the Constellation that doesn't need them right now and doesn't want to pay for them until they need them in the future. Things like the hypergolic test facility out of White Sands, the neutral buoyancy laboratory, the ArcJet facility, and so forth, we're using heavily now. There will be a period of time before Constellation needs them. How do we maintain and fund those facilities? And that's our challenge right now. We are looking for reimbursable customers for those facilities where possible. We have a number of military usage and commercial customers using the White Sands test facilities, but the volume is kind of goes up and down on that, not real reliable out there. We also have a potential for outside customers for the neutral buoyancy laboratory, but so far we haven't pursued that as much as we need to. And we really can't depend on reimbursable usage from other government agencies or commercial operators to keep those facilities going, so that facilities is a real challenge during the down period here. Joe, next chart. I'm going to take your 14 minutes here, Sally, if that's okay. When I came to Johnson Space Center from Lockheed Martin, one of the questions I was asked was, what's the big difference between industry and government? The biggest difference, if I will, and there are a whole lot more things in common than there are differences, but the biggest difference, of course, is competition. In industry, you're always looking for discriminators, you're always looking to win. Everything you think of is customer-focused, if you will. I believe strongly that NASA needs to be more that way. We need to think we're in a competition. We need to have a sense of urgency that industry has that the government frequently doesn't have, because we are competing. We're competing with other government agencies for budget resources. We're competing globally with other space programs. And believe me, we're competing for the dwindling supply of engineers and scientists out there that we need in this business. So we are competing. To be competitive, I believe NASA and JSC needed and is being more open-minded. We need to be more inclusive, more collaborative, more team-oriented, and more customer-focused. And frankly, our customer is the White House, Congress, and the American public, and we need to communicate better with them all the time. We have encouraged more and more benchmarking. We're going outside NASA, outside industry, outside the space industry, if you will, to do benchmarking, and it's been a real eye-opener for a lot of folks out there. Found out we're not the only ones in the world building control centers and so forth. We've learned an awful lot. And with the mission operations, for example, let me give you one example, what we call a Top Gun. They have implemented a Top Gun approach to training, where we take the best people that we have, the best flight controllers, and say, okay, now you're going to be instructors to teach. You need to have your best people teaching as well. Navy did that years ago, Air Force as well, and now we're doing it here at NASA as well. We offer prizes in life science and engineering areas at the Rice Business Plan Competition. That's the world's largest such competition. It brings in 3 or 4 dozen teams from the top MBA programs to present new technology business plans. We've begun offering prizes and participating in that as well. We have a mix of in-house and external technology development, in-house to keep our engineering workforce engaged in hands-on activities, and of course external to bring in good ideas out there. An example I mentioned with Lunar Electric Rover is an in-house development that we did. We have several others, low-impact docking systems, so forth, that our engineering organization developed. I'm proud of our Space and Life Sciences group. They went out and actually came up with an industry spectrophotometer used in paint matching that we're using to measure levels of iodine and silver in this water on the space station. So we will steal from the best, if you allow me a little poetic license. And we're proud that folks want to work with NASA, both industry and other government agencies are proud to work with NASA and share their ideas out there. We're trying to take advantage of that. Next chart, Joe. We do have some transition issues, of course, with the lunar budget that was removed from the budget plan in 2011 to 2015. We've got a significant challenge. We had planned to transfer most of our shuttle workforce over to work lunar activities because our constellation workforce is essentially already in place. Right now, that money has been taken out of the budget, about $3.5 billion over those years. So we've got about 500 shuttle personnel, civil service shuttle personnel, and several thousand contractors that we're worried about getting through this transition period. Okay, last chart, Joe. Well, the most efficient and effective use of our facilities here at JSC and the workforce depends on a timely transition between the shuttle and constellation. We're not resting on our laurels. We're taking aggressive steps, as much as we possibly can, to meet the challenges of the constellation program and the human exploration program. As I mentioned, we're setting up development programs and have set up development programs to make sure our skills match the needs of the constellation program. We're flexibly deploying people to different programs and moving them around as we need to make sure we fly out the shuttle safely while we're developing the constellation program, and that our folks will have meaningful work when the last shuttle lands out here as well. We're encouraging collaboration at every level possible. We're emphasizing innovative ways of doing business. We need to be as open-minded as we can possibly be. And frankly, we're reaching out to engage the future employees of NASA. We have an awful lot of involvement with the schools and the young people in a number of different programs. We'd love to expand that as budget would permit. We've got to get the young people interested in math and science and engineering. That's the investment we need to make for the future if we're going to grow our economy. Once again, thank you very much for your time, and I want to express my appreciation. I know you've made this a priority in your busy schedules, but it's important not only to the space program, but to the country, and I want to say thank you for the time you're investing here. Thank you.
Mike, thank you for those comments, and thank you for your contribution and that of your colleagues. We do have a little bit of time. If you're willing, we'd like to ask you a few questions. And, I've got a number, but I know my colleagues do too. I can't see everybody, so if I leave somebody out, wave or come tap me on the shoulder or something, please. Okay, first of all, I see Les.
Mike, thank you again for your very great comments, and thank you for everything that your people do here at JSC. You're probably aware that the White House, the National Security Council specifically, is doing a national space policy review. And one of the different elements of that policy review is to look at how can, in space programs, both civil space and national security space, how can we improve acquisition reform or program management. So I was very interested in your program and project management development, but I was curious, maybe because of my background, that in terms of collaboration, lessons learned, bringing people in, et cetera, you didn't mention reaching out to the national security space team. Certainly the National Security Council sees the two as sort of symbiotic, if you will, common industrial base, et cetera. I'm wondering if, as part of your program management development, you're also looking out for lessons learned and reaching out to the other element of space, the National Security Space Team.
We have. Les, we've actually had some of our Joint Strike Fighter colleagues at Lockheed Martin come down, Tom Burbidge and so forth, and explain some of the challenges they've had with the programs they've had. Of course, I've invited a lot of my former colleagues at Lockheed Martin to come and talk. They've got some constraints on the classified programs, obviously, but they've been very good about sharing what information they can about the issues they've had with these classes. And we're looking for ways, frankly, to disseminate that more widely than just the folks that are in the class right now.
Mike, that's sort of an industrial-based perspective, if you will, contractor. You're a government agency. I'm talking about the government side of the national security space, whether it's Air Force or National Security Space Office and the Pentagon, the government side of the picture.
Yeah, and we need to do more of that. We have not done as much with DOD as I'd like to do from the government side, if you will. Mike Griffin was getting spun up to help us with that because he knew an awful lot of the folks over there. Mike came and talked to all of our classes and spent a great deal of time with them. Was anxious to bring in DOD folks. I think Charlie will help us with that, Charlie Bolden as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Chris, I saw you next.
Director Coates, thanks for your remarks. In your the remarks at the beginning of your presentation, you advocated all the right things for NASA, that we want to get beyond low Earth orbit. There's good arguments for extending space station. It's clearly desirable to minimize the gap in launch vehicle availability with respect to getting to station. As you know, the Constellation program of record out to 2020 originally assumed a $108 billion budget. The current budget anticipated out to 2020 is $81.5 billion, $20 billion, $25 billion less. If you fly station out to 2020, that's $2 billion or so a year, so now we're looking at $70 billion instead of $108 billion. So I'm wondering how these objectives get reconciled. Freeman Dyson once contrasted what he called the paper NASA with the real NASA. And what we don't want, I think, is a future where we have wonderful flip charts about our glorious future in space, but those objectives are never realizable because the combination of things we're trying to do can't possibly fit within the budget we have. But since you're advocating that we do these things, I wonder if you've thought about innovative ways that we can somehow accomplish them within the budget picture as it exists. Thank you.
Wow, boy, you're asking the impossible here. You're trying to fit.
That's our charter.
Yeah. And it's you've got a challenge, and I've talked with Bo a couple times about it. I don't know how you fit 50 pounds into a 5-pound bag here. We're obviously looking for the most efficient ways to get things done. I know Mike Griffin, when he was helping us design the exploration program, wanted to minimize life cycle costs. We don't want to pass on things to future generations knowing they're going to pay a lot more because we're unwilling to pay up front. If you're going to have an exploration program, serious one, it's pretty obvious you need the heaviest heavy lift vehicle you can possibly get, but that requires a tremendous investment up front. Frankly, an investment we probably can't afford right now. So my personal opinion is we probably are going to have to spend more later because we can't afford to spend more up front. We may not have the optimum vehicle to minimize life cycle costs, but we need a heavy lift vehicle. We need one that we can afford now. You've got the challenge of comparing apples to oranges because everybody that comes in with their own architecture is going to say, here are my view graphs and here's what it's going to cost. And believe me, the costs vary dramatically depending on what assumptions you want to come in with. And that's almost an impossible task, is to say which one's cheapest even in the long run, and most effective. I don't have a good answer for you. This is a tough one.
Thank you. So backing off the 125 metric ton vehicle is something that you would see as a necessary.
Sure, certainly, it's an option. If you're talking about a 70 metric ton vehicle that is more affordable right now, you're going to have to launch more of them to achieve your objective. It's not that hard. If you have to have 1 million pounds in space to go to Mars, for example, how are you going to get it there? What's the most effective way to get it there? How do you get things to the moon to learn how to explore most effectively? The largest vehicle you can develop would pay off in the long run, but it's very expensive up front. And that's an investment I don't think we can afford, personal opinion, right now. So what's the cheapest, I hate to use that word, but what's the least expensive heavy lift vehicle that we can develop in a timely manner to get us there? Because we're going to have to live within a very constrained budget. There's just no alternate reality out there. And there's not enough in any budget to meet all the things that you talked about: operating the space station, developing a heavy lift vehicle, developing the Orion, and so forth.
I think it's my turn, Mike. You had talked about the importance of international programs, and these aren't your words, but meaningful programs that sort of put our partner nations on the critical path. and I gathered you supported that. At the same time, we hear a lot of criticism about the fact that we've got a gap today by virtue of doing that very thing. And this is kind of a dirty question, but I guess are you saying we sort of have to live with the gap sort of problem if we're going to have meaningful international programs?
No, my personal opinion, Norm, is that we have a gap because we change directions too many times in developing a follow-on vehicle. I used to have a T-shirt when I was at Lockheed Martin. I listed all the programs that we had won contracts for that had been canceled. OSP, 2GRLV, SLI, and so forth and so on. My point before was we need to pick a direction and stick to it. We have a gap because we didn't pick a direction and stick to it. We changed every few years. My personal opinion. There's not much we can do about the gap. It's there. If we're going to retire the shuttle, the gap is there. I'd like to minimize the gap. It's very uncomfortable for me, frankly, not to be a spacefaring nation as a former astronaut.
See, I'll ask a follow-up question unless somebody else has something they want to raise.
I got one, but I can
Okay,
after
please.
you.
No, go ahead,
Okay.
please.
When you talked about commercial, the commercial guys, and I'm picking on you because you're the first one to say this in front of me, not because of you particular. It's not. Other people would have said it if you hadn't. You said, in essence, paraphrasing, well, when they show up, we'll be glad to use them, but they probably won't be there as early as they think. And that's probably true. But that's not unique. I mean, it's not as though when we go out to the traditional contractor base that everything shows up exactly when we expect or exactly on the budget that we might predict. There's a false choice there between, well, we can just stand back and wait for the commercial eyes to show up, or we can do the traditional stuff, when in some cases the amount of incremental money that would be needed to increase the likelihood of the commercial option showing up might be smaller than it would be to go out to a traditional contractor base. And I would like to hear you discourse on that a little bit.
Well, first of all, I think our commercial operators are finding out, the new ones that are developing capabilities like Orbital and SpaceX and so forth, are finding out it's challenging to meet the milestones that they laid out, that we agreed to and that we funded. They're encountering problems that we have encountered before, and we have shared information with them as much as they want. We don't force ourselves on them. We can't do that. We learned a lot in the EELV business, Atlas and Delta, over the years about commercial operations. First of all, let me say, I don't think NASA ought to be in the business of carrying cargo to space now. Okay? We can turn that over to commercial operators. We should turn that over to commercial operators because the market is ready to support that. NASA ought to be doing research and development. Let me repeat that. NASA should be doing research and development. That includes research on the International Space Station. That includes exploration. Let's go out there and discover what's out there. Commercial companies can't do that. They can't afford to do that. That's what governments are for. Christopher Columbus was paid for by the Queen of Spain, for heaven's sakes. It wasn't a commercial venture until much later, but look what it opened up. Well, that's what governments do. They make the investments to develop the technologies that commercial operators can take advantage of in the future. And that's what the government should be doing. NASA should be and needs to get back to being a research and development agency. Now, the shuttle was a marvelous vehicle, and it's not just that we took cargo to and from space. We learned how to operate in space using the space shuttle, and we've learned tremendous lessons. I could stand up here for hours telling you the neat things that we've learned to do in space. It's pretty exciting. So that was, I think, a terrific investment. It's going to break my heart when the shuttle retires next year or whenever, because it is a truly amazing capability. I would love to maintain it, but it's an expensive vehicle to operate. Frankly, commercial operators can do things cheaper than the government can do because we have so many constraints on being fair, running competitions and that sort of thing. We pay an overhead to do things in the government. I I wouldn't change anything, but when it's time and the commercial operators are ready, let them do that, and let's go explore. Let's go do the things that captures the public's imagination and that they think we're doing. We conducted surveys at Admiral Steidel's request when I was at Lockheed Martin. He asked us to go out and conduct focus group surveys. We hired a company to do that, participated. And we conducted surveys that carefully select a cross-section of people around the country, nobody near a space center, to find out what they thought about the space program. And it balanced out what the survey said. It reinforced what general survey said. They have a very high opinion of NASA. They think we do that cutting-edge stuff. That's really cool. I'd like to get more into that cutting-edge stuff. That's what NASA ought to be doing to get the public excited. They had a tremendous recognition of the Hubble Space Telescope, the 2 rovers, Spirit and Opportunity on Mars. Not so many knew we were flying a shuttle again. Very few knew we had a space station up there, and not a single person of all the hundreds we interviewed had ever heard of the Constellation program. We're not doing a very good job of fulfilling our Space Act, 1958 Space Act obligation of informing the public, disseminating information on our activities. We just don't do that well enough. We need to be telling the public why they should have a space program, what the benefits are to them. I think we have an opportunity to do that even better. Charlie, I think, is a gifted communicator, and so is Lori Garver. They will bring the passion to the space program that the public can relate to out there. I think they'll be wonderful representatives and salesmen for the space program.
Thank you.
Time for one last question, which I will ask.
I have one.
Okay, Bo.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, in the environment in government where you cannot lay off people, is it difficult to maintain technical excellence? You know, most of my days were in industry, and cutbacks gave us an opportunity to refresh the quality of our team, and you don't seem to have that variable, I believe, and I wonder, is it difficult in environment where you cannot lay off people, maintain this top performers and dispensing from the people who are non-producers?
Well, first of all, you know, one of the things I learned when I came back to NASA as a manager, you know, the rumor is that you can't lay off civil servants, can't terminate civil servants. It's just not true. We terminate a number every year for job performance, other activities, and we actually post the statistics for everybody to read. We have to document everything, but the process is in place. We do, in fact, terminate poor performance in the civil service. Now, to address your question a little different way, I am worried about technical excellence, but I'm worried about it from a team point of view. We have a wonderful contractor workforce and civil service workforce that are intertwined. We work hand in hand. We obviously have our defined roles between civil service and contractors, but in fact, it's a well-functioning team right now, and it's going to kill me when we start laying off people, and we're starting to lay off now. With the shuttle retirement, some of the companies are already starting to announce layoffs. Those layoffs will accelerate next year as the shuttle retirement gets closer. Losing that experience is going to be very painful, because we've invested a lot to build up that kind of capability.
Mike, thank you so much for your comments. Thanks for your leadership. We'll probably be back with more questions as time goes on.
Thank you, sir.
The committee has received requests from several members of the congressional delegation to meet with us. Given the pressures on their time and our time, we've arranged for 3 of them to do so by brief videotapes, which we will play in a moment here. And one has provided a letter. Let me read the letter. It's from Senator Hutchison, whom I had the occasion to meet with a few weeks ago about this project. And her letter goes as follows. Mr. Chairman and members of the Human Spaceflight Review Panel, I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide a statement in this hearing to underscore the importance of NASA to Texas and the need for minimizing the space gap. You have a huge challenge and a critical responsibility, and I appreciate your willingness to hold a hearing in Texas. The possible 5-year gap in manned U.S. space launches between the planned retirement of the Space Shuttle program next year and the earliest possible inauguration of the new Ares rocket and Orion crew capsule in 2015 could have potentially devastating effects on Texas. NASA has long been a central component of my state's growing tech industry. The Johnson Space Center in Houston is a premier NASA center for the International Space Station and human space flight, scientific and medical research efforts. The JSC directly employs over 3,400 civil service and more than 13,000 contract employees. In total, the JSC supports the Houston area by generating an economic impact of over $4 billion and 35,000 jobs. The potential loss of this workforce's skills during the transition has long-term implications for Texas and its continued support of space flight programs. This was outlined clearly in the Rising Above the Gathering Storm report to Congress. The 2005 and 2008 NASA Authorization Acts reflect broad bipartisan, bicameral support for the U.S. human spaceflight programs. More specifically, both bills express support for the goal of returning to the moon to conduct the kind of sustained human exploration that was not possible in the Apollo program. They express support for completing the International Space Station and making the maximum possible use of its laboratory facilities for microgravity research across a broad range of scientific disciplines. The 2005 Act designated the space station as a national laboratory and began its evolution to a facility that not only can meet NASA's research needs, but those of other government agencies, educational consortia, and private research and development concerns. In fiscal year 2008, NASA worked with 63 universities and educational centers in Texas to provide grants, contracts, and commitments valued at approximately $51 million. Beyond the looming space gap, one of the questions the panel has been charged with addressing is the question of continuing space station operations beyond 2015. I want to be very sure that the panel understands that the Congress has expressed itself clearly in the reauthorization law passed last year, that it considers full and extended utilization of the space station to be a critical necessity. In the 2008 Act, the Congress directed NASA to take no action that would preclude operations of the space station beyond 2015 for at least 5 years to 2020. We then required NASA to provide a report to Congress due July 15, 2009, 2 weeks ago, outlining the specific plans and requirements needed to support operations, maintenance, and full utilization of the ISS as a national laboratory through at least 2020. I'm advised that the required report has been completed and the final draft has been under review at NASA headquarters for the past 2 weeks. It then must be reviewed by the Office of Management and Budget, and my office has been assured that OMB has agreed to expedite that review. I underscore the pending availability of this report today because it should contain, if it is responsive to the requirements of the law, the type of information this panel must have if it is to adequately address the issue of space station operations beyond 2015. My staff has advised NASA that the information comprising the content of this report should be provided to the panel, and I believe this could and should be done immediately, regardless of whether the report has been finalized prior to formal presentation to the Congress. Congress, in turn, needs the information in this report to help us craft a new NASA authorization bill, which we have been working on this past several months. A portion of that bill will address the space station utilization issue by taking the evolution of the national laboratory concept to the next steps of formal organizational developments and providing the authority necessary for it to effectively operate. I will continue to press for the timely submission of the formal report, but bring it to the attention of the panel as something I believe they need access to now, if they have not already been provided all the factual data used in preparing the report. Finally, I want to stress my belief that you must be able to consider any and all possible options and alternatives to ensure the continuation and future success of the U.S. human spaceflight programs. I believe it is essential for your review to be unconstrained by any binding consideration, whether budgetary or programmatic. We in the Congress, and I believe that administration, must be given a clear picture of what is attainable and what resources would be required. We will then be in a position to make the judgments necessary to achieve the best possible and most affordable result for the American taxpayer. Again, I want to thank you for coming to the great state of Texas and your commitment to this enormous task. I look forward to seeing the results of your efforts. I commend you for joining with the administration and my colleagues of the Congress to derive the best possible path forward to sustain an essential national asset and preserve our country's leadership in space. And it's signed by Senator Hutchinson. The next input we received was from Senator Cornyn. And if we have that on a videotape, if we could play that, please.
Hi, I'm United States Senator John Cornyn. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts on the importance of our nation's human spaceflight program and what the future holds for it. Earlier this month, we marked the 40th anniversary of NASA's ingenuity in successfully landing astronauts on the surface of the moon. Since that milestone, human spaceflight has remained a source of inspiration and wonder for generations of Americans, and I believe it's vital to our security and prosperity on multiple levels. I welcome the Human Spaceflight Plans Committee to Texas, home of Johnson Space Center, which is the heart of our nation's human spaceflight program. Its storied history is known, but I believe the best is yet to come. I thank the committee for holding today's public meeting. By meeting with NASA employees, contractors, and community members, the committee will be able to fully appreciate how much the Johnson Space Center and human spaceflight has contributed to our understanding of the universe we live in, and how human space missions will play a critical role in furthering discovery and scientific research as our nation looks to explore further and go back to the moon and even on to Mars. Space exploration has contributed to many notable achievements in development in technology and science. Things like GPS navigational systems and satellite technology would not be around today if not for NASA research and innovation, as well as the life-saving medical advances like the artificial heart. I hope the work of this commission recognizes the years of development and planning that has gone into the bold vision laid out for NASA and encourages the new administration to strongly embrace those goals going forward. It's essential that at the end of this process, the commission and the administration send a strong message of support for human space exploration to lay the groundwork for our nation's continued success in space. For my part, I pledge to do all I can to support the nation's space program and the hard work being done by the men and women of the Johnson Space Center, because this program is important not only to our nation, it's important to Houston, and one of the greatest sources of pride for all Texans.
Let's see, we also have a video that was provided by Congressman Olson, if we could play that at this point.
Mr. Augustine, members of the View panel, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. And I sincerely apologize that I could not be with you in person, but appreciate the opportunity to submit this tape to you. I would have preferred to be there. We were wrapping up the appropriations process and debating health care reform on the floor. Thank you so much for coming to Houston and for holding this public meeting. Your initial schedule didn't indicate such a forum, and I appreciate you considering my request and subsequent decision to come here. You do not have the time, and there is not enough tape for me to herald the achievements of the Johnson Space Center and the aerospace community in Houston. I am so proud to represent the men and women of the 22nd District in the U.S. Congress. To me, the Johnson Space Center is a shining example of the past, present, and future of space exploration. The men and women who work at JSC are the best in their field, but make no mistake, that excellence is not limited to within the walls of JSC. One of the things that should be a shining example across the nation is the partnership between JSC and its contractors. The working relationship between civil servants and private contractors is a critical one that needs to be cultivated as we harness the abilities and funding from different avenues to achieve our common goals. And let me be perfectly frank with you all. It is not an understatement to say that the world is watching the work of this commission. The public is watching. The blogosphere is watching. And I can assure you, Congress is watching. The options you provide will be the guiding force for our human spaceflight program for a generation or more. I understand you are looking at technical aspects of our current program. I am not qualified to speak of those, except to say that if you told the men and women in the hall today that all they had was an old telephone booth, duct tape, and a box of matches, they could get it to the booth, and you'd have a line of folks willing to ride it there. These are the men and women who fit a square peg into a round hole on Apollo 13. My primary focus is on the budget challenges and overall mission for our nation's human spaceflight program. I fundamentally believe that the path we are on is the right one. President Bush announced in 2004, and President Obama endorsed during the campaign, a human spaceflight plan that I feel is the proper way to go forward. This is a twofold question of funding and mission. As I have said, I believe we have a defined mission, and it's one I hope you will help solidify within the administration, in Congress, and in the media. Our nation must begin exploring beyond low Earth orbit again. We celebrated the 40th anniversary of the Apollo 11 mission last week. Where will we be 40 years from now? Apollo will be in our history books forever. But if in 40 years all we have is grainy footage from the Sea of Tranquility, we will have failed in our responsibilities as an exploring nation. I've been in Congress for 7 months now, and we have spent money at a mind-boggling rate. There are those that have suggested that NASA needs a bailout. I don't hold to that terminology, because NASA doesn't need money for something it has done wrong or failed to do. It doesn't need to be bailed out. It needs to be invested in. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. The problem facing our human space program is not a vision problem. It's a commitment problem. Help us make the case for that national commitment that we need. The men and women who are at this hearing, both those that you will be hearing from, those in attendance, and those watching or following, have a deep and abiding interest in what NASA is doing. We need to translate that interest to our neighbors, to those districts without a center in them, and to those who are skeptical and think NASA's best days are behind it. What you're discussing is not a JSC pet project or the direction of one federal agency. You are laying out a pathway that will lead to scientific discoveries, the creation of thousands of good-paying jobs, a means to inspire youth to become engineers, and the not-so-little principle that great nations explore. Your task is not enviable in a lot of ways. It is difficult and has far-reaching consequences. But if you want inspiration as to how to achieve seemingly impossible tasks, you once again made the right choice to come to Houston and talk with the people from the Johnson Space Center. Thanks again. I stand ready and willing to help you all.
And we have an input also from Congressman Culberson.
I'm Congressman John Culberson. I'm delighted you're at the Johnson Space Center. Sorry I can't be there in person, but Congress is voting today. And I want to urge you in the strongest possible terms to recommend full funding for a robust manned space program that is proven to be so vital to the success of the United States as a world leader in the spin-offs in technology, in the advancements in rocket propulsion, in aviation, in aeronautics. In so many ways, the manned space program has been vital to our success as a nation, but I think the most important contribution that the manned space program has made to America is the inspiration that our astronauts and engineers and scientists provide to the human spirit. And there's no substitute for touching the human heart to inspire people to achieve above and beyond what they think they can do. And hard to imagine where America would be today but for the Lewis and Clark expedition. My hero Thomas Jefferson sent Meriwether Lewis and Captain Clark out into an unknown wilderness and just over 200 years ago to bring back specimens of animals and plant life and meet new civilizations and go where no man had gone before. And that role of the explorer is one that has always touched the American heart and inspired us as a country, lifted us up 200 years ago, lifted Americans up over our entire history to travel out west to settle new frontiers. And it is something that we as people are genetically, I think, wired to be leaders and explorers and innovators in America. And the manned space program is the linchpin of American innovation. It embodies the American spirit of exploration and innovation, and does more, I think, than any other endeavor in America to touch the hearts of young people and lift them up and inspire them. So because of the practical, economic, technological, scientific, and all those other tangible, important spin-offs that we benefit from as a nation to increase productivity, to make us more successful as a nation economically and scientifically, the medical advancements, all of those things are vitally important reasons that you should recommend a robust and fully funded manned space program out into the 21st and 22nd century. But more than any of those reasons, I hope you'll recommend as a commission to fully fund our space program because of the incalculable effect on the human heart and the inspiration that it has provided to me as a native Houstonian, to so many other young people that touched our hearts. If I weren't so flat-footed and bad at mathematics, I'd have applied to be an astronaut and wanted to become an astrophysicist or an astronaut as a young man growing up in Houston and West University. The Gemini program, the Apollo program, the MAN program has truly touched my heart, continues to inspire me and admire me immensely. We have an obligation as a Congress, as a country, to stand behind our astronauts and our space program and to support them proudly. Where would the Hubble be without the manned space program that could go up and repair them? We would have lost Skylab. The stuck solar panel had to be repaired by a spacewalk, and the innovation and determination of astronauts who figured out a way to tie themselves off so they could break loose that stuck solar panel. We would have lost Skylab. We would have, I can't imagine what would have happened to Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong on the moon if they hadn't had two astronauts there using their own creativity when they broke the switch on the ascent engine. That Buzz Aldrin had a felt tip pin with him that they were able to jam in and arm the engine to get off of the moon for our first lunar landing. And of course, Neil Armstrong was able to fly past the field of boulders in the crater to find a safe landing spot. It is absolutely essential that we have a robust, fully funded manned space program. Robots can't do it all. They can't think for themselves, and you're so far out in space with a lag time between the time the transmission leaves the spacecraft back to the Earth and then back. You must have a human being there to make these decisions. And sadly, the previous administration made bold recommendations for the space program, got all our expectations up, and then never recommended adequate funding. And so it's essential not only that you recommend a robust manned space program, but that you insist that Congress and the administration fully fund it. Never again should we ever lift up the hopes of these wonderful men and women at NASA and people all over the nation that we're going to go to Mars or go to the moon or set some big goal for the space program and then not fully fund it. Help give us that challenge to set the goal. My personal opinion, I think it's essential. We go to the moon. It's only 3 days away. It's a shallow gravity well. A lot of natural resources there that we can tank up and use to carry us on to the next step and to sustain a lunar station there. The moon is as essential a destination as was the space station in low Earth orbit. We've got to have it there as a waypoint to go beyond and to help develop the technology needed to go beyond. So I am grateful to you for your commitment and support to the space program. Glad you're at the Johnson Space Center, these magnificent men and women who are so committed to technological excellence, to carrying us on to the next frontier, to boldly go where no man has gone before, to reach out and touch the face of new worlds and one day new civilizations. That is all possible if you will make the recommendation to give us a clearly defined goal to go to the moon and beyond, to have a manned space program that is fully funded. We will meet the challenge. We'll make that commitment as well in Congress, and I'm confident the administration will do the same. Now, thank you very much for being here today at the Johnson Space Center. Again, I'm sorry I can't join you, and Godspeed and good luck to you in your recommendations, and you can certainly count on me. That's why I asked to serve on the NASA Science Subcommittee on Appropriations, although I say no to virtually all spending requests unless it's medical, scientific, or the space program or national defense. This is a great passion of mine. It's essential for the survival of our nation, for the human heart, and for the American spirit that we have a manned space program that's fully funded and robust. Thank you very much for being here, and I hope I get to meet you personally.
Well, I should thank each of the members for their submissions and appreciate their understanding of our schedule and their schedule as well. I should probably also say that on behalf of my colleagues, I've met with a number of other members of Congress about our work and have received a lot of very good advice. We are a little bit ahead of schedule here, and I would like to jump ahead if we can. We've got the astronaut office scheduled at 12:30. Steve, I understand, is here. Am I right about that? There you are. Okay. We can hardly see out there. Steve, if you wouldn't mind coming up now and making your presentation, and then we'll proceed after lunch. Steve Lynn, of course, representing the astronaut office. Steve?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to get a chance to talk to your committee today. You have a lot of big decisions to make and options to look at. What I wanted to do today, just for a few minutes, to kind of give you the astronaut office perspective of how we think about these things. We're obviously primarily an operational organization. We go execute the missions, we fly the missions, but we also work with all of the programs. So we've been heavily involved with every next program we've gone off to develop, certainly since the inception, shuttle, space station. When I came into the office in 1995, we only really had one program operating, and that was Space Shuttle, and we were starting to develop station. Since that time, fast forward to now, we're now supporting 3 major programs at the same time and flying on 2 of them. So we're quite busy, but what I wanted to offer was kind of an astronaut office perspective on how we're viewing where we're headed and what we think we should do. And the way we did this is I did a series of town hall meetings with the office, trying to get an office consensus, if you will, on what our office believes, what our position is on all of the activities that are occurring. For those of you that have been in the astronaut office, and there's a lot out here, everybody knows how impossible it is to get a consensus out of our office, but this is our best shot at it. So I want to talk kind of in general terms of philosophically what we think about where we should go, what we should do, and just provide that kind of as food for thought for you. I want to start with the next system, and I know we're all talking about a capability beyond low Earth orbit, but we strongly believe as an office that the next system we build, or the architecture that we put into place, needs to have capability beyond low Earth orbit. We believe a low Earth orbit only system is a dead end for our program. I think Mike mentioned that earlier, and we heartily concur with that. We think a LEO system would end when the ISS does, and we think we need to go after an architecture, or whatever we decide here, something that goes beyond low Earth orbit to other destinations. Speaking of the next architecture, we believe the next architecture should be able to accommodate several potential destinations. There's a lot of ideas out there whether we should go to the moon or go to an asteroid or Lagrangian point. We think the architecture should be able to support all of those types of places. We believe that the building blocks of this architecture will probably be in place for at least the next 30 plus years, maybe longer than that. And along those lines, the heavy lift that we all know that we have to build to go beyond low Earth orbit needs to be heavy enough. And when I say heavy enough, that means both in mass, in terms of the lifting capability, but also the volume in terms of shroud sizes and things like that, to be able to have a reasonable chance of going to more distant destinations such as Mars with a few launches as opposed to many, many launches. We're learning now as we struggle with the upmass challenges for the space station program in the shuttle, for example, is that oftentimes we are constrained by mass to space station, and oftentimes we are constrained by volume to space station. Sometimes we have the mass but not the volume, and sometimes vice versa. So whatever architecture we choose needs to be able to support both the mass and the volume to do the missions we want to go do. We also believe as an office that we can't afford, nor should we anticipate support to develop another heavy lift capability for many, many years if we elect to accept a stopgap measure today that doesn't accommodate several potential destinations. Next slide, please. And I just want to talk a little bit now about the next system. To give you a little bit of history, after Columbia, our office met a lot, and we worked with the CABE and a lot of other folks, but we also sat down as an office. We wrote a couple of white papers back in the 2003-2004 timeframe, one dealing with the OSP and dealing with, for example, whether we wanted to put retrofit crew escape into the shuttle and some questions like that. There's a couple of quotes I put on these charts for you that kind of refers to what our position was at the time. The first one being that we strongly recommend that NASA change the OSP Level 1 program requirements to mandate an order of magnitude improvement over the shuttle and crew survivability. The second quote from a second white paper, we believe an order of magnitude reduction in the risk of loss of human life during ascent compared to the space shuttle is both achievable with current technology and consistent with NASA's focus on steadily improving rocket reliability, and therefore should represent a minimum safety benchmark. As we work the Constellation program over the last 5 years, these are kind of what we've been looking at, and this is what we've been trying to design that system to do. The bottom statement probably says it best for us, and I'll explain that a little bit. What we believe is the acceptance of risks that we take should be commensurate with our level of experience. Now, what I mean by that is that we've been flying in and out of low Earth orbit for about almost 50 years now, and we have a lot of experience with that. So we think it's very reasonable that the next system should have a significant improvement over the previous system. From a national standpoint and a public standpoint, when we had the Columbia accident, we almost lost the shuttle program for good. I have no doubt that if we were to lose another shuttle, the program would end. And I wonder about the tolerance of the public and the nation and our government for another accident and ascent and entry, given how long we've been doing it. So we know that in the future we're going to take a lot of risk. We know in the present we're going to take a lot of risk. We know even with an order of magnitude improvement, we're still going to take a lot of risk. But we think our risk should be commensurate with our level of experience. We're willing to take those risks. We accept that as our job, and we're proud to do that job. But in the exploration avenue and in lunar or Mars return, things like that, we know we're going to take the risk, and we understand that. But ascent and entry, we have a pretty good understanding on how to do that, and we ought to, whatever we choose to do next, ought to reduce that risk. Next slide, please. Here's just a few more details about what we view a safer launch and entry system should have. The first one, abort escape capability from hatch closure through orbital insertion. A full envelope escape system free of black zones during nominal ascent trajectory. Third bullet is key for us, designed and built to meet NASA human rating requirements. There's an entire document that describes a lot of these things, but some of the elements are the structural factors of safety, crew situational awareness, manual control, robustness, redundancy, and things like that. I don't want to get into the details of that document, but the second sub-bullet there, not waived or rationalized away. One thing we get very concerned about is when we hear about systems and where they're discussing on how we're going to waive these requirements or why we don't need to meet these requirements because our system has X. We will weigh any new system as well as the current system in terms of human rating requirements and what we think the vehicle needs to have, and in the context of those requirements, and not how they're rationalized away. Last bullet, substantial test and verification. We view reliability derived from only modeling or analysis with skepticism until it's substantiated with test and verification. And everybody's heard the term paper rockets are always better, faster, safer, and cheaper. And I think until you get into the details of a design and really look at it and do an in-depth analysis of it, at least to start with, it's very difficult to say whether they can meet what they claim they can meet. Next slide, please. Just a few closing thoughts, and then you can ask me any questions you'd like. We believe strongly that we have to have a commitment. The budget must match the program. If we have a program that doesn't have an adequate budget or the budget profile changes, that program's not going to be successful. I think we all know that, and we know how we got here today. But if we don't have the budget to execute the program, it's not a good program. If we commit to the program, however, we need to have the will to follow through. Like Mike Coates mentioned earlier, in our town hall, we talked a lot, how many more times are we going to change our program? How many more times are we going to start over? How many more times can we do that until before everyone loses confidence in our ability to develop and execute a program? There's always a better architecture or plan out there ready to replace the current one, and we're very concerned about that. We believe as an office that a change in architecture is going to delay IOC and it's going to increase costs. We also believe that it will trade one set of technical challenges for another. Quick word about gaps in access to space. We think there are two gaps that we need to be worried about. The first one is obviously the one that most people talk about. That's the access to space station after the space shuttle program ends, and the gap as we fly on Russian Soyuz to get to space station. Then the other gap to worry about, I think, is what happens between the end of the space station program and our next destination, whatever that ends up being. We think any new architecture or plan or change needs to really look carefully at both of those gaps within our likely budget and what we think we can sustain. And finally, we believe as an office we committed to both our nation and our international partners with the International Space Station program, and we think we need to honor that commitment and get our return on investment and do what we said we were going to do with space station. So that's a real brief kind of summary of where we are. I tried to talk in general terms. I didn't want to talk about specific systems. So at this point, I guess I could open up for any questions you might have for me.
Steve, thank you very much. Those are helpful comments, and I'm sure we've got questions. I've got a list of them myself. Wanda, do you want to start out?
If I may, sir, I'd like to start out. Thank you very much for your comments and for trying to get consensus across the group. One of the things that we've heard is that the NASA culture has become very risk averse, particularly after the 2003 CABE study. And at the same time, there's a clear message that I see in your charts that says we have to go beyond LEO, which is something that we haven't done before. Can you shed any light for us on how you balance those two objectives of being safer than we are today, or at least as safe as we are today? You said an order of magnitude would be desirable, and yet still be able to reach for things that we don't completely understand yet.
Yeah, certainly. It's a good question, and I've heard the comments about risk averse. Right now we're flying the shuttle, which is a 1 in 77 vehicle, approximately. You can debate. I think pure statistically it's like 1 in 64, but we can debate the numbers. What's that comparable to? Climbing Mount Everest is about 1 in 62, I think, somewhere around there. Believe it or not, a soldier on D-Day was about a 1 in 62 risk. So to give you an idea of the types of the magnitude of risks, there's a show on TV. I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's Most Dangerous Catch or something like that. It talks about the dangers of Alaskan fishing. The dangers of that job don't even compare to the dangers of this job. It's not even worth talking about it because they're so different. It's so much safer to go fishing in Alaska than it is to do what we do. So I don't think as an office we are risk averse. I don't think as an agency we are risk averse. When I look at it, and this is my opinion, every time we launch a shuttle mission, we are rolling the dice with the entire agency. We're probably one of the only government agencies, if not the only government agency, that lays it on the line every time we launch a mission. So I don't think we are risk averse. What I meant by the order of magnitude safer risk, I was referring to risk commensurate with our level of experience. If we have almost 50 years of experience getting in and out of low Earth orbit, it seems reasonable to me that the next vehicle we build ought to be able, and we believe it's achievable, ought to be a lot safer than the last time we flew, than the last vehicle we flew. Why do we build another vehicle getting in and out of low Earth orbit that has the same level of risk as the current vehicle? What I worry about is whether we could sustain another accident in the ascent and entry environment when we've already sustained so many accidents and we've lost a couple of crews doing it. whether we can continue to lose crews doing the same thing. Now recognize that the first flight of any new vehicle will have a lot more risk, and your true risk reduction that you achieve may not happen until the 9th or 10th flight or even further down the road. At least you won't know that. So we accept the risk with first flight. So I think the risk I'm referring to is a level of risk commensurate with our experience base. And you know, we understand the risks and we take them every day.
Leroy?
Follow up on that.
Yeah. Let me get Leroy, because I saw him, then we'll come back to you.
Hey, Steve, thanks for coming out and what I know is a very busy schedule to talk to us. Kind of following up with Wanda, I also had a question about this risk averse, because we've been hearing a lot from different people that the impression certainly is that NASA has become too risk averse, and you just said you don't feel that the astronaut office is, and I think I'd agree with you. Do you feel that the agency as a whole has become too risk averse? And as you know, CB, of course, is a pretty significant influence on the agencies, and if so, what can CB do to try to help swing the pendulum back?
Honestly, Leroy, I don't believe that the agency is too risk averse. I mean, I've heard a lot of talk about it. We focused an awful lot on safety and risk post Columbia, as I'm pretty sure we probably did post Challenger as well, although I wasn't here during that time frame. And we spent a lot of time, we spent a lot of money. We worked really hard on shuttle. We revamped organizationally how we deal with dissenting opinion, how we run missions. The mission management process of a shuttle mission and ISS mission is nothing like what it was 10 years ago. But as an agency, I don't believe we're risk averse. I believe, as I mentioned before, as a government agency, I think we take more risk than any other agency out there.
Jeff?
Yeah, I guess I got two now. I want to, risk averse is one of those, I want to do a follow-up on the risk averse and then come back to another safety issue. The risk averse thing is, it's easy to throw that around as a qualitative term, we are or we aren't. But many times during the course of the fact-finding that we've been doing, I've pulled up a system that somebody's looked at and I've said, how come that's so much heavier per person or per pound of payload delivered than it was back in the Apollo days? And the answer I get is some variant of, we're just that much safer now. So it's hard to reconcile that statement with the statement that not in the astronaut office, not in the overall goals and objectives, but when you drive down to the decisions that are being made every day, it does seem like there's been a change in the weighting. And do you not see that, or am I just confused, or what?
Are you saying that something's heavier as in mass for safety?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I don't correlate mass with safety. I correlate design with safety, and so that's a difficult question. I don't know what the risk numbers with Apollo were getting in and out of low Earth orbit, for example, and that's really what we're talking about. Okay. I know we were successful with every Apollo launch, but we also did.
It was close.
Yeah, it was. We probably took significant risk. You can argue in between Columbia or in between Challenger and Columbia, I think we went 87 for 87 in launches. And if you take that statistic by itself, say, wow, that's pretty good. And actually is pretty good. But I don't see that. We work I can tell you from my perspective, since we're riding the rockets, we work really hard on making sure those systems are as safe as possible, as does everybody else.
Well, let me come back to that, because that's the second question.
Okay.
It's easy to look at things like the CABE recommendations and it's hard to disagree with them. It's hard to disagree that what we do next should be a significant improvement over what we have done in terms of safety, in terms of the Earth to LEO piece. I'm quite concerned that because that is such an important value and has become such a flagship of what we want to do, that every possible agenda of any possible point of view has been justified in terms of, well, you have to do it my way because it's safer. And there's a difference between saying we got to be a whole lot safer than we were, absolutely, and saying you have to pick my system instead of this system instead of that system because, on the 1,000th flight, when all other sources of failure have been eliminated and we are only talking of the probabilistic risks of the hardware, and there's no design issues, there's no infant mortality issues, there's no operational mistakes, everything is done with perfect workmanship. My system, this system is 20% different, on a number we know within a factor of 2 if we're lucky. than that number is. You know, do you see elements of this, or are you worried about this at all? Because these choices have consequences.
I'm not sure I quite. Are you asking me whether I'm worried about?
What I'm asking you, I'll make it more succinct.
Okay.
Stipulated that the new system has to be a whole lot safer than the old system. Should we then design the new system, you know, with the only consideration being every safety parameter has to be turned to the highest possible number? Or if we just get a whole lot better, are we in the ballpark?
Absolutely not. We shouldn't design a system where every single thing is the only metric for success is the safety question. It has to accomplish the mission. In the end, a design is always a compromise between it. There's no point in designing a system that is absolutely safe that can't accomplish the mission. You have to be able to do the mission as well. What our office opinion is in the launch and entry area, we can do both. We have 50 years of experience. We can do both, and our design should address both. Is that going to answer the question?
Bo?
Steve, as the gentleman who is representing people who actually have to fly, and of course safety has to be a very dominant concern. And my question to you is, I'd like to hear your opinion. If you believe that the smaller companies, like people who are engaged in COTS with NASA, are they capable developing a safe system for crew transportation to LEO?
Are they capable?
Yes.
First of all, I'm real excited about the COTS, and I would tell you that personally, I would like nothing better than to see the low Earth orbit mission turned over to commercial companies so that we could spend all of our bucks on going out and doing exploration. With regard to COTS, you know, right now we have COTS engaged, obviously, in resupply to space station, and I guess the way I would answer your question is, they're engaged with that. Matter of fact, we're depending on that after 2011 for space station to have the COTS folks show up and do that, and I want to see them succeed at that, and I think we should enable them to succeed at that. And once they've succeeded with that, then the next step may be a human-rated capsule or something like that with a human-rated rocket. When we get to that point, once they've demonstrated that they can do the cargo resupply, that's when I'd like to see that kick off. And then when that kicks off, we'll go ahead and weigh the design against the criteria I kind of set out in my slides. So I think, again, in the long term, I would like to see commercial entities take over low Earth orbit, and I think everybody would. And so I'm excited for that day to happen. I hope it does.
See, I'd like to call on Sally for a question and then to ask a question myself after that.
Okay.
I have one down here.
Oh, you do? Okay, fine.
Thanks. Steve, thank you for coming and sharing that perspective with us. You mentioned the gap between the retirement of shuttle and the coming on of the next system, and we're particularly concerned about the ability to support ISS during that gap. You also talked about some of the issues that you have even today with the shuttle system in meeting the mass constraints and meeting the volume constraints. And of course, those are exacerbated the moment the shuttle retires. And I wonder if you could just talk for a minute about the challenge that you see in supporting ISS after shuttle retires, even assuming good COTS capability relatively soon, and the support that's projected from the international partners.
Well, obviously, the space station was designed and built for shuttle support, and when you refer to space shuttle support, that means up mass and it means down mass. In the future, when the shuttle program ends, we're going to have an up mass challenge, which we hope to meet with our partners, the HTV from JAXA and the ATV from Europe, and continued progress vehicles, and hopefully COTS. Like I said, I hope that really succeeds, and that's how we're going to do it in the short term. The challenge, though, is how we operate space station without the down mass. So what that means to us, and we're actually looking at this in our office, and as I know the space station program in the agency is, how we operate space station and how we do the science and things like that on space station, our paradigm's going to have to change, and we're going to have to operate it in a different way. We're going to have to take more advantage of the facilities on orbit without the downmass to go with some of those facilities. And so I think that's probably the biggest challenge we're going to face in operations, maintaining supplies to keep the crews alive, obviously, and then as well as doing the science. So I think that's a big challenge we're working on now, and we have to continue working on. I guess the way I would equate this is I've been involved in flown a lot of different airplanes and watched airplane development over the years, and as well as the shuttle. The shuttle's role, since I've been in the office, has changed dramatically to what it was when I first got here. When I first got here, we were doing science missions. If you did an EVA or you had a robotic arm on your flight, it was a very rare event. Now, if you have a mission that has only 3 EVAs on it, we kind of look on it as kind of, well, that's not a real complex mission. Things have changed, but the role the shuttle has taken on has evolved. You look at an airplane like the B-52, which will be operational over 90 years when it completes its mission. It is not doing a mission now in any way, shape, or form envisioned that it would be doing when they built it back in the 1950s. I can list many, many aircraft and other things that are doing missions today that they never intended to do. What I would argue with you is the space station is a capability, and how we're going to use that in the future. It's hard to say. We couldn't envision it when we made it. We are where we are now, and we're going to go figure out a way to make that better and make that work. I think whatever our next exploration program will be the same thing. We may design it for a specific place, the moon or an asteroid or something else, and we will no doubt end up using it in a different way in the future. And so the key to any architecture is the flexibility to be able to go after those additional goals.
I hope I can be forgiven what you'll see as a far-out question. I'm fully sympathetic with your views that we should be as safe as possible with the things that we can do something about. But when you start thinking about exploration beyond LEO, there seems to be a long-term irreducible risk that you will run from exposure to galactic cosmic rays. And if you look at today's standards for current lifetime doses, it would seem to limit the ability for an astronaut who's never been in space beyond the Earth's magnetic field, limit their time in space to about 200 days. Do you believe that such a factor should limit our mission architecture and thus, in one way or another, influence the choices we make about launch and capsule infrastructure?
Well, I understand precisely what you're asking in terms of long-term exposure, because I deal with that today. In terms of the number of missions I can assign an astronaut to go fly that are in a long-duration nature, because we look at lifetime radiation exposure, and I in fact have some crew members that I can't refly because of that very reason on space station. Certainly going anywhere outside low Earth orbit, the radiation exposure is going to be greater, and I think that is a problem we have to go solve or we're not going anywhere. So I worry about that. There are ways to design to limit that exposure, and I think we need to go address that, and we need to come up with ways to limit the exposure. I don't think I could stand up here and say that I'm comfortable sending an astronaut on a mission that I know that will give them a fatal dose of radiation, if that's your question. I don't think we should be doing that.
I don't think the standards don't apply to fatal dose, but a lifetime, long-term increase in guess, morbidity.
Well,
it's not an immediate fatal dose in any.
That's a fair question. In fact, I can be accused in one meeting with life sciences suggesting that can't we just because the way radiation doses work is it's calculated over your expected lifetime, and so one of my suggestions was, well, can we just ground rule out that astronauts only live to age 60, and then we can get a bigger dosage? But that wasn't too popular. But I think we need to go look at that and see. You know, like one of the things we're trying to do on space station now is we're trying to get some additional equipment, radiation equipment up there to measure different types of radiation so we can get a better handle on what we can really take. But this is a serious problem that we have to go solve or we're not going anywhere. So We've also talked about potentially having astronauts sign waivers in the future and things like that. So we're talking about all that. I don't think I can speak for my office and give you a good answer to that one. Depends on the individual. I mean, I've got crew members that will fly in anything, even one SRB with a shuttle. But quite frankly, it's my job to make sure that we don't put them in that situation.
Charlie, that's a good question. And if you have any follow-up you'd like to provide us in terms of the impact of particularly galactic cosmic radiation on architecture and the likes, that would be very helpful to us.
Okay, and so just so I understand, the question you're asking is, are we willing to go without the radiation protection?
Maybe, Mr. Chairman, if I may just jump in. The current limit, as we understand it, is 3% exposure-induced death over lifetime.
Over the standard 20%, yeah, for a radiation worker.
And so I don't want to interpret Charlie's question for Charlie, but I think your question was whether the astronaut office would or would not be comfortable with a change in that level.
That's another way of looking at it, yeah.
And then I would just add as a separate note that our impression currently from briefings we've had is that it's going to be very difficult to do something physically that limits the galactic cosmic ray risk, certainly in deep space missions. But there may be biological remediation measures, and there's an awful lot of basic research that has to be done that could have important bearing on the problem.
Yeah, thank you. That's an important clarification. Thank you.
Yeah, and there's, we've taken specific steps on space station to minimize radiation for crew members that are up there for 6 months. I don't know if you're aware that we've actually have specifically designed sleep stations with mitigations in place to limit radiation exposure while on space station. And in terms of, there are some things you can do going interplanetary, and there are some things you can't do, and certainly the effect that has will be limited. So if you would go to the office and ask the individuals, it depends on who you ask, whether they'd be willing to accept a higher radiation dosage or not. I would suspect most probably would.
Steve, anything you could give us on that subject still would be helpful, particularly, as I say, coming back to the question, how it would impact missions, durations of missions, design.
Right. Okay.
I'd like to ask the last question, if my colleagues would permit that. My question pertains to the importance of going to the moon on the way to Mars. And you talked about concerned about public reaction and risk, and commented if we'd lost another shuttle, it probably would have been the end of the shuttle program. And if we were to go back to the moon and lose a spacecraft on the way to the moon or at the moon, the consequences for the human spaceflight program would probably be pretty severe. And I asked this question also in the context of ISS, which you'd indicated, Steve, that you thought it was important to continue to use it. Much of the science community has said that they don't see great science benefit from continuing the use of ISS. So one of the major benefits of continued ISS must be helping us get ready to go to Mars or wherever we decide to go. And so really the question in that context is, can you do things at ISS and not go to the moon? Is it important to go to the moon? Is ISS of any value to the astronauts if indeed it's not of value to the science community? And I overstated that, but for the point of the question.
I think both would be valuable. Let me address the moon first. And this is my opinion on this subject in that I think we need to go to the moon first to practice, much like Mike said earlier, before we go to Mars. I think learning how to operate on another planet, that's 4 days away, is something you ought to do before you try to do one that's 8 or 9 months away, because it can be very different. Space station right now is a fantastic vehicle. It's primarily operated by the ground. Any vehicle we build to go interplanetary has to be autonomous in nature. Those are the lessons we need to learn. So for example, with ISS, one of the things we could do with ISS that we ought to learn how to operate that spacecraft autonomously. Build it, and I've heard this suggested before, so it's certainly not my idea, but build a 20-minute delay into the communications of the ISS and go practice working autonomously. There are a number of things we can learn about ISS. Right now, we are learning extensive lessons on ISS for any type of future exploration. We are fixing systems that we never thought we could fix. We're doing we are learning right now with 6-person crew how we do provisioning, how a crew handles obviously long durations together, and all the issues that go with that. From an international perspective, we're learning an incredible amount. So we are already learning so much today for interplanetary that it's really hard for me to measure. But I could talk to you all day about the lessons we're already learning. I think there are many things we can look at in the future for ISS. There are potential to do, again, get this radiation thing, that question. We can answer a lot of that on ISS. I think that's important. So I think ISS can be utilized for long duration preparation for long duration missions. And I think the moon is an important place to go learn how to operate. We're only a short distance away. So I would support going to the moon prior to going to the Mars. One other comment I'd make about the moon, and I'm certainly no scientist, but I really wonder whether we understand the moon as well as we think we do. And I think there is some benefit to going there, because my personal opinion is we don't understand it as well as we think we do at this point.
Steve, thank you very much for your comments. We're appreciative.
Thank you.
It's now time to take a break for lunch. We're right on schedule. Could we meet back here? See, we'll take a 10-minute break and be back promptly in 35 minutes. So that's 12:35. See, I need a microphone here. Is this mic working now? Okay, we need to pick up the afternoon session. Thank you all for getting back so promptly. Two of our members that have already heard as part of a subcommittee the briefing that's about to occur are going to step out for about 20 minutes so they could meet with some of the local NASA folks. They'll rejoin us in about 15, 20 minutes. And our next briefing is one of great importance. Obviously, it concerns the Constellation project. And we have several briefers who are going to be presenting. And Phil, let me ask you, who will be first? First briefer? Hopefully the briefer knows. Okay, I think you do. Great, thanks. Welcome.
Yeah, it's Jeff.
Jeff, it's all yours.
Okay, let's see. I need to turn this on. You all hear me? Okay. Check, 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 check. That's better. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity to bring you up to date on the progress of our Constellation plan. We've spent a lot within this environment talking about what could be done. We wanted to spend a little bit of time over the next 3 days talking about what we are doing presently. We, along with the charter of this commission, we were also given explicit guidance from Office of Dr. Holdren, essentially, to go ahead and proceed with our current program of record as it stands while this commission deliberates. And so that's what you'll see us doing, and the things that you'll see here the next 3 days. The next 3 days, we've set out, we've got a little bit of time with you at each center. Today, we're going to talk about Project Orion and the progress that team has made. Tomorrow, we'll hear about the Ares project and its status. We'll also spend just a few minutes talking about the Mars architecture work that we have done as it relates to informing the plans that we are making for the lunar surface activities. And then at Kennedy on Thursday, we'll have a segment of time with you to overview the ground operations infrastructure plans and progress there. We'll status you a little bit on the Ares 1X test flight that is in the midst of processing at KSC. Talk about the Constellation Space Technology, Space Transportation Program Office, which is a ops command, development command kind of model that NASA is moving to with respect to the way that we do spacecraft development versus spacecraft operations, and we'll have more to say about that on Thursday when we touch on that, and then some closing remarks Thursday. While here at the Johnson Space Center, of course, Project Orion is the largest effort that we have ongoing here as part of the JSC effort. for Constellation, but we also have 4 other projects within Constellation that are also in progress. 2 projects that are executing, 2 projects that are formulating. The executing projects are the Mission Ops project. This is the mission control, simulators, all of the plan, train, fly activities that we undergo here. And that team is doing detailed planning, not only in how to bring forward the next generation mission control center, but also informing the designs of the spacecraft and the rocket as we go forward. And of course the EVA project, which is our next generation spacesuit. Unfortunately, we don't have time to describe to you more detail about those 2 projects, but we can provide that offline if you wish. And then 2 projects in formulation, Altair Lunar Lander and Lunar Surface Systems. Both are projects in pre-formulation in anticipation of a lunar program. Around Constellation this week, just to give you a little bit of status before I introduce the project manager for Project Orion, the Ares team is preparing a test firing of the Ares 1 first stage out in Utah. There's a 5-segment motor sitting on its side on the test stand, all instrumented, and that will be fired August the 25th. Down at KSC, we're stacking, as I said, the Ares 1X test vehicle. We've got the solid motor fully stacked, and this week we should commence with stacking of the upper stage simulator. There'll be more about that in tomorrow's briefing, and then a processing status for you on Thursday. We just released the Exploration Ground Launch Services request for proposals to industry. This is the ground operations processing contract that is out for solicitation at present. And then here at the Johnson Space Center and really across the country, we have the Orion team in the midst of conducting their preliminary design review. And to tell you more about that and more about the Project Orion progress is Mark Geyer, the project manager here at JSC. Mark?
Thanks, Jeff.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Geyer. Obviously, I'm the project manager. I've put together a presentation with, I think, the key points about Orion, but obviously the presentation is for you. If I'm missing something or have a question, please don't hesitate to stop me. Let's go ahead to the first chart. Some of the key points I'm going to talk about today is Orion is part of an architecture, so its design is driven by the architecture in which we function. Second of all, we are completing the preliminary design review. The board is actually the end of August. I'll go through the details of that. We've completed significant and extensive engineering and development testing. You'll see some of that in this presentation. We're also optimizing the details of our 2015 launch date, and we're using a risk-informed design to build a safe vehicle and ensure mission success. And we've already started production. So you'll see all those key points in this presentation. We'll go to the agenda next. So I'll talk about an overview of the vehicle, talk about PDR, talk about the progress in our hardware development, the schedule, mass management, and human rating, and I'll give you a summary at the end. Next page. I think people know, go ahead and go to the next page. This is an overview of the Orion system. It shows the launch abort system at the top. This is how we get the crew module off the stack in an emergency. You see the crew module itself and the service module below that provides support function, and the spacecraft adapter that links us to the Ares launch vehicle. I think an important point I'd like to make here is that in this integrated Orion system, the focus is really the crew module. The crew module is where the crew obviously is, unless they're in the lander on the surface of the moon. So it's a focus of our crew safety discussions. And it's also a big mass driver, the mass of the CM. The CM is the one element that goes all the way to in orbit around the moon and then actually returns to the surface of the Earth. So every pound that's on the crew module is multiplied many times in the architecture itself. So that process drives really that only key functionality that's needed in the CM for CM operation and for crew safety remains in the CM. There is no superfluous bells and whistles and other functions in that element. The next page rather, I'll show you a little bit about the architecture I talked about. We are a lunar-capable vehicle that can also support ISS. So on the bottom you see the Orion there after launched on Ares 1. Can dock and be used for cruise supply and also stay the full 6 months. And at the top we are part of the lunar architecture in conjunction with the EDS and the lander you see going to the moon and then orbiting the moon while the lander goes to the surface. Next page, this architecture is a robust architecture and it actually enables extensibility to other missions. And so we talked about a few of those things. Some of those will require some upgrades, but actually the Orion capability gives you a lot of functionality that can be used for these extensible missions. What I'd like to do next is I'll go through the specific elements and talk about them and talk about a little bit about where we are and what's driving them. So if we go 2 pages to the crew module chart, thank you. I talked already that the crew module is unique and it's the one element that is launched from the surface and actually returns to the surface of the Earth. It also acts as our docking interface to the space station and the lunar lander, and it carries the 4 people to the ISS and to the moon. On the lower chart you'll see pictures of the flight test article that we're actually going to fly for Pad Abort 1, and it gives you a rough idea of the size and the mass properties of the vehicle. Next page is another picture relative to the CM. We talk a lot, I'll show you some pictures of hardware, and sometimes it's hard to really convey the amount of work that goes into the analysis to come up with a good design. And I think this is a really cool chart, but that probably says more about me than about the chart. But if you look at the pressurized element within the Orion, which is on the left, you'll see I've pulled that out on the upper left of that box. It's a key piece, obviously, because the crew resides in there. And it becomes one piece of structure, but it is driven by, because it has to fly the whole mission to the moon and back, it's driven by 5 different load cases. In other words, there are pieces, different pieces within this structure that are driven by different load cases. And we have to optimize for those load cases. At the top, you'll see that the docking interface is driven by the translunar injection loads. A little lower than that, driven by abort ignition from the last, when we have the abort case where we need to pull the CM off the stack. Below that, the structure is driven by internal pressure. Below that, it's driven by water landing. And then at the top, we have some combination also with drogue chute loads. So, number one, it's a structure that needs to be well integrated, well designed, and it takes a lot of analysis to figure out what those driving load cases are. So let's go to the next page and show you a little bit about how that comes about. So you start out with your design. You obviously have to turn that into models. You have mass properties and today we have a 4,000 line item master equipment list by component down to the structure and secondary structure. Then you develop finite element models, as you know. Then we fly those through the mission design trajectories. We have to understand how the propulsion system works, what loads they drive into the vehicle. We do wind tunnel tests to understand the aero loads, which are difficult to predict in computer modelings in the special cases that we fly. Then we roll that into a loads analysis, and that's what drives the design. There's a couple things I'd like to pull on. For example, I mentioned that the bottom of the spacecraft is driven by water landing loads, but it's actually much more complex than that because there is not just one water landing case. The nominal, we assume, lands in a sea state 3, which are relatively calm waters, but we have to assume that we can handle one parachute failing. So it's a 2 parachute case with one failed out. So that drives certain loads. We also have an abort case where I can assume I have all 3 chutes, but I land in the North Atlantic, so it's a sea state 5, waves as high as 10 to 12 feet. That drives different loads into the vehicle. So you have to understand that full range of cases. You have to run those to really define the driving loads and then affect the structure based on those. The same with launch abort. There's not just one launch abort. We can abort off the pad. We can abort in a transonic mode. We can abort at max Q. All sorts of different abort modes which drive different loads into the vehicle. You have to do all that analysis with the proper models for the launch abort system to understand fully what your pressurized structure is going to see and design it appropriately. So we've done that work over several DAC cycles, and we have a primary structure that we've shown works, meets those requirements, and will get us ready to build. In fact, I'm going to show you that we're already building a ground test article today at Michoud that we're going to test. So we're well on our way. Next page is another example of the complexity of integrated analysis that needs to be done in a vehicle like this. Power and thermal are very complicated, not because, you know, everybody understands they got solar arrays and batteries, but you have to you have to take your component list, you have to understand when they need to be turned on, so you need a mission timeline. You need to understand how much power they're going to draw, so you need to calculate those things. You need to understand what attitudes you're flying, which affects where this, obviously because the sun heats the vehicle differently. So we've run Orion through all the space station cases, through all times of the year. We've run it through flying to the moon at all possible solar locations, and even in our failure cases, and identified that we have a power and thermal system that closes. So now I'll show you a little bit about the hardware. If you go to TPS, obviously TPS gets a lot of attention. It's a very dramatic environment, very hostile environment. We started out with 6 different materials. The NASA team, which has great experience with TPS, led that. We did hundreds of ArcJet tests and down-selected to 2 materials, and then eventually down-selected to 1, which is Avcoat, which is similar to what we flew in Apollo. We used figures of merit like reliability, maintainability, manufacturability, thermal properties, and everything else, and Avcoat was the clear winner. On the back shell, we're using a tile similar to shuttle. It gives us the thermal properties we need, which is a much less challenging environment on the back shell than it is obviously on the heat shield. And then also this particular material is much more resilient to MMOD strikes than other materials we examined, because now we have to not only consider its thermal properties, but also the fact it will be on ISS for 6 months. And so it needs to be able to be more resilient to MMOD strikes. The other thing I want to mention is that we have a vehicle both in the back shell and the heat shield that are built for both ISS and lunar. This heat shield is built to withstand the heating we're going to see on a lunar reentry. So we have one system to do both jobs. Next page. Talk a little bit about docking. As I said, this is our docking interface to ISS and also to the lander. We have a low-impact docking system that's developed here at JSC. You'll see a picture of the capture ring, and this team's already built an engineering development unit for a similar design. Crew cockpit interface, next page. Obviously, the layout is very important. The crew needs to be able to see all the displays and be able to handle cases where, for example, one display goes out and they still need to be able to see the other 2. So the layout is very important. We've done mock-ups looking at these layouts we've actually designed now, and you can see in that bottom picture we actually have a hardware now for these display units. That's one of 3 that we'll be flying. These display units are already in test for nominal loads and abort loads. Next page is the service module. Obviously a very critical element. Not only does it do a lot of our propulsive maneuvers for ISS and lunar, but it also is a big part of our abort capability. It allows us to abort after the LAS has left. It can get us to orbit, abort to orbit, or actually get us to Ireland or back to Newfoundland and keep out of that worst case North Atlantic zone. So it's a very important system in that case. Also does our power storage and consumables. We also have the capability to accommodate unpressurized cargo in the back end. So where one of those radiators on the bottom would not be needed, there's locations in there for the ISS version, which has only 2 tanks instead of 4 needed for lunar, where we can launch ORUs for the ISS or unpressurized payloads. And at the bottom you can see we're already testing auxiliary thrusters, solar arrays, RCS thrusters, and there's an example of the tanks that we're going to be flying. Next page is the launch abort system. Again, this is a key element for us to meet our safety goals, to be able to get the crew off the vehicle if there's a problem. It's a 3 solid rocket motor system for the reliability. The first one is, we call the abort motor. That's the one that gets you off the stack. It's 500,000-pound thrust. The next motor up the chain is the jettison motor. That gets this ALAS structure off the crew module, both in a nominal flight, if we don't need it, and also after an abort. And then at the top is an added 2 control motor that allows us to fly in these difficult regimes to minimize the loads, and also orients the vehicle before we pop the top off and actually deploy the chutes in the right attitude. And I'll show some of those actually that we have built and fired. The next page, I wanted to talk a little bit about you know, there's a whole bunch of other stuff, so I was trying to figure out what would be good to focus on. I'm going to talk about the safety analysis later on, so I'll leave that for later. But we do a lot of other analysis that I think is important to ensure that we have a safe and reliable vehicle. Obviously, we do a lot of abort coverage, gap analysis, so we can make sure that for every phase of flight of the launch vehicle, that we can get the crew off in emergency. We've done that. We have no gaps in our abort coverage. We do landing accuracy analysis to make sure we know where we need to land in Southern California so that Pepper's recovery guys can get us in time. We've done that analysis. We meet the requirements for landing recovery. We obviously calculate crew loads at landing, because it's not just important that the vehicle structure survives, but that we understand the loads on the crew. We've modeled that extensively, and we've also meet those requirements. While I go to the next page, let's talk a little bit about PDR. PDR is a critical milestone in the development of any vehicle. The criteria for PDR are not defined by Orion. They're actually set by the Independent Technical Authority at NASA. And they're very rigorous to make sure that we felt comfortable we had the right vehicle and that our customers did. We set up a set of documents to be delivered and also a set of reviews to be held to go over that design, which culminates again in the PDR board, which is at the end of next month. So we've had many reviews. Go ahead to the next chart, sorry about that. So we've had lots of technical peer reviews. Those are really tabletops where the engineers get across the table and go mark up the design and ask each other questions. So that those we have completed. We had 18 subsystem design reviews, 16 of which were in a 2-week period in Denver. And I think this is probably a good time to talk about what happens in those design reviews. So it's a large number of experts. So for example, a subsystem design review would be the key subsystems, ECLS, GN&C, for example. So I think of the ECLS subsystem design review, where at that meeting, not only were the key Lockheed designers and their subs, Sam Sundstrand and the other people that were there, they were key to building the hardware, but also the NASA expertise over the last 40 years, people who had been part of Apollo, people who had flown and built the shuttle hardware, people that had been part of the space station ECLS system were in the room critiquing the design, adding suggestions, not only in design but also in test, which to me is a critical part of this process, that those teams are embedded together working through these issues, because that gives me much more confidence that we're using the lessons that we've learned in those past systems to make sure we have fewer issues as we go forward. So the next big review we had was a system and module review, which is we talk about the integrated products, power balance, integrated thermal, integrated loads. That was done about a week and a half ago. That was completed. So now we're in the process of reviewing the documents and heading on to the PDR board at the end of August. Next page, I want to give you some pictures of the hardware, but I want to start with this one because this is a great picture of the assembly area in Michoud in Louisiana. You'll see the tooling on the left, and actually parts of the ground test article for the crew module are actually mounted there and being welded. So we are on our way producing this vehicle. Next page. Obviously, it's essential that when you fly people, you need to be in a position you can say that people can actually operate the vehicle. It's important to do that very early. We've been doing these kind of evaluations since 2005, but just to give you a snapshot, since April 2009 alone, we've had 47 days of testing. We've had the crew in there again looking at viewing, stowage, and emergency egress to make sure that if there are any fundamental issues with the vehicle, we can get it now before PDR. The next page is post-landing recovery. We built a Orion mock-up here where we actually were able to take it out into the waters, into the sea states we're going to be seeing, had actual recovery forces participate in that, looked at what it took to actually install the flotation ring, how hard it was to get on the vehicle. We looked at different ways to stabilize the vehicle. So again, great data now before PDR to help us design the best vehicle possible. Next page. I talked a little bit about landing. We've done a huge amount of drop tests, both when we were looking at airbags and retro rockets, all sorts of soil characterization. What we show on this page is the most recent testing, where we're looking for a test fixture that allows us to calibrate the struts So we have, within the crew module, obviously we have a crew pallet. That crew pallet then is attached to the structure with struts. We use this to calibrate those to make sure we understand fully in real drop tests that we can calibrate our analytical models to make sure we're calculating the crew loads effectively. So a great move by that team. Parachutes on the next page are obviously key parts of the architecture. So we've already had 15 drop tests, both single tests as well as cluster on the drogues, the mains, and the pilots. So again, much more testing to go on here, but well on our way. Next page, the solar array deploy. That you may recognize that this solar array looks similar to what was flown on Phoenix. So we're modeling the size that we're going to see on Orion and did a deployment test on this mechanism, and it worked very well. Next page. Okay, we'll talk a little about the fire and smoke. Again, this is the Bort motor. The first upper left is the attitude control motor. That's a single valve. The attitude control motor actually has 8 valves, so that's a single test, single valve, full thrust. The jettison motor on the right then is a full-scale jettison motor. We fired 2 of those, and then the Bort motor on the bottom is the 500,000 pound, and we fired that one last year as well. So for the jettison motor and a Bort motor, we fired full scale. They're ready to go, and actually we have those guys at Wismar today. The attitude control motor will be firing a full 8-valve ACM at the end of September. Next page. So this is a little bit about Pad Abort 1. So this is the, again, Pad Abort 1 is one of our abort tests we're going to use to verify and validate our abort plan. The Pad Abort is one of the most stressing cases in that we need to get thrust, the abort motor needs to get you high enough and far enough out that you can make sure you can deploy the parachutes before you hit the water. So it's an important test for us. Langley Research Center built this crew module. It's now got the avionics. We can go to the next page. There's more testing, and on the left you can see the real flight hardware for the jettison motor and abort motor on the left, and the crew module going through integrated testing on the right. Next page is a picture of the avionics that's installed within the crew module. All that is going through its final testing now. And then the next page is the facility. We're doing these abort tests at White Sands Missile Range, much like Little Joe was done in Apollo. In fact, you can see that facility not far from where we're launching our stuff. On the lower left is actually the flight integration and test facility. We are actually assembling the launch abort system in that building, much like exactly the way we'll assemble it at Kennedy eventually. The mobile ops flight test control room is basically a trailer. You see it down in the middle there where we do our flight control. So we can actually, we've had that at Dryden checking out the system. Now we can roll it to Wismar and actually use it for the flight itself. The gantry at the top is actually going to be used for ascent abort to assemble the vehicle. So the facility for Pad Abort 1 is ready to go. Next page, NASA did an investigation, or actually a competition, to select the facility we wanted to do our qualification in for this vehicle. And we wanted this particular facility was picked in large part because we were able to do all the key tests within this one facility. This is obviously at Plumbrook in northern Ohio. It's also sized not just for Orion, but also for the lander itself. So we've worked with Level 2 to make sure that the requirements for both are incorporated. Lower left is the vibe table under construction. And on the right are 2 different pictures of getting the acoustic chamber built. Relative to production, if we go to the next page, how are we activating our production system? The ONC building, I don't know if you've been at the Cape. I guess we'll be there in 2 days. But you'll see lower right is actually a picture of the ONC building, and if you've ever been there before it was completed, you know how much work was done both here and you can't see the basement, which is also an incredible amount of work. That building was completed below cost and ahead of schedule. Great job. And the tools now are being designed for the ONC. Lower left is, again, MAF, chute assembly facility. You'll see the tooling there, and our welding fixture is up and ready to go, and we're using it today to build the GTA. At Kennedy, we'll be using the canister rotation facility for assembly of the LAS, and we're in process of making the minor mods necessary to get that building ready for production. Next page. So how we're using it. The GTA is obviously being used at MAF, being built at MAF. We're using launch abort procedures at Wismer to actually assemble the launch abort system, so we're actually doing that production. The service module is still, we're still in design for its GTA and getting its tooling finally completed. On the next page, since we're talking production, I thought it would be good, again, easy to show hardware pictures. The question now is, what are we doing to minimize the life cycle costs? What are we doing today? It's easy to think about at the end, what are we doing up front? What I tried to show on this very, very crowded chart is a couple of things. Upper left is we track on a monthly basis where we stand relative to days in the critical path in the assembly. So we can, this is our metric to say, are we as lean and as streamlined as we can possibly be. On the lower left is a list of structured improvement activities, Kaizens, Lean Six Sigma, other things that have been done relative to all the different production phases. So we've done a lot of those. And on the right are specific improvements incorporated into the vehicle design, either in the building, in the Orion itself, or in the ground support equipment. The last page then is on this stuff is basically that production has started. So go one more page, sorry. There you go. Again, more pictures of the production and the welding that's being. So that upper right is just a picture of the friction stir weld. It's a part of the, as we put together the ground test article. The ground test article will start. The first test we'll do is put it in through an acoustic chamber to make sure we understand how it transmits the acoustic levels we think we're going to see. And then we'll also use it in our drop tests to make sure we calibrate the structure to the landing loads that we think we're going to see. Next page is, and we'll give you a sense, so I've showed you a lot of analysis, a lot of hardware, so where is all this work done? These are all the locations. You can see the NASA centers, you can see the key areas where Lockheed is located and also its major subs. So it's across the country. Roughly about 3,100 people work on this project. About 10% of that I would classify as oversight. There are about 800 NASA folks, but the majority of those NASA folks are actually producing products. The parachute system, worked on TPS, working on the docking system, also part of the GNC Mo team, working on the things that NASA knows how to do. But oversight itself is only 10% of that number. So next I'll go to the schedule. So yeah, go ahead one more page. So what I'm going to do is kind of describe the critical path and build it up for you. I'm going to start from the launch date and go left. Talk through each of the major functions, what we've done to streamline those, and what we're doing to give us more and more confidence on this launch date. So if you start on the lower right, you see the launch date of Orion 2, our commit date now at March of 2015. Go ahead, another click. There you go. So you see those launched. So at this time, Pepper's guys are assuming around 6 months processing. So we hand off before that. If you go to the next chart, what we have done is we push that further to the left. We are being more aggressive on the schedule to give ourselves more runway in front of us. So we're actually going to deliver the vehicle ahead of when ground up's needed. So we're going to deliver in June of 2014. What that does then is that pushes the rest of these milestones to the left, and we'll talk about that. The next thing, if you look at that chart and you see that the dotted red line, it turns out that the critical path is not in the assembly of Orion 2, but actually qualifying the design prior to launching Orion 1 and Orion 2. So what we need to do in the critical path now is move up to the system qual, which is basically a flight element going through qualification. So on the next, go ahead and click it one more time. You'll see it right there. System qual prior to Orion 2 delivery for launch processing. So I will break that down for you, and you'll see the pieces that go into that. Now, before we can qualify the flight vehicle, we have to build the flight vehicle. So the next piece is AI&P, which is assembly, integration, and production. So go ahead to the next. There we are. So I'll talk through exactly how we come up with that schedule. And then before we can assemble the vehicle, obviously the components need to be fabricated and delivered. So one more click, and there we are. Okay, so I'll walk you through each one of those. I'm going to start off again with the flight qual the next chart. Okay, so this shows you for the flight element, it arrives. We do the assembly because we ship it in pieces, the SM, CM, and the LAS. We do a final assembly, then we go through vibe, we go acoustics, we go pyroshock for the SM. We do pyroshock for the other pieces, SMSA, we do thermal vac, we do EMI, EMC, and then we do pyroshock between the CM and the SM. Then on the next page, we do fairing separation, we do lightning, we do vibration, we do pyroshock for the separation with the other systems at landing, and then we do human in the loop demos to make sure we verified all the requirements for the human interface. So that's a lot of stuff. That's a lot of testing. It is right now a serial process where we bring the flight element into that system. Right now we're looking at, if you can see that we believe the tests needed for Orion 1 qualification end after the SM fairing separation, because Orion 1 is unmanned. It's also a flight test. So now there's further testing then required between that and the launch of Orion 2. So we have defined these specific tests in detail. We've defined these durations in detail. They're rounded up to the nearest month just because the chart got too complicated. So it gives you a sense about how long these tests take. We are working now to make sure we understand, are there ways, and actually we have some ideas already, are there ways to get some parallelism in the schedule? In other words, take things out like SM fairing separation and actually do that on the structural test article so that we're not waiting on that to qualify the vehicle. Also, we're looking at ways for the ECLS system to actually do a test bed offline from this to actually do its qualification as well as integration with EVA. So again, it would take some of the schedule criticality out of this. So we have a plan. It fits. We're working hard to find other ways to add confidence to the schedule by removing some of the serial nature of these testing. Also, there's a lot of, we need to look hard at what are really the requirements for launching Orion 1 since it is unmanned and it is a test flight, and how much of that test flight experience we can actually use in our qualification. Okay, so now we have a qual plan. Now we need to go to how to assemble that vehicle. So go to the next page. This is the factory again. I showed you a photo of the real factory. This is a layout where the different stations are. I won't go through this, but we take this, then the team, as I mentioned, very detailed analysis talks about then where the components need to show up and where they're assembled, and that generates the next chart, which is the schedule chart for this assembly and integration and production flow. So on the lower right, you can see the qual test itself. So we're building up on the upper part the CM, on the lower part the SM. It talks about every station. It talks about every task. It talks about where each component needs to show up to give us the best assembly flow. So now we take this, and it drives the component need dates. And if you go to the next chart, we get very detailed schedules on each component. This is an example of only the CM, some of the CM items. As you can see that in the details. Again, it's hard to read, but I wanted to show you that we are at this level. In fact, this is only one page of many lining out each of the 360 components needed to do this assembly. So we take this then, and we bang it up against, if we go to the next chart, each component, as you know, before you can go buy it, you need a spec, you need to turn on the contractor, and then you need to lay that in the hardware delivery date. So we take each one and work with the subcontractors on when they need to be turned on in order to meet the delivery date that we've been given. There are ways now to add margin to these as well. There's some flexibility in the assembly process. Those guys obviously optimize for what made sense for them, but we can talk about if I got one element that takes a little bit longer, we want to deliver that one later, that gives me some options there too. Most of these component delivery dates we got were delivered when the budget was much less in 09. In 08, the program has enhanced our budget, so now we have more money to help accelerate those components and give them some flexibility. And there's also some things you can do to stop pounding flat some of the mass things. For example, some pumps, you can go ahead and spec them at a wider range. They're a little bit heavier, 2 to 5 pounds, but rather than optimizing and analyzing to death, we can go out and buy the pump and take some mass inefficiency, but get the pumps moving. So that's another example of things that we can do. And we are doing that component by component to give us more and more confidence in our launch date. Well, if you go to the next page, so I think I summarized, yeah, go ahead, click off of that. So we did get significant more money from level 2. Some of it was stimulus money, some of it was money back from the pass back. We've used that money to increase the engineering development units, which increase our confidence when we build the production units, they're going to work. It also helps us by starting our higher critical path items early. As I mentioned, we push the delivery date to be 2014, mid-2014, even though it's not required. And we also push the AI&P guys to the left as well, even though it's not required, because I want runway in front of me, and that way we force out the big drivers. So this work has helped us do that. I think that's the key for that chart. Let's go ahead. Let's talk mass, because it's on everybody's mind, I think. Go ahead to the next chart. So again, I'll talk about where we are at mass, but it's also important to know that, again, this is not a high-level mass estimating relationship. This is generated by a 4,000-line master equipment list, detail down to the component about how much each one weighs. We do very extensive center of gravity measurements, ballasting, so we understand how much ballast is necessary to meet our L over D requirements. So when that is racked up today, even for the the 6-person crew design, we are under. In other words, we are 270 pounds lighter than our requirement. This does not yet even take into account the mass management, my reserve, my 2,000-pound reserve, or taking any credit for any of the mass growth allowance that we know we'll probably use, so we don't take credit for that. So for ISS, we are under. For the lunar, you see below that, we are 1,800 pounds over at this point in a 62,000-pound vehicle. Again, I have not used the 2,000-pound reserve, and I'm not taking any credit for weight growth allowance. I'm assuming I'm going to use all that, so that I need to find a way to resolve this 1,800-pound upper. There are ways to do that for the lunar vehicle. Several different things. We know that for Space Shuttle and also Apollo, at the beginning they were all heavier. We learned a lot about the structural efficiency and structural factors of safety that we were able to back off on once we actually saw the real loads when we were flying, and reduce several hundred pounds in both of those programs. We expect to see that in this case as well as we fly the ISS mission. We know we'll be able to take advantage of avionics upgrade. We have an open architecture. We know that avionics for Altair and so forth are going to be delivered, that we can take advantage of their mass reductions. And we have a significant amount, of propellant flexibility here. We're maxed for anytime return, any launch, any location on the moon. We're flying 18,000 pounds of prop, so there's obviously some flexibility there in the early missions of using some of that prop offload to help this issue. Let's go ahead to the next page, the human rating, because I think this is a very special thing about Orion and Ares 1 and this whole constellation architecture that makes us a little bit different. Let's go to the next page there. So there is a requirement, an NPR that was released in May of 2008 that talked about the human rating requirements and fault tolerance, and it talks about that having at least a minimum of 1 fault tolerant, but basically using your brain, right? Let's figure out the right level of fault tolerance based on risk-based integrated design and safety analysis. Again, a very, very wise approach. NASA has generated a process for identifying this and making sure that we believe we meet the intent of this requirement. It uses PRA, probabilistic risk assessment, which I'll talk about in more, and a lot of the usual safety products, failure modes and effects analysis, reliability, other engineering analysis, hazards, and so forth. We've used these products iteratively. It's not like we just started thinking about them. They've been part of the process since the beginning and have actually influenced our design quite a bit. Let's go to the next page. The other important thing I think to mention is that Lockheed and the NASA Orion team do not get to, by themselves, judge whether we have met the intent of this requirement. I mean, we are obviously a key part of that. We need to be comfortable that we think we've met the intent and that we believe the crew is safe. But there is an independent, totally independent safety panel at the Constellation that makes the final judgment on whether we have met the intent. Part of that process is a phase 1 safety review, which there are 78 hazards that we have actually identified and developed mitigations for that are in process of being reviewed. 57 have been reviewed today. We also use the other safety products to help us identify the risks and use them in our design process. For example, there were 4,500 preliminary FEMAs developed and reviewed for PDR. We use the SILs in the subsystem design reviews. Again, the engineers need to take ownership for these safety products. And the chief engineers meet and go over the vulnerabilities list to identify ways that we can fix these vulnerabilities at a system level before the design gets set. And for that process, over 60 design changes have been identified to reduce the risk of the crew and increase mission success. So it's a critical process for us. The last thing I'd like to talk about relative to this is probabilistic risk assessment, which is, we'll go ahead and flip to the next page. It's a great tool. It is, you need to be careful about fixating too much on the actual number. It's much more important, I think, much more valuable in the way of comparing relative value of choices that you might make. It also needs to be, this probabilistic risk assessment needs to be a validated model. In other words, you need to agree on the techniques, how you're measuring it, how you validate the data that goes into it. That is, again, a process that is validated and confirmed at level 2. It is not strictly an Orion process. So we get overviewed, we get audited, and confirm that we have the right technique. But then you can use that tool to do several things. Number one, it identifies the top risk drivers while you're in the design process. So the upper left chart is a loss of crew calculation and allows us to see that the key elements that are driving, in the ISS case, driving loss of crew are MMOD, the parachute architecture, the CMSM separation mechanism, and the jettison motor. So then we can take those and make sure we're attacking the right things when we go through our design process, and we've done that on those items. It also allows us to enable risk-based decisions. So on the upper right is a loss of mission calculation, because PRA is not just used for loss of crew, but also mission success in the loss of mission calculation. This is actually a chart used at our engineering review board at the end of last year, where they looked at specific detailed hardware changes and their effect on loss of mission, and also their impact on cost and mass. So we can make, again, are we balancing the risk correctly across the vehicle? So a great tool. And at the bottom says that it helps us reduce overall risk. That is our loss of crew trend. It shows you a couple things, both as the design changes were made and also as the model fidelity was wrung out. That's that little hump as we came over into the last part of DAC 3. So using this tool has helped us reduce overall risk to the crew. So with that, I think I'll summarize. Go to the next thing. So it's a fascinating job, and I think our team has done a great job and met the challenge of this complicated system. We have a lunar-capable system that will support ISS. It took a lot of rigorous system engineering to get a good design. I believe we have that. This risk-based process has given us a robust system and safe system, and we're working hard to lower the life cycle costs, and I've shown you some of those things. I think the other important thing is we have a stable design. We are in the process of PDR, but all the products that I'm seeing, and I believe when we come out of the board, we will show that we have a great design to move forward into production. And we've actually started production on some of the key systems that are the long lead. So with that, I'm done and open for questions.
Very good briefing. Les?
Mark, thank you very much. A very good briefing. I'm wondering, looking at schedule risk, contrary to most programs that I'm familiar with and have had experience with, where program directors, program managers want to try to build as much margin as possible, you started, as you said, by fixing the launch date and then moving the key events back to the left, which actually takes margin away in a normal way of looking at things, and then you're trying to buy back margin by doing some creative sort of activities and experiences. Could you just comment on those two dichotomies
good.
just a little bit again? If you
Yeah,
could?
I'm glad you mentioned that way, because I didn't communicate it very well. I did it as a communication tool to show you how things end up with the launch date. But if you saw that, we actually pushed dates earlier to give me margin at the end. So I pushed delivery earlier. I pushed AI&P earlier to give me margin on the end, which then made it harder up front, which is the way I want it to be, right? Because I got runway in front of me. So I just didn't communicate it very well. I backed it up so you could see how it linked to the launch date, that's all.
Okay, good, thank you.
Sorry.
I feel much better. Let me ask about PDR, though. Again, in my experience, very few new programs ever get through a PDR completely clean. Could you just comment a little bit on what kind of challenges or issues you came across in PDR and how you've handled those?
Yeah, very good. First of all, I would say we got into, I want to talk a little bit about last year, because we had a plan to do the PDR last October, and we looked at the state of the design and where we were, and it was the judgment, I think, of the whole team and with our management that we weren't ready, that we needed time to mature the design. So although there were systems that were ready, the full integrated system wasn't. So we've taken advantage of that, and that's why we're getting, I think the products we're seeing today are ready to go. But I'll talk about the few things I think we're going to see open. We know on the relative to design, the parachute architecture and how we deploy the forward bay cover. We have an architecture today. It's a little heavy. We're actually think there's probably a more simple way to go get that forward bay cover off. So we actually got a separate independent team looking at that and talking about how to improve that design. So I'd say there's an architecture thing that we're poking on. I think I talked about the qual test. We all want to give ourselves more margin in that qual testing bar and those things, but we also want to make sure we've qualified enough to make sure it's safe to put the crew. So we need special emphasis to make sure that we can close that and look at ways, as I said, to pull things off of that serial testing and get them off on the side parallel. So like the ECLS test bed, the moving fairing step off to the STA, we need to flesh those out and fit those into our budget plan. So I'd say those are the two big things I think we're working on.
Thank you.
Ed?
Mark, thanks for this thorough overview. I apologize for not being here for the first part of it, but I flipped back and didn't find the answer to this question, which actually has two parts that have the same ending. Let me explain the motivation for the question is that some have proposed, as a matter of fact, Steve Lindsay proposed before lunch that it might be appropriate to allow the commercial sector to take care of manned flight, human flight to the LEO and the ISS, and reserve the NASA capability for what we might call the hard problems, going to the moon and beyond. So you as the program manager, I'd like to get some sense, first in sort of a rubber vehicle sense, in a sort of hypothetical sense, if you relaxed the requirement from going to the ISS off of the Orion, to what extent, if any, it would simplify the design? That's question number one.
Okay.
Question number two is, in the real sense of where you are today in the program, with all the contracts in place and test programs established and so forth, if you relax the requirement to go to the ISS from the Orion, how much it would simplify the program? You understand the two questions I'm trying to get at?
Maybe you could help me with the second one. I think I got the first one. If I
first
took
one
the
is
ISS requirements off of Orion, how much would that help me? Was that
in
for the
principle?
Okay.
And in the second one is based on where you are today, with a real set of hardware and a real set of design and PDR already, largely past you and so forth, how much it would actually help.
Oh, great. Okay, good. I understand now.
So it's two quite different questions that end the same way but start slightly.
I think, yeah, great question. Fascinating thing about the architecture is that actually a lot of the driving cases are similar. For the lunar outpost case, we are a 6-month stay around the orbit of the moon. The ISS case is a 6-month stay case as well. So they're similar in that case. So a lot of the systems, I would say, are actually sized by the lunar case, not by the ISS case. So for example, for The service module, in the lunar case, we fly 4 tanks. The ISS case is just 2 tanks. But of course, we take advantage of that. We can fly payloads in the back end. So taking the ISS requirements off is not a huge driver, not a big driver for us. And I think you hit on it, especially not now. I have a design that can do both. And we're in the midst of testing it and qualifying, getting ready to fly it. So it would not help me much at all today.
Thank you.
Leroy?
Hey, Mark, good to see you again.
Hey, Leroy, how are you?
Thanks for your brief. As you were saying at the end of your presentation, mass and volume of the Orion drives a lot of the rest of the architecture. And of course, what drives the size and mass of Orion, one of the big drivers is the crew size. And we've been asking the question, excuse me, we've been asking the question, where did this requirement for 6 crew come from? And could it be relaxed down to 4? And you know, in fact, of course, it already kind of has been, because for ISS, the requirement's 4, for lunar, the requirement's 4. And as Steve said this morning, and other people have said, we're designing presumably the vehicle for the next 30-plus years. And a lot of your challenges may get a lot easier if we take a pause and say, well, do we need to, should we relax the requirement down to a crew of 4 and reduce the size and the mass? And you know, if that of course would have cost and schedule impacts, but in light of a 30-plus year vehicle, is that a fair question to ask?
Yeah, it's a great question. So actually, the program, in concert with headquarters, has agreed that you know, we have a system. I actually have a PDR design that'll accommodate 6 people. But they've agreed that since the ISS mission is really 4 and the lunar mission is 4, that we focus on flying that mission. So that gives me some flexibility on the life support system, for example, some choices I can make there. On mass, rather than continue to pound flat and file everything, right? I can use that mass, some of that mass, to help me get moving. Others I can use for ISS payload. So basically, headquarters and the program have given me that flexibility today to assume 4 for ISS.
Okay, but really, what I'm asking, I guess, if we change the mold line to a smaller base and make the overall mass of the capsule even smaller, I mean, is that a fair question to ask?
Yeah, I can tell. And I'll answer it because it was a great question about what that means today as opposed to what it might have meant 4 years ago. If you look, Leroy, I think the way I'd look at that is, if you remember the chart I had that showed the pressurized vessel and all the analysis that goes into determining what the driving load cases are and how you have to turn that into design, do a finite element model, do the load cases, plus the fact that I would have to redo the packaging. The packaging is very important for CG and so forth. And just because it's smaller, the system size and mass and volume is not going to change significantly now that I'm at 4 people, because again, a lot of that was driven by the lunar case. So I'm going to have packaging issues with a smaller vehicle. But to redo that, to redo the design, to redo a finite element model, to redo the loads cases, I can do it. But it would be a significant schedule setback, and like you saw, I'm already building the GTA to the design I have today.
Okay.
So it depends on when the question was asked. 4 years ago would have been different.
Sally?
Okay, I have I guess a quick follow-up to Leroy's question, because we've been hearing a lot from a variety of different people about the importance of calculating life cycle costs, and that it's always the tendency to try to minimize the development cost, but then you end up paying for it in the end with the ops costs. And I wonder whether you could address, or whether you have thought about, or anyone in the program has thought about, if you're wise, you've probably resisted even thinking about this, but if the capsule were smaller, would there be a reduction, significant or insignificant, on the ops costs? And again, we're looking at the case where this could be the vehicle for the next 30 years, so ops costs become by far the overall driving factor in the life cycle costs.
Yeah, good. Let me think about that for a minute. I'm trying to think of, so we've done extensive studies on what drives life cycle cost in Orion, and a lot of, you can imagine, a lot of it is the people it takes to build the structure and to build the components. We've done extensive study on what makes sense to reuse, in Orion, none of which I think would be driven by the size of the vehicle. Based on our assessments and based on the looks we've done, our intent, we found that the cost trade didn't make sense to reuse the primary structure, but to reuse key expensive avionics and eclipse boxes. So again, I don't think that is not driven at all by the size of the vehicle. Regardless, you would do those same kind of things. So, yeah, so I guess I don't see, again, the pounds we're talking about in decreasing size would not be significant, so I don't see that as really being a cost driver, Sally.
Les, and then Jeff.
Yeah, Mark, the management approach for this program has been a little bit different for NASA than in more recent programs. NASA is the integrator, if you will, has the design and drawing release authority. So the roles are a little bit contrary to perhaps the recent major programs. And as our committee went around, we heard some comments and concerns expressed by contractors, probably not surprising, if you will, probably more along the lines of the maturity of the process and some awkward roles and responsibilities issues. I wonder if you could comment if you think think, one, you had the right role and responsibility. Would you change anything, or are there some lessons learned, or you would do a little differently in that?
Well, let me make sure I'm answering the right question, General. I'm not sure you're talking about Orion. You might be talking about Ares. Can you ask it again? Was it about?
We heard it sort of in general, and perhaps I'm wrong. Perhaps it's not Orion. Perhaps it's just Ares. But we've heard it in general and talking about the role that NASA plays in management of the overall constellation activities vis-a-vis previous programs.
Yeah. So at a program level, right? NASA has been doing I would say detailed integrated analysis, which in some of the other programs was actually farmed out or actually allocated to the contractor. Yes, you're right. In Orion itself, it is more of a traditional prime with NASA oversight. So just some notes. So you're talking about the program itself. Probably better answered by Jeff, but I can give you my opinion. I think the stuff that we're talking about, the integrated stack analysis and those kind of things, are things that NASA has a lot of experience based on what we've been doing for the shuttle for a long period of time. So I don't think there's any risk in that. Also, since the way we've contracted these things with, of course, Ares, in order to get the cost and doing the right kind of competition, they're not the same contractor as Orion. So you'd have to pay someone else to be an integrated contractor, and we've seen that issue on Space Station before. When they're not owning the pieces, it doesn't work so well. So I think I thought it was a good strategy, and I think we've seen that so far.
Jeff?
What is, after IOC and all of the initial phasing and tests are done, the ongoing annual and incremental cost of adding Orion missions?
Oh, per flight?
Yeah.
I don't have it off the top of my head. I have to get it to you. You mean, so our current budget shows 2 Orion flights a year, basically the 6 months per flight. So you looking for just Orion or the full
just Orion,
Ares?
No, independent of the issue of the launcher.
Yeah, I have a number in my head, but I'd rather get it officially and get it to you, make sure I got the right number.
Quickly, please.
Okay.
I mean, like.
Oh, I'll do it before we leave the building. Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. Sorry, I just don't want to give you the wrong number.
Bo?
Yeah, hey, Mark, first of all, thank you for a very nice briefing. And my question, please don't interpret my question as some kind of a leaning toward some kind of a launch architecture. It's too early for us to lean anywhere. But the question has to do with, we have been hearing, and some people have talked to us about this potential dual launch architecture. What would that mean to Orion in terms of increasing its size so it can do its own lunar orbit injection, and more importantly, how practical that is? Can you envision, or have you guys looked at what it would take? You know, it's very easy to draw pictures of bigger tanks. You know, I've drawn some of them myself, but is a practical change to Orion to give it delta V capability so it can do its own orbit injection in dual launch scenario?
Yeah, Bo, I guess I'm at a disadvantage. I'm not sure entirely what that architecture looks like and what the assumptions would be for Orion. I know we are optimized for the current plan, where EDS sends us there, the lander gets us into lunar orbit, and SM sends us back. So it'd have to look at specifically what the changes would be. We do know that the SM, though, is a key part of the abort strategy. It is a key part of how we get the crew off after the last is jettisoned. So any fundamental change to the SM, that has to be integrated into the considerations.
Let me ask you, Jeff, if we wanted to get some feeling of what it would mean to Orion, do we ask you or do we ask Mark?
You can ask him and he'll ask me when we figure
out. Yes.
Yes.
From an integrated architecture perspective, of course, the program is would be answerable for the systems engineering and the allocation of the functionality to Mark and to the launch vehicle. And so we at the program level have looked at these potential dual heavy lift launch architectures, and I think what you're suggesting, Bo, is that yes, the Orion service module would have to grow considerably with today's present design. It would grow from about 20 metric tons at the translunar injection point to about double that in terms of its mass. Now, within the capability of a heavy lift launch vehicle, if we build one that's suitable, but now we got to address the ways in which we're complicating the Orion and that massive of a vehicle.
My question really had to do with practicality of that change to Orion.
And that is the part that Mark's at a disadvantage about, because we haven't really asked Orion, hey, if we really had to do this, what would it really take? And that's the part where this has all entered the conversation here just in the last few weeks, and the Orion team's been heads down driving to PDR. So
that's probably a good place to break. We thank you very much, both of you. We will have a chance to hear more about Constellation during the next couple of days and beyond, in fact. I think it's time to shift gears a little bit. As I mentioned at the outset of the morning, our group has divided itself into 4 subgroups to tackle specific issues that I won't reiterate now, other than to say that the first of those is one that's very fundamental because it does impact the options that one would consider in the other 3 areas. And that first group has to do with the shuttle usage and the space station usage and related issues. We had asked Sally Ride to chair that subcommittee, which she has done. And during the next few days, we'll be hearing a report from each committee. Sally's committee will be reporting now. As I said, a few of us have heard parts of this. The ones on the committee have heard it all. But this will be our first time to really be exposed thoroughly too. So, Sally, the floor is yours.
I think, and you've got our presentation. I will say, though, that it's a relief to be on this side, not looking into the lights. So you should all be very envious of me up here. We are the ISS-STS subcommittee. It's myself, Leroy, Charlie, and Les, and you'll be hearing from all of us today. The master questions that we were asked to address are, how long is the gap and can it be shortened? What is a prudent shuttle flyout plan? And are there any extension scenarios that could bring significant benefit that are worth looking at? And finally, should ISS be extended? And if so, at what capability should it be extended? So our group is the one that's dealing most directly with the current elements of the infrastructure, the shuttle and the ISS, and the relatively near-term issues that come with those, including, not the least of which is the budget constraints that we're going to be working under. As you know, the full committee mandate is to come up with at least 2 options that fit under the budget profile we were given. And one of the things you'll be seeing today is that is not an easy task. I think we have come to believe very firmly, and Norm, we took this principle from you, that it's important to have a realistic view of what the existing program, as it will realistically unfold, most likely will cost, and not put any smoke and mirrors to the budget to make it look like it fits under the budget profile. So we've been doing a fair amount of work trying to get at what we think is a realistic unfolding of the current near-term parts of the program and costing those. So in some sense, we have what is either an advantage or a disadvantage over the other sub-teams, which we're definitely more constrained by reality, which you could take as either a good thing or a bad thing. We're actually just hoping that we escape from this day without being nicknamed the doom and gloom subcommittee. We're actually have been considering whether we should have a subgroup logo, and if so, it should definitely be the Gordian knot. So with that, can we go on to the next slide? I'll just give you the quick schedule of what we're thinking about today. I'll give the background, particularly on the current program, just very, very quickly, and some context, particularly the budgetary context, and describe the 3 shuttle scenarios that we've come up with. Then Les will give us the benefit of some of the things that he's been hearing both in our subcommittee and his international subcommittee on the international considerations, which leads very naturally into a discussion of the space station scenarios, which Leroy will lead. And then Charlie will be our summarizer and facilitator in what we hope will be a discussion among the whole committee, because we would really like to come out of, if not today, this week, after we've heard from all the different subcommittees, on some consensus on what work you would like us to be doing in the next couple of weeks, but maybe more importantly, which of our pieces you think mesh with scenarios that the other groups are doing, so that we can start doing a good integrated budgetary look at some combined scenarios. What you're going to be seeing today just came out of our group. Next one. Very, very quickly, the current program, the shuttle, there are 7 flights remaining. Last flight is scheduled for September 2010. That's the very end of the fiscal year 2010. The retirement is intended to free some amount of money for Constellation, and we'll talk about that more in a second. ISS is to be completed next year. Current budget plan is to deorbit ISS in early 2016. And that deorbiting of ISS frees, again, some money for the Constellation program. Constellation, as we just heard, should be IOC in March of 2015, with the Orion initially going to ISS. Next one. Okay, this is the program, and we wanted to give you just very quickly lay out the baseline budget that our full committee has been working with from now through 2020, or 2010 till through FY 2020, and show you what the different elements take up of that. This is the space station, the space shuttle's contribution to that budget, and you see shuttle retirement in the very end of FY 10, with some transition costs going into 11, retirement and transition costs. Next. Here's Constellation coming in. Constellation takes over some of the money that is freed up by shuttle retirement. Next one. That shows you the gap that we've been talking about, that in this plan goes from end of FY10 to mid FY15. Next one. Here's ISS. ISS under this budget goes through FY15 and is deorbited very early in 2016, and you see the arrow to ISS retirement. Now, we go on to the next slide, because we wanted to use this to illustrate, this one's important because that black line shows what our entire committee has been given as the available budget for this exercise. And 2 of our options are supposed to come in within that black line. All right, next one. One of the issues that we've gotten into some, and I think it's important as we do budgeting of our full scenarios to get a very clear handle on, and we're working closely with, actually, I'm working with Bo and have worked with Ed to try to get an understanding of this across the groups. We've still got a ways to go, but this is illustrative. We've asked we've asked NASA's PA&E group, the independent group, to give us a cost of the shuttle program, fiscal 10, broken down into the carrying costs, that is the costs that the shuttle is currently now bookkeeping, that will be transferred to some other program, presumably Constellation, but not necessarily all Constellation, but someplace else in NASA, the day the shuttle retires, or the moment the shuttle retires. The middle bar is the additional shuttle costs associated with the solid rockets and ATK, and the far right bar is in some sense, the real cost savings, if you want to look at it that way, of retiring the space shuttle, the real cost savings to NASA as a whole that can be used for actually programmatic development. Now, there's work to be done in getting at the specific elements within those bars, but I just wanted to make the point that it's very easy to fool yourself and think that by retiring the shuttle, or in fact retiring the station, you're gaining all this money that can be used in any way that you might so choose. And that's not entirely correct, and it's important that we have an appreciation for that as we go on. Next slide. All right. Now, again, we wanted to try to get a sense of how we thought the current program would most likely unfold, to try to get a sense at if we were to lay out a baseline budget along with a more realistic program, what would that baseline budget look like? A more realistic unfolding of this program. So the first thing that we looked at on that, we looked at both the shuttle, the Constellation, and the space station in the 2010 to 2020 timeframe, and just said, okay, what do we think is perhaps more realistic? Well, we think the shuttle flyout is likely to extend into FY11. The shuttle program would not disagree with that. There's little margin remaining in the current manifest. The administration, in fact, has directed NASA to fly out at a safe rate and not worry about making it by September 30th, FY10. So they appreciate the importance of a prudent manifest. But, of course, there's currently no funding reflected in the FY11 budget for that possible fly out into 2011, and so that's setting you up right away for a budget problem in 11. To estimate what a reasonable flyout scenario might be, just for budgetary purposes, for planning, we compared the real post-Columbia flight rate to the currently projected flight rate. And there are some anomalies in the post-Columbia flight rate, so we don't say that this is the number that should be taken. But post-Columbia, the average number of days between flights was 115 days. The currently projected manifest number of days between flights on average is about 62 days. And those numbers are, plus or minus a day. They were done actually before the most current launch, the flight that's up there now. We said 115 days is a little bit long. The more recent experience is actually closer to 90 days. Let's assume an average of 90 days. What does that do for your flyout of the existing manifest? And it implies a flyout to March of 2011. So that is what we've taken for prudent budget planning, and we think that would be a wise number to just put into a planning budget. Next slide. All right. Now, what about Constellation? The Bose LEO Access team and my sub-team asked Aerospace to perform an independent assessment of the Constellation program. We didn't think it was fair to ask NASA to try to conduct an independent assessment of itself and its own program. We asked Aerospace to take a look at the cost of the program, schedule, technical challenges, and risk. They did this very quickly. This was just about a 3-week three-week endeavor, but they have quite a bit of experience at this. And this is something that they are used to being asked to do for a variety of other programs of comparable complexity. And the results of that program indicate what have been indications from other sources that Constellation is likely to slip. Next slide. Now let me give you a good perspective on why Constellation is likely to slip. And it's, I think a lot of it is tied to the budget that Constellation thought it was going to get when the vision was established, compared to the budget that Constellation is currently looking at. And it's a huge change. The top blue line is the anticipated funding at the time of ESAS, about the time of the vision. So that's the number that Constellation thought it was going to get out through 2020, I think. Then the red line is actually the FY09 budget. So this was the last year's budget. So this is what it's been living under for a while now. The orange line is the more recent FY10 budget, and you can see that it's yet another reduction. And then if you assume that ISS is extended, there's an additional chunk of money that needs to come from somewhere, and we asked Aerospace to take a look at if it came from the Constellation program, because Constellation was supposed to get that extra ISS money. What would that do to the program? So Aerospace folded this budgetary information in, took a look at the technical risks and costs, and came out with a projection. Next one. Overall, their results, a lot of error bars on this, but they felt that there was a potential 1.5-year impact to IOC based solely on the budget. That the effects of the FY10 budget reduction would stretch the program out 1.5 years beyond current IOC. They tried to separate out, to the extent that it's possible, the effects of technical cost and schedule risk, and estimated that there's about a 2-year impact due to the technical risk, schedule risk. And then taking a look at how ISS extension would affect that, they estimated about another half year on the IOC. So next chart. If you look at this graphically, this is what they came up with, and you're all going to be hearing more about this in some more detail from Bo's group tomorrow. But we wanted to give the overview here to start getting at the motivation for our budget planning. You can see the bar at the bottom shows these effects concatenated. You see the FY10 budget effects in the dark red, then the yellow is the technical cost risks, and the ISS extension risks. When you add all those together, it's a big number. We decided that was more conservative than we needed to be, but that just looking at this and applying our best judgment, we said it would be wise to assume a 2-year slip to the Constellation IOC just for prudent planning at this stage. Next slide. We also took a look at ISS, and I've actually just summarized it here because we're going to discuss it later. These are the elements that we took into what we called a more realistic budget profile. Shuttle flyout through March 2011, Constellation IOC in mid-2017, it's 2-year delay, and we assumed that ISS extends to 2020. And we'll discuss that, as I said, in some detail later. But if you want to think of it that, deorbiting it in 2016 would give it only about 5 years worth of operational lifetime. And by the way, if you deorbit it in 2016, if Constellation IOC is 2017, there's nothing for Orion to fly to. So it just made sense to have at least a story that hung together in this discussion. So we actually asked NASA's independent PA&E group to do an estimate of the program based on these assumptions. Next one. So here we are going to build up the elements again for you. This is the shuttle program that you've seen. Now we've got retirement scheduled for mid-FY11. Next one. Here are the additional shuttle costs that come on as a result of that extension. Next. Here is Constellation. Next one. And these are the additional costs that accrue to Constellation as a result of the slip in IOC. Some of that, by the way, is additional Soyuz flights that you would have to purchase. They were just book kept under the Constellation budget. We won't argue about that now, but there were costs that needed to be captured in this. So there are additional Soyuzes that you need to buy because the Constellation Orion has slipped. Next one. That shows you the gap. The gap is now longer. We've now got over a 6-year gap. By the way, the longest since we've started flying people into space in the United States. Next one. There's ISS, and next. If you continue ISS, there's the addition to the budget. Next. There's our black line. Next. Go ahead. One more. Here is the integral under that is the current budget that we're planning to. Next. There's the addition on top. Next. If you want to look at what these numbers are, I can just tell you that the integral under that cross-hatched curve is $15.3 billion. And the components that make it up are shuttles about $1.3 billion, Constellation's about 4.7, and ISS is about 9.3 billion, and that is ISS not fully utilized, so it's not any sort of an enhanced ISS at all. An enhanced ISS would be another about, it would be a total of about 14 billion, I believe. So we think that that previous chart, a few back, that shows this more realistic unfolding of the budget with the budget line that we're constrained to, we think that's why we're here. That's the reason that this review is taking place. Next slide. To motivate some of our scenarios, I wanted to have one quick slide on the gap. This is what it looks like, again, in this perhaps more realistic scenario. As Bo's group will discuss in more detail, we don't believe that other options besides Constellation reduce this gap from the right by very much. You might be able to get a year, maybe a year and a half, maybe not, and we'll leave that to Bo's discussion time tomorrow. But this gap produces a gap in our ability to launch people into space from this country, as a couple people have alluded to several times in our public hearings. It creates a reliance on Soyuz for crew transportation. It's also a significant impact to the workforce. Perhaps more important, there's a potential loss of skills that we've spent literally decades building up in this country of how to launch and operate spacecraft. And we're going to have at least 6 years where we just get out of practice on that and do not have a way of training the next group, the next generation that's actually going to be operating the vehicle that succeeds the shuttle. The gap is also a significant reduction in our ability to carry things up to, and really a significant impact to our ability to carry things down from ISS. The station is going to be reliant on new and we think actually very, very exciting and promising, but still unproven launch systems. And these are the H-2B, along with the HTV from Japan, Falcon 9 and Dragon, and Taurus 2 and Cygnus. And that even with those working perfectly, it still limits the shuttle, the station utilization. Next slide. Now, let me go through just a couple of the shuttle scenarios that we looked at. We've actually selected 3 shuttle flyout or extension scenarios that we'd like the full committee to consider, and we actually think that these do a pretty good job of spanning the reasonable trade space, and they're scenarios that you can kind of put a story together that makes some sense. The first one is to fly out the existing manifest through March 2011. The second is to add one additional shuttle flight in 2012, and smart people in the room will say, why only one? And we'll get to that. And the third is to extend the shuttle at 2 flights a year or fewer, 1 to 2 flights a year through 2014 to partially and actually significantly close the gap. And we note right here, and we're going to really emphasize this later on, it only makes sense to analyze this option in conjunction with some sort of a shuttle-derived heavy lift vehicle. So this is where the committee would have to come together and decide whether this entire option makes sense to consider as an integrated set. Next one. All right, scenario number 1, I've already talked about this some. The rationale behind it is there is not much margin left in the shuttle schedule. Our experience suggests that it's going to take a little bit longer than is currently allowed for in the manifest to safely fly it out. We think this is just a more realistic scenario, and it would avoid undue pressure to complete flights within a particular budget year. And having said that, it's been our impression that NASA is currently doing a magnificent job, actually, of taking the flights one at a time and considering safety first as whether to launch on a particular day or to delay the flight a day, a week, a month. But the closer you get to a hard and fast deadline, the more difficult that becomes. We've got plenty of experience to illustrate that in the past. And so we just think that it would be very prudent to just go ahead right now and plan for flying out in 2011, budgetary planning for it. So advantages, prudent flyout schedule, realistic budget planning. Disadvantages, it adds some money. But on the other hand, it's likely to cost that much money anyway, so you might as well plan for it. Next. Cost of this, as estimated by the shuttle program, is about $1.5 billion. We'd actually like to get the independent assessment group to take a look at that. We think that may include some of those carrying costs that might have been picked up by Constellation in FY11. We're not sure. Most of those costs do come in FY11, so there may be a little bit of double counting in this number. We're not positive. We do note that there is not an operational impact to the Constellation program. It would take some money away from it potentially, but it doesn't affect the turnover of facilities, and it doesn't affect the other resources. It doesn't, however, help very much in the workforce transition. Next. Second scenario, add one shuttle flight in 2012. So I've got it as a note on the next slide, but I might as well say it up front. We weren't smart enough to ask about only one shuttle flight at first. We asked about adding 2 or 3 additional shuttle flights. And we were told quickly that there is one and only one extra external tank. And if you want to add more than one shuttle flight, you have to restart ET production with some cost, which means rehiring a few people and restarting a production line. So the costs go up quite a bit if you go for, the cost per flight actually go up quite a bit if you add more than one flight. So we said, okay, we understand. Talk to us about adding one flight. So that's the reason for one as opposed to 2 or 3. The rationale behind this, does this make sense at all? Well, now we're thinking about ISS. ISS is totally dependent on 4 new vehicles/capsules for all of the logistical maintenance and utilization support. 3 of them haven't flown yet. They've got a lot of promise, but they haven't flown. 1 has only flown once, that's the ATV. There's a risk of delays in any one of them, and those could adversely affect station utilization. They wouldn't, the station itself can survive going down to just operations and maintenance, really reducing utilization, reducing crew if necessary. They can handle a delay of a year or 2 years in these capabilities coming online. But then you have to ask yourself, well, what's the purpose of the station in the first place? It's to actually use it. And so we're putting ISS in a very fragile situation the moment we retire shuttle. As I think it was Steve said, you know, a station was conceived and designed and built, and its operational philosophy was built around the thought that it would have the shuttle. And that means a certain amount of up mass and a certain amount of down mass. You know, you can carry a certain amount of stuff up, you can bring a certain amount of stuff down, and it affected the way that they think about everything, including things like spare parts. You don't buy a new spare part every time you need one. You bring the one down that isn't working, you refurbish it, and you send it back up. So there are a lot of things that need to change in this, in the thinking. And we think that it's possible that even one extra shuttle flight could send up a, you know, kind of a slug of utilization, either experiments or infrastructure, could take into account any unforeseen delays in the providers, or into account any unforeseen requirements for up mass or, by the way, down mass. So it's almost one protection flight in your manifest. So the advantages mitigate ISS reliance on an unproven resupply capability just in the very short term, enable some additional utilization support, which our international partners will tell us is important, retain our human launch capability a little bit longer but not much. Disadvantage, it's an additional cost, especially just for one flight. Next slide. But here is a graphic to drive it home to you. Up mass and down mass capabilities of the shuttle compared to all the vehicles that are available to replace it. And we had seen this chart before, but it hadn't been to scale, and I told them I wanted it to scale because it really drives the point home. You know, shuttle is a very, very capable vehicle. It can get a lot of stuff up to station, and it can bring a lot of stuff back. And as soon as you retire it, you are really constraining what you can do on station. You're making it very, very reliant on all the other providers. And all you need to do is take your little ruler and kind of add up number of flights that are required to equal one shuttle flight to ISS. Next slide. The cost of this, it's $4.2 billion over the current baseline. It's $2.7 billion over scenario 1, which we think is the more reasonable one. So if you subtract out the 1.5 that I showed you on scenario 1 from the 4.2, that's how you get the additional 2.7. Again, there's possibility for double counting in this number. We're going to try to get refinement on it, but it's a pretty good first stab at it. I mentioned 1 ET. We'd phase the flights appropriately to support ISS. It really doesn't provide much relief for the workforce transition problem because you do still have a potential loss as a result of the gap of a significant part of your skilled operations workforce. Next slide. Scenario number 3. This is extend the shuttle at 1 to 2 flights a year through 2014 to significantly close the gap. And again, although we didn't start this way, we realized very quickly that the rest of the panel would disown us if we tried to promote this scenario in conjunction with anything other than a shuttle-derived heavy lift vehicle. So you're actually not going to see budget numbers associated with this, and I'll get to that reason in a second. The rationale for this one is that it's the most realistic way to significantly reduce the gap. And it's also the most realistic way to robustly use the ISS's full capacity. And again, we can talk about this at some length a little bit later in the hour, in the afternoon. When you couple this with a shuttle-derived vehicle, the synergy could mitigate the cost of the shuttle extension because there's an enormous sharing of vehicles, of infrastructure and of production infrastructure, ops infrastructure capabilities if you go this way. So the advantages: reduces the gap in launch capability, supports robust U.S. and international utilization of ISS, and we'll get to some closer definition of robust later on in the afternoon. It does provide a smooth workforce transition. You don't lose those ops people or the production production folks. And it does take maximum advantage of the existing infrastructure. It minimizes the number of changes that you need to make to the infrastructure. Disadvantages: cost. Mitigated a reasonable amount when coupled with a shuttle-derived HLV, but we don't pretend to comment on that relative to other architectures that Ed's group is going to present. It does extend the life of the shuttle, and we would suggest that an independent assessment of the risk of that would be an important thing. We do recognize, and I actually agree with the point of view that when the CABE said the shuttle should either be retired in 2010 or recertified by 2010 in order to extend its life, that NASA has, as part of the return to flight program and on, been piece by piece recertifying that, and that largely meets the intent of the CABE. But I think we should have an independent assessment of that fact before we go anywhere down that road. Next slide. Cost. Very difficult to compare directly with scenarios 1 and 2 at this stage, and it's because of the different carrying cost profiles. As I said, we got a costing of the combined shuttle and shuttle-derived infrastructure, but when I tried to pull out the pieces and see what numbers would be useful to give to this panel for direct comparison, it was impossible to do. And it was impossible because there were still pieces of Constellation that were in the budget that we got, and we didn't know which were being carried and which weren't. There was a future infrastructure architecture that was partially assumed in the budget we got, and it just didn't make sense for us to be doing the analysis of that. So we've got a place for an integrated scenario to start from, should the committee decide to go that way. But we want to kick the can down the road to the Beyond LEO group with this one. So some notes: the preliminary estimate for the shuttle-derived IOC was 2016. Take that just for what it is. We'd defer to Bo's group to assess that number. We just took it. The shuttle and the shuttle-derived, the program did not believe that they would compete for facilities or for resources on the schedule that they developed. And there is some savings costs in a few different places, and I know just one of them. One is in the Soyuz costs for ISS. Next slide. Okay, I think next thing that we're going to do is make the transition into a discussion of station and station scenarios, and I'd invite questions right now, but I suspect that we're going to be better off if we lay out everything on the table, because this really is kind of an integrated story, as you can see from the shuttle scenario discussions. So I think we'd do well to get through the ISS discussions first, and Les is going to kick that off with some observations from the international community.
Yeah, and I would do that here from the table, in part because we have a committee that's going to be reporting out tomorrow in our public session in Huntsville about international, interagency, and other considerations. And this is sort of a segue to Leroy's presentation on ISS. So let me just give you sort of a thumbnail summary, if you will, of the key elements and what was important about this and how it relates to both the ISS and STS discussions. As you might imagine, international considerations is a big part of our deliberations here. And sort of the key questions that we have to ask ourselves are, should international cooperation be expanded for our overall human spaceflight program? Are there some valuable roles or extended roles for international partners today to play in the programs, or additional partners in the future? Are there issues that need to be addressed to expand international cooperation? If possible, what countries should be included in our expanded cooperative human spaceflight program? And probably more importantly, relative to how we approach this, what do the international partners think about this topic themselves? And then finally, from an interagency perspective, we wanted to make sure that as we looked at international cooperation, are there any exigencies, issues relative to other agencies, particularly the Department of Defense and the intel activities in our national security space arena? And are there any policy issues from the nation that might be considered? So in trying to address those different factors, our approach was really sort of a qualitative one, if you will. It's hard to try to quantify some of the specifics in this arena. And so basically, we talked to everybody we possibly could. All of the international space agencies, the ESA, Canadian Space Agency, the Korean Aerospace Research Institute, German Aerospace Council. We talked to the Russian Space Agency, obviously, and we engaged with everybody we could to talk about and get their deliberate views and comments on this particular topic. Lots of discussions internal with NASA, both in terms of their international activities there and talking to their PA&E folks. And then finally, to ensure that we got the broad interagency and policy perspective, we talked to the Department of Defense, both the OSD, Secretary of Defense Policy Office, and I'll explain that in a second as to why, but the NSSO, the National Security Space Office that resides in the Pentagon, and then the National Security Council to get sort of a White House view on this particular topic. We also did the literature search, as you might imagine, which included the most recent National Research Council report on rationale and goals for our civil space programs, which had quite a lot of content in it about international cooperation and the value of international cooperation. We went all the way back to the Aldrich report that sort of kicked off the implementation for exploration back in 2004. And then finally, there was even some international space cooperation aspects in a national security space report done on behalf of Congress earlier last year. So our literature search included everything we possibly could find relative to international cooperation. Sort of the bottom line, if you will, so we don't repeat everything we're going to be discussing over the next day or so. The sort of bottom line message, as you might imagine, was extremely positive, but with some concerns on the part of the international partners. I would say there was strong, unanimous support for greater international cooperation and involvement, both in the International Space Station program, in exploration, and in the broad category of human spaceflight programs. I think the nations and the space agencies we talked to all basically unanimously said that there's growing political and media interest in space, space exploration and programs, including human spaceflight activities. Each one of them expressed very, very strong concern that their political leaders are looking for payoffs, if you will, particularly in the area of the International Space Station. And so there's very, very strong interest on continuing the space station program beyond 2015. They want to see the benefits, they want to see the payoffs, and that's very, very important to each one of their nations. Their politicians are looking for that return on investment, as I stated earlier. Strong support for expanded partnership with everybody we talk to, taking advantage of the expertise and the capabilities that each country can bring to this big, complicated, but very, very important picture. To them, the International Space Station particularly is proof of the value of international cooperation. But to show that value, they are strongly looking for the United States to make a very positive step relative to the future of the International Space Station beyond 2015. I think in the discussions we've had, I think it was almost unanimous, but not everybody, talked about the value of space exploration to addressing other elements besides the space programs in and of themselves. They were looking at other national priorities, whether it's climate change, environmental, energy issues, if you will. Every nation, every program we talked to saw the value of using the International Space Station as a laboratory platform to help them to address these other greater national priorities. And they saw doing that as a way to continue to sell, my word, sell the program to the leadership in each one of their particular nations. Strong interest in looking at making sure they do the part they can with whatever help we can provide, and showing both the public and politicians in each country that there's a connection between exploration, like to Mars, and things we need to do in space capabilities here on Earth. And finally, very strong interest in looking at using the International Space Station as a way to mature the technologies needed to go back to the moon and go to Mars. So I think that message was sort of unanimous and very, very strong on the part of everybody that we engaged. When we looked at other agencies, and particularly looking at national security space activities and looking at the National Space Council, I found, since I did most of that research myself, I found a little bit surprising word that the national security space arena seems to be taking the lead in supporting the value of international space cooperation. That comment was even made by the National Security Council in the White House. There's very, very strong interest from a policy perspective in the White House to figure out a major policy question of how do we do better and more cooperation internationally in space. And they were surprised but very, very pleased to see that the national security space individuals are taking a very strong line along that particular viewpoint. From an NSS perspective, they see great value in having greater cooperation in space, both internationally from a civil space program standpoint, and also sort of military-to-military cooperation from a national security standpoint with different nations. And so there seems to be no objection, if you will, from the standpoint of greater international cooperation across the board. And then finally, just a comment on concerns and what people are concerned about. ITAR is a major concern. Industrial base issues are a major concern. But probably the very strongest message we heard from all of the space agencies and the other nations that we talked to was that they are looking for and hoping that the United States will step forward and show its support for greater international cooperation with a very, very strong message from the top, from the very top. Specifically, they're looking for President Obama to actually state very strongly his indication of support for international cooperation. Some of them actually expressed an interest in having our president talk to their leaders in their particular nations, but the message, I think, was very, very common there. They are looking for the tone from the top from the United States that international cooperation is something we support and something we will wholeheartedly put interest in for the future. And Sally, that's sort of a perspective and considerations there, both interagency and international, and I'll turn it over to Leeward.
Okay, thanks. Okay, now we'll begin the discussion on ISS post-2015 options. Next slide, please. I wanted to put this up there first just to kind of frame our discussion. This is from the NASA Authorization Act of 2005 and basically says the administrator shall ensure that we have the capability to continue robust utilization of ISS through 2020 and certainly not take any steps to preclude operation past 2015. Next slide, please. As you heard Sally mention a little bit ago, though, the current plan is to end U.S. participation in ISS in the end of 2015. So that's option number one that we've considered, the baseline, if you will. We also considered two other options which continue U.S. participation through at least 2020. Option 2 is to continue basically at current levels, and option 2A is what we call an enhanced participation, which I'll get into. Next slide, please. So option 1, end U.S. participation in ISS, the baseline option at the end of 2015. The advantage, of course, is that some of the funds can be shifted to the Constellation program, but as Sally kind of alluded to for shuttle, and certainly true also for station, there are certain costs that you're going to carry over, and a lot of those fixed costs are pretty significant. So the actual savings would not be the total amount that you're spending to operate ISS today. Also, decommissioning costs would have to be deducted from the money that you would shift over, and those plans aren't really well defined right now. Next, please. Some disadvantages, the U.S. would cede leadership position in human spaceflight, and that's a pretty big loss in international prestige, and that would carry over, we believe, not to other areas, not only in space exploration. And this is an important point. If Orion gets delayed, if Orion IOC gets delayed, as Sally's charts indicated it might well, U.S. human spaceflight stops. That is, we would be carrying out no human spaceflight activities at all during that gap. And so the U.S. would assume a third place position, basically behind Russia and China. Damage to international relations, as Les was just talking about, the international partners all expressed a very strong desire for continued cooperation, not only in ISS but in other areas as well, and basically wanting that high-level commitment from the United States. We'd also lose that functioning international framework that is working very well right now in the International Space Station program. We'd have a loss of national and international assets in the station. We'd have a minimal ROI, return on investment, on the investment that we put into creating it. And it would be a disruption in current HSF medical research, some of which may actually have some applications here on the ground. Next, please. Continuing with the potential disadvantages, we'd have a potential loss in this national lab concept because other folks looking to participate in this may be wary about expending much resources and funding to begin work on developing experiments and other applications that may only go until 2015. There'd be an obvious negative impact for COTS providers and additional workforce impacts if the Orion gets delayed much past the end of 2015. Next, please. Some notes on this option. The international partners issued a very strong joint statement in support of continuing ISS past 2015 at the heads of agencies meeting last summer. Russia has publicly stated several times it will continue ISS operations independently of what the U.S. decides to do. Now, the U.S. position is that, well, technically, that may not be possible, but having worked with the Russians quite a bit, and for folks who have, they're pretty clever, and we should not underestimate their ability to do something like that. Next, please. More notes. Estimates show that the cost could not be borne by the IPs. Doesn't seem like they would be able to absorb the costs. And as Les just said, ITAR is a major issue, even in discussing whether or not that could happen. We also asked for an analysis of, well, can't we just mothball ISS and kind of save it for another day? Sure, the ISS can be operated in automatic mode, but the analysis shows an order of magnitude increase in the risk of loss of vehicle. And of course, that means that you could have an uncontrolled entry, which has liability and image issues. We also asked for a look at a minimal operating mode, just basically conducting operations to keep ISS going, but not really doing any utilization. But the utilization costs are pretty small compared to the ops costs, so there's really not much money being saved. So why are you saving this asset if you don't plan to exploit it? And furthermore, you'd have to do a full analysis for the deorbit case, and that really ought to begin now, pretty soon, if we're really going to deorbit at the end of 15. Next, please. Option 2, the second one we looked at, is basically continue current levels of participation, U.S. participation, through at least 2020. Advantages: we'd maintain our leadership position in human spaceflight, maintain our international partnership, and there'd be opportunities for innovation in the national lab concept. We'd be encouraging people to participate in this national lab. We'd also be encouraging other folks to do new research, and even some commercial companies may express some interest in doing research, and it would also be a good thing for the COTS providers. Next, please. The disadvantage, of course, is it's going to require additional funding, as you saw in the earlier charts. Next, please. Some notes on option 2. Leadership in space is really a high visibility thing, and I think it's easy to underestimate how important that is. In the operations only case, again, the majority of operations costs are fixed costs, and so only some of that funding would be able to be brought over to the Constellation program. Next slide. Option 2A is what we call the enhanced participation through at least 2020, and that means to expend a little more money and fully utilize the capability of the ISS. And that means that an expanded U.S. leadership position with a clear commitment to full utilization of ISS, it's an opportunity to expand our international partnerships, and as Les was saying, to further align the space program with national objectives. It's an opportunity to build on the ISS partnership for exploration, and for lack of a better term, this partnership could be viewed as kind of the training wheels, the training ground on how we would do an international exploration effort. It's an opportunity for full realization of the national lab concept, and you'd get a maximum ROI on your investment. Also, as some of the other committee members talked about today, ISS could be then utilized as a test bed for technologies for exploration programs and other national needs. Next, please. Disadvantages, it's slightly higher cost than option 2. We're still sharpening our pencils to determine what that number might be. But again, most of the ISS operating costs are fixed, so the additional costs we anticipate would not be that big. And of course, transportation is a variable. It could be a very significant variable. Next, please. Some notes on option 2A. If you include new partners, they definitely should be aligned with national interests. New international partner plans should be integrated. That is all the, you got to think about how you're going to bring new partners in, and what order you might bring them in, and what interactions, political interactions, you might have to deal with. Some potential candidate nations are financially pretty healthy, and so it's not unreasonable to think that there could be some cost offsets for the current partners. Next, please. Some more notes. The new partners may offer game-changing opportunities, and one example, China is only the third nation capable of independent human spaceflight. So there could be some very exciting opportunities with some new partners. Next, please. Okay, and I think that's it, and Charlie Cannell is going to kind of summarize for us and then lead a discussion.
Notes on an air sickness bag on the flight here, and we suggested that perhaps that wasn't the best choice of note paper, but might say it all.
Put our report on that.
So my job is to try to summarize how we got to where we are, but to do so in language that you could use with a decision maker who's not particularly technically adept or familiar with NASA. So I'm going to give a very high-level view of these arguments. And as Sally said, I didn't quite know what we were going to say before I got here because these slides are integrated yesterday. But I did write down my thoughts on the air sickness bag on the airplane, which I brought. And then when in view of Sally's rather pessimistic assessment of the budget, we all thought that might be appropriate. But in any case, this is the way I would start, with a brief introduction of the context in which we find ourselves. And this I'm speaking only trying to summarize my view of what our subcommittee has said and not what the whole committee would be said. But in general, for the last 3 or so years, there have been many commentators, including especially Mike Griffin, who has said that NASA has been asked to do too many things with too little budget. And nothing that we have seen in this review changes this conclusion. And as Sally noted so eloquently, a combination of technical issues and especially the recent budget reallocation makes what had been a difficult situation 3 years ago even worse for the overall program. But our job was not to assess all of the vision for space exploration or constellation or any other exploration architecture you'd like to look at. Our job was to examine the two critical assumptions that underlie all human spaceflight budgeting, either for the current program of record or any other one that you want. And those were for the hard stops to shuttle in 2010 and ISS in 2016, and the gap that follows from the shuttle stop in the ability of the U.S. to launch humans into space until a new vehicle is completed. Now, for the shuttle, the two main questions were, is the assumption of the hard stop realistic and prudent? And what fraction of the savings attributed to the shuttle, stopping the shuttle program, actually can be available and free for the development of further human spaceflight capacity. And with regard to the realistic and prudent issue, we just noticed that the manifest, as currently stated through 2010, is exceptionally ambitious and requires a flight rate that has been approximately twice what the post-Columbia flight rate has been. And so therefore it is more realistic and prudent to assume for safety and other operational reasons that you should relax this schedule somewhat, and to fly the manifest out, and to expect to have done so perhaps by the middle of 2011. Now this would cost about an additional $1.2 billion, but we think it is both realistic and prudent, and we would recommend that that particular extension of the shuttle program become part of the baseline for any of our future considerations. Now, there's a very complex and technical budgetary issue associated with how much money will be freed by the end of the shuttle program for other development, but to suffice it to say, because shuttle has been carrying many of the institutional costs and many of the costs of retention of capacity and creative personnel, that the amount available for development will be significantly less than the amount budgeted for the shuttle program. In the case of the gap, its length depends, of course, on a number of factors: when the new vehicle will be ready, budgetary issues, and so on and so forth. But our assessment has been that due to the factors indicated earlier, it is likely that the initial operating capability for the next human-rated U.S. launch vehicle will come no earlier than 2017 in the program of record. And if, with much greater uncertainty, you examine the alternatives, you reach the conclusion that there's a vanishingly small probability that will shorten the gap, and a significant probability that it will be several years longer. So the consequences, the one mentioned all the time in the newspaper, is on raw employment, but for NASA that implies critical skills, operational continuity, and many other features that are important to any human spaceflight program. Just as interestingly, it implies a new regime for ISS resupply, in which the United States, it's a partially familiar regime, but the United States and the whole ISS partnership will be dependent partly on vehicles and systems that have yet to fly, but are very promising. ATV and HTV from Europe and Japan, continuation of dependence on the Soviets, both Soyuz and Progress, but also, and very interestingly so, on new commercial partners, the COTS vehicles, and they will become increasingly critical, and as we will see, perhaps utilization will depend on their success. And that's the most attractive part of this new regime, in which our partners are in the critical path for ISS resupply. And I'll come back to this later. As far as ISS hard stop in 2015 is concerned, in addition to the reasons that Leroy put out, I think I would add a couple more. One, 15 years of continuous human occupation of space will have been interrupted, and they will be replaced by intermittent sorties after the gap ends. And so the opportunities for continuous public outreach involving astronaut activity will be strongly diminished. Secondly, as you've heard, the international partners will be disappointed, and the question I would have is which leader of a partner country, or for that matter ours, would be comfortable to operate the station for only 5 years when it took 25 years to build. And finally, of course, as just the same considerations apply to the financial return from ISS hard stop as did from the shuttle, only a certain portion will be available for program development and new technology. But finally, and this is a point I'd like to make, the station is an area of clear and unchallenged U.S. leadership. Other countries can and are building new launch vehicles, equivalent is all the way up to, say, heavy lift. Other stations are building human capsules. No one is building a space station, and we have a 20-year lead in that area, and that is an asset in being, a leadership asset in being. So then that we turned then to the question, well, if all of those downsides are true and we're not sure it's worth the savings, what about ISS renewal beyond 2016 through at least 2020, with no implication that it stops at 2020, but no implication that it would continue? And it's our view that we would like to propose to the rest of the committee that ISS renewal be part of a sort of a base foundational part of whatever strategy for exploration the rest of us want to build. So then, looking at the U.S. and international partners, it's clear they'll feel there's a greater return on their investment, and as we've noted, they've all stated they want an extension. For us, one of the most important reasons, we think, is that it will encourage the COTS launch industry and give them assurance of a market and a place to go for their independent ventures for another 5 years. I think it will promote innovation in the following way. We've never really had operational full utilization experience of a fully operated station. And somebody who has a bright idea now probably won't be able to get it implemented in the next 5 years, but with a 5-year extension after that, there's a greater certainty that a new idea now can actually make it onto the station. And so, as a result, we think this will promote the national lab, as Leroy has mentioned, commercial ventures besides COTS, and particularly U.S. science, which was sacrificed in favor of the development of several of our human spaceflight capacities. That program needs to be reconstructed, and a PI who wanted to start now probably wouldn't fly with the new idea until 2016 or beyond. Finally, here's something. When the station was first proposed, there wasn't an exploration objective. Now NASA has one. We all share it. And the addition of exploration objective to the activities of station, really strengthens its use, because now the station can become a test bed for the technologies and operational procedures that support exploration goals. Finally, with the extension and the greater emphasis on utilization for all these reasons, it becomes prudent to consider whether or not we ought to redesign the user interface and management operation, and to redesign it institutionally to better suit the operation and utilization needs of the future. And one of the ideas that we've heard is something like the Hubble Space Telescope Science Institute, but obviously optimized for human work. Another option that is opened by shuttle extension is the renegotiation of the agreement itself. In 2016, all the partners would need to be involved rather soon in discussions, and the content of that agreement could be enlarged in ways that might be useful to the United States. And we've identified 2 ways. First, to consider ways to broaden the international ISS partnership in line with our foreign policy goals. But another one, which could be just as interesting, is, and here Leroy mentioned it again, to broaden the goals, perhaps, of that ISS partnership to include exploration, so that the ISS partnership begins to work in the way that it would when we have a full-up exploration program. So then, if you in fact think that ISS extension, ISS renewal is the word I'd like to use, should be part of our baseline in that period, then we come back full circle to the arguments that Sally made about shuttle supplementary options 1 and 2. It may, for example, be worthwhile to launch additional shuttle flights for the purposes of resupply of a longer living station and putting up critical and large parts in orbit. We have seen no lack of confidence that the station can be resupplied by the international partnership, but one thing is certain, that the events won't, with the new players and new systems, events won't unfold as planned, so that having a shuttle capacity on hand may be useful, and certainly because of its heavy up and down mass capacity, it can give a boost to early utilization. So it will backstop the new international resupply. It, of course, would have a smoother workforce and operations transition, but as Sally pointed out, financially, any extension of shuttle beyond the 2011 shutdown probably makes sense only in a context in which the rest of you may decide that the world and NASA needs a heavy lift vehicle that is shuttle derived. So that's how we, in some ways, that's one gloss over how we got to where we are. And that's what somehow, I'm hoping to provide you some words, Norm, that you can use when the time comes. So thank you. Now I think we can have questions.
Sally, do you want to add a last word?
I think that that my last word would be that we want to hear from the rest of the panel. We've got a lot of detail behind each of these scenarios that we've looked at. We've looked at other things in addition and narrowed it down to these. We think that we've tried to identify the big issues, and we've tried to put at least a logical thread through some of the scenarios that we looked at and give you a sense of why we picked these as ones to bring forward to the committee. But now we're really interested in trying to narrow down our scenarios and begin to integrate them, or at least do work that would help to integrate them with things that the other panel members might have. I would add one thing, and that is, I think you probably gathered this from a little bit from my presentation, quite a bit from Leroy and Charlie. One thing that we would like to recommend to the full committee just for consideration is that all of the options that we put forward contain an extension of ISS. We didn't start off with that perspective, but just the last, I think the last month, and then particularly the last 2 weeks, when we've really delved into the issue of ISS and gotten a wide variety of perspectives, I think that we've individually and as a group come to the conclusion that we don't think that the deorbit of ISS in 2016 makes sense, and we also think that if deorbit were going to be contemplated, that there is an awful lot of work to do in thinking about exactly how that would be done and what the implications might be, and that we're not certain that we're fairly certain that all of those costs have not been captured. So there may be a little bit of a false choice here, just in the budget that you could gain in 2016. So, I think that we would like to put forward that yes, we know we need to review the program of record as it stands in the plan, but we think that all the options going forward should continue ISS extension in some form.
Well, thank you all. I certainly have to say it's one of the finer pieces of work I've seen on an airline bag, if nothing else. I think I'm going to take the liberty of starting out, if I may. I'd like to, just for test purposes, make 3 controversial, provocative statements. Emphasis, this is hypothetical. The first one would be that there seems to be great arguments for international participation, partnerships. From our partner standpoint, if they are not on the critical path occasionally, they're fairly hollow partnerships. From our standpoint, we probably don't benefit that much if they're not occasionally on this critical path. We currently have such a situation where we have a partner on the critical path and everybody's all unhappy about it. It seems to me we can't have it both ways. Second provocative statement, would the U.S. taxpayer have been so excited about paying for Apollo if Neil and Buzz had put a UN flag on the moon? And thirdly, I'm now going to put aside geopolitics, which I've just been talking about here. Talking about ISS, if one accepts that much of the science community believes there's no value to continuing the ISS, and we put aside geopolitics, then presumably the only real reason for continuing the ISS would be as a test bed. But a test bed for what? Is it a test bed for the moon? The answer is probably no, because we know how to go to the moon. So it must be a test bed for Mars. But we've just said going to the moon is our test bed for Mars. And if you don't commit to going to secondly, if you don't commit to going to Mars, does it make any sense to having a ISS test bed? So those are three provocative statements with a subset B on the third one. And you get 20 words or less.
Well, let's see. Which one of those do I want to wade into first? Oh, yeah.
You wrote them down?
I wrote them down. Actually, so let me start with Neil and Buzz planting the UN flag, and what would the public have thought about that? I'm going to just skirt what the public might have thought about it in 1969, and just say that I don't pretend to be the expert in geopolitics, nor do I want to be, and we've got others on the panel who've got more experience than I do. But I would say that we're in a different world, and that the world of the race to the moon was a world of competition. The world of today is much more a multipolar world. It's much more a world of global cooperation. It's been moving more and more towards that, and as I'm sure Les would remind me if I didn't say it, it's really important that we align the space program. Whatever space program we come up with, we have to make sure that it's aligned to national needs, to what the United States believes is important to help it accomplish its broader goals. And I think it's you know, we all like designing rockets and we all like designing architectures, but at the end of the day, the space program is a national program, and it really needs to reflect what we as a country think is important to us today. And that having been said, I think that I'd like to dispense with the argument that you know, we should go back to the idea of Apollo and U.S. pride and U.S. go it alone and be the leader in the space station and go to the moon and decide how to get there and invite some others to join us. I'd rather say that the illustration and demonstration of leadership in today's world is more to forge an international partnership and to use that partnership to promote a common goal.
If I could add on that particular topic, this was a major theme of the recent National Research Council study about the goals and rationales for our civil space programs. And sure, we talked about alignment to national needs, but we also talked a lot about international cooperation. And we put it in the context of preeminence for our space program. And I think we all, particularly in this subcommittee, agree that maintaining preeminence for the United States is something that we do not want to give up. But preeminence does not mean dominate, and it doesn't mean dominance. And the sign today in this international global world of a good leader It's not somebody who dominates something, but somebody who knows when to lead, when to follow, or when to get out of the way. And to be a good leader, you have to really be able to play all those three roles. And I think that becomes very, very important in developing our further international partnerships and figuring out the roles that we will play vis-a-vis other nations and the capabilities they can bring to the picture, even if it's on a critical path. And on that topic, critical path, I just have to take a lesson from my DOD experience, and yours obviously also, Norm, and sometimes getting cooperation in major programs, call it, for instance, an F-16 or something else. We look for partnership arrangements and we look for offsets. And those offsets don't always weigh in favor of the United States' best industrial interests, but in the long run, they end up being good for the overall good of the nation, good of the total program, and there may be a lesson learned we can look at in that context for the NASA space programs too.
And Norm, if I could add a couple of comments. First of all, I don't think the UN has a space agency, and so I'm not sure they can build a spacecraft. But in a more general sense, there's now an increasing collection of fairly competent space agencies around the world, and one can ask what together can we do that we might not be able to do alone. And in that regard, I've heard a rather eloquent definition of soft power, which is that the U.S., through technical excellence and considerate behavior, make people want to do what you want them to do. And so that's the way we can exert leadership, and I think it's possible to have national pride in the fact that we are leading the fleet.
Yeah. I think I'd add one more thing on the international discussion. It's been alluded to, but we heard from all of the international partners about the value, that one of the principal values that they thought of ISS was not the station itself, but was the international framework, the partnership framework that has allowed these 5 entities, 14 countries, to successfully collaborate through good times and bad for decades now, and that is very unusual, and it's not something to be tossed out lightly. That it's an excellent, it's an existing framework. It works well, and it's something that we can use to build on in the future. You want us to go down your list, don't you?
I do. I would emphasize, I raise these because I think they ought to be on the record. And also, I think that Leroy had an important point that I would footnote, that is that the ISS partnership is a wonderful foundation for a further exploration, international partnership, a great place to build from.
Right, absolutely, and the point should also be underscored that not only does it serve as a good foundation for future space exploration, but as Les and Sally have talked about, also for future international cooperation in other areas as well.
I think you answered the first two, really, Sally, between you and your partners here. Why don't you do the third one?
Okay, I'll just make one more comment, avoiding the third one for as long as possible. Okay. I'll make one more comment. Another thing that we heard consistently from the international partners, and I think both Leroy and Charlie mentioned this, but it's worth highlighting, they all saw ISS as a potential path towards exploration. And each had a different perspective on that and a slightly different point of view and a different way that they'd implement it. But they saw ISS as their way of starting to get into exploration. That's not the way that we've been viewing ISS in this country, but it's important to know that that's the perspective that they've got. And so if ISS is extended, they'd like it to be its, kind of its charter to be expanded to allow them to be thinking about that as they go forward, which is why we thought that it's actually a very natural framework to build from to form an international partnership around exploration, should that be something that we wanted to lay out as one of the options or wanted to recommend.
Sally, as an extension to ISS, we could also consider redefining the model and the relationship of our involvement in that partnership as well. So I think that there's some opportunities there that say that we don't have to do business exactly the way we've been doing business.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we actually agree with that. And Charlie, Leroy, I don't know if you want to weigh in here.
Yeah, and yeah, exactly. We do agree with that, and especially if we're going to expand the partnership, that's an excellent opportunity to kind of open it all up and say, okay, what makes sense going forward? What should the partnership look like? What should be modified?
Mm-hmm. And we think that there are opportunities here in thinking about the years beyond 2015 to think reasonably creatively and probably happily. We don't have time to do that in the next 2 weeks, but I think that there's definitely room for some creative thought on what a management structure might look like, how the partnership might evolve, and also how the management structure might evolve, possibly for some cost savings, some increased efficiency, or just to focus it more on utilization. And we started to ask those questions, and it became very clear that in the time frame that we've got and the number of issues that we have to deal with, we just weren't going to get very far on that particular area. Mm-hmm. But we actually think that should the station be extended, that's a very important thing to follow up on.
Let's see, I saw Jeff next, and then everybody. Okay.
Well, let me first note this is actually the very first time that we've actually been able to start something like a discussion, because it's all supposed to happen in public. So you're seeing the sausage being made.
Scary.
But having said that, I love the idea of using ISS as an exploration platform, and the pain of splashing ISS is obviously horrific to contemplate. But if we extend ISS so that we can use it as a platform to get ready for exploration, we're using it to get ready for exploration, which we may no longer be able to afford to do. And we've been hearing for many weeks from a lot of dedicated people who have given years of their life to doing an exploration architecture, which you can sort of kind of maybe imagine if you sharpen your pencil very carefully, you might shoehorn into something. And then if you take $15 billion out of the top of that, it's just like game over, Yep. So is it, granted that it's valuable, is it that valuable?
Yes. So I think that's a very fair question, and it's exactly, it's at the heart of what we're wrestling with. I think that with the investment that our country has made in the space station, and that, by the way, we have encouraged other countries to make as significant portions of their entire space budgets to make, that, first of all, you have to ask whether this is even our decision to make alone. And, I'm not sure that it is. So clearly there's a broader discussion that needs to happen if, in fact, we do decide to deorbit ISS. And then if we do decide to deorbit it because there's the next neat thing, exploration beyond it, then you have to step back and say, okay, so wait a second, how did we get ourselves into all this? Well, we had Apollo and we had a Saturn V, which was a heavy lift launch vehicle, and we threw that away so that we could build the next cool thing, which at the time ended up being the space shuttle, which would then assemble a space station. So the space shuttle has been used for now a very long time to assemble and develop this absolutely, actually unbelievable capability in low Earth orbit. And okay, got that built. Now let's get rid of it and start something else. And that's just a philosophy that I don't like. So if I were asked to make that trade today, which is an extremely painful trade to make, because exploration is that's why I went into the space program, it's why Leroy went into the space program, it's why there is a space program, it's why there's an astronaut office in the space program. If I were asked to make that trade today, I would really have trouble choosing exploration over the space station. And I hope it's one, Ed, we're leaving it to your subgroup to keep that from being a trade that we have to make as a panel.
May I respond, Mr. Chairman?
Since you're under attack, we'll let you go first, and then we'll work down this way on the
I
table.
think Dr. Wright has invited the response, and I will rise to it as a sort of loyal opposition to reveal to the American people that we have not, in fact, come to any decision, but are genuinely debating this. I have in front of me the task from the White House, which has 4 bullets, 3 of which are to expedite a new capability for the ISS. The second is to support missions to the moon and destinations beyond, and the third is to fit within the budget. And I think what we have revealed before us today is the beginning of the tension reflected by this charter to us, and the wisdom of entrusting this problem, Norm, to you, to act in a Solomon-like way and find a solution by the end of the month, not even the end of the decade, as Kennedy gave us. But while the arguments put forward by my colleagues, each one of which individually is entirely rational and sound, en masse, they propose a policy of continuation. And it is always comfortable for organizations to propose continuation because it's what you do and what you know, what your stakeholders are engaged in. But the essential policy of continuation which has been proposed is to take the 2 programs which have absorbed the vast majority, if not all, of the human spaceflight budget of the nation for the last 20 to 40 years in the case of the shuttle, and to extend them an additional 5 or parts of 5 years each.
We don't propose the second.
Well, for several, you have a proposal that goes and has several flights out into the period up to 14.
Only in
That's
one.
only one.
In one of the series.
That's actually not our, I want to be clear, that's not our recommendation. We're making no recommendation between our 3 shuttle scenarios.
You have proposed options which go this far.
We've proposed 3 shuttle options just to span the trade space. We are suggesting, however, among the ISS options, that the ISS continue in some form.
But what this essentially does, in view of the understanding that we have, as Jeff started to get at, of the fixed cost, marginal cost structure, is that the effect of this would be to push off exploration probably within the fixed budget constraints by a not incommensurate amount of time. So that the policy proposed by the President in 2004, reaffirmed by the Congress in 2006 and 2008, invited by the new President in 2009, would in fact not be implemented until well into the next decade. I think that this is something that really does reveal the fundamental tension that we're struggling with. And I'm not trying to pick a fight. Even though I'm happy to fight.
I think that's why they put us so far away from each other.
I'm here on your other side.
But we do. But this is in some senses. And tomorrow we hear from Bo about just how easy or difficult this is in order to support from a launch vehicle perspective. But it is a real difficult challenge. And I think once again, this is something that the committee has discussed.
And actually, Ed, you're not going to be surprised to hear that I actually agree with you. I mean, I think that our subgroup, we had the shuttle and the station to look at. And we've looked at them, and we've come up with options on one and a point of view on the other. But I think that what this is really revealing, besides, the difficult job that we've all got collectively to try to mesh what our subcommittees are uncovering, is that just as Norm said at the beginning, NASA has traditionally been given broad goals and inadequate funding. And you can't expect the agency to achieve grand and glorious goals and if you're not going to give them the resources that are required to do it. And if our group showed nothing else, we hope it showed that NASA has not been given the resources to support this vision that now 2 presidents have been supporting and that a Congress has been supporting. These are the people that should be giving the agency the money, and the agency has not been given the money, and we're looking at the result of that. So to try to fit a program into this budget that already isn't enough, and to make it, more grand and glorious, is almost falling into the same trap of saying, yeah, we really want to do something cool because, we all love this stuff, and we want to be doing cool things. So, you give us $20 and we can do anything. And so I think that part of our job is going to be to not let the administration and Congress put NASA back in this box, and to make it really clear that if you want this program, you have to pay for this program. If you want this program, you have to pay for this program. And you can't cut the corners and start cutting back the costs, even in the out years.
And just to show the agreement that we're violently in here, I think, Norm, this reflects on something the committee has discussed in subgroups, which is this, what we've come to call NASA's conundrum. This is sort of NASA's conundrum at the highest level, which is that the agency really doesn't, in the current budgetary structure, have the resources to continue a world-class, world-leading space program and also simultaneously develop the next step in a world-class, world-leading space program. And this is the tension, in some senses, my group has to examine what we will do, Sally has to examine what we are doing, and the two don't staple together inside the budget.
But I think the thing that we have to do is be sure that we don't continue to choose the program for option A and the budget for option E.
There are 2 unstable poles in that system.
At least. Okay, let's see, who's next? So, okay, well, it's your turn.
Well, I see the value of ISS. It's a potential destination for growth of commercials. Wonderful. It's a wonderful test bed for international cooperation. And if we want to do some of the things we will hear from Ed, we will need to learn how to do that more. I hate destruction of a perfect asset. And I think we ought to think, I don't know if we can think all that big, but we ought to think bigger and paint some scenarios which involve usage of that asset. What I have a little bit of a problem with is today, for us to commit ourselves or declare before we heard from Ed, is that we should make ISS as a part of every scenario. It's too early. We need to look at it as an integrated picture. Launch vehicles, ISS and SSP, and EDS beyond LEO scenarios, and then only then we can look at the integrated picture of these several scenarios and see how we can make or make not ISS fit into these scenarios. It's, in my opinion, it's too early today to suggest that we should do every scenario, which we haven't heard yet, to say that ISS is part of each one of those. But I do believe that we ought to have more than one scenario that does involve extension of that valuable asset for the reasons that
we agree that we don't want to make that decision today, but we wanted to get it out on the table today as our recommendation that it be included in every scenario, because I know that you folks are doing thinking around budgets that are very likely in many cases already taking that assumed savings so that you can build larger programs. And so we want to have it in your minds as, in the next day and a half, as you're getting ready to present your options of certainly, number one, appreciating what you're doing if you take that money for the exploration program, and also begin to just think about, just expand your thinking a little bit now that you've had a chance to hear from us for literally the first time on this particular subject. So I think that's, as I said at the beginning, our goal is to come out of this week of the, kind of the discussions and the debate with some decisions on what we've suggested and some more integrated approaches.
Let me call on Chris, and then I think we've got one more
No, I
comment.
just wanted to add to
more.
what Sally's saying, and Bo, I don't disagree with what you're saying. And like Sally said, we wanted to get that out on the table because we have each independently and then collectively agreed that the benefits outweigh the disadvantages of keeping ISS around until at least 2020. But agree that as a committee, it's too early to say, okay, we can't have any option paths stitched together that don't keep ISS. So, but what we have to realize is that we've heard very strongly from all the IPs that if in fact we end this in 2016, they haven't come right out and said it, but I think we can forget about having international participation in exploration.
Okay, Chris, and then Jeff, and then I'd like to wrap this up to keep us somewhere in our schedule because we want some public time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to give a set of reactions to the comments we've heard so far today and then ask a few questions. I think I've heard 5 arguments so far for extending ISS, and I characterize 2 of those as political, 1 as political with a strong technical component, and 2 as basically technical. The ones I find most impressive are the ones with a political component. The first is just this sort of fundamental absurdity of deorbiting a $60 billion investment 5 years after you finally get it operational. The second is the importance to our international partners and what that portends for our ability to engage them in future exploration, but also the possibility that this could be a useful model in future international partnerships, although if we're going to use it that way, it actually has to somehow be extended to other areas of intergovernment cooperation. There has to be some thought given to how to do that. The third argument, which I consider to be potentially extremely important, is encouraging the private sector to develop a variety of new ways to have competition in getting cargo and then ultimately humans to orbit, the COTS encouragement that we've been talking about. If, in fact, station can be used that way, then in fact there's an argument, and I don't know where I come out on this yet because I don't understand it well enough, there's an argument that extending station in fact ultimately is an enabler for getting beyond low Earth orbit because it would help us potentially solve NASA's chronic problem by relieving NASA of the need to get us to low Earth orbit, having the private sector fill in what we know how to do, and then having NASA concentrate on the more ambitious type of exploration. So in fact, I see a potential that the argument for extending station cuts both ways with respect to getting beyond low Earth orbit. And if it's the case, and we'll talk about this on Thursday, if it's the case that we can't get beyond low Earth orbit, even if we send station into the ocean in 2016 in the budget that we're given, then maybe what we need to think about is how we have to change the current paradigm a bit in order to actually get to where we want to go, which is certainly out into the solar system. There were 2 technical arguments we've heard, and Norm's questioned both of them. I just want to circle back for a moment to them. One is the potential that we'll be doing important science on station now that we finally can have a full crew complement on it. I'm open to that argument. What I want to make sure we do as a committee, though, is that if we make recommendations that they're highly credible. I don't want to go down the path again where we try to pretend where we make claims about the science that are going to be achieved on station, and the scientific community looks at it and it's a joke. There's an argument that I would very much like to hear for the value of the science that will be done and whether it's worth the $10 to $14 billion investment that's going to be required to keep station flying. I'm open to that. But if it's not a major component, we shouldn't try to sell this extension on that grounds. I personally doubt that it's what sells the extension, but I'm open to that argument. Same thing for using it as a test bed, another technical argument. If there's an honest technical argument to be made there, I'm very open to it, and I would love to see station be used that way. But again, I don't want a kind of vague overselling of station. I'd rather us be very clear about what it's good for and what it's not so good for. So I'd like to hear at some point those two last technical arguments better articulated, more detailed arguments. And then finally, my last question has to do with shuttle extension. And it's a question of whether there isn't some tension between really extending shuttle out to, Sally, I think you said 2014 in that scenario, and the importance of using station as supporting the development of the private sector in servicing the station. If that's really an important reason for extending station, then do we undercut that by extending shuttle out to 2014?
Yeah, I'm actually glad. I'll tackle the last one, and then Leroy, Charlie, you want to chime in on Chris's first question. I'm glad you brought that up, because that was something that we were hoping would surface as a topic in this discussion. And again, let me emphasize that we don't really have a point of view on shuttle extension between our three scenarios. But we do think that there's value in considering whether it should be extended in order to provide robust support for station. And our point of view is that that need not and should not diminish the commitment to the COTS providers at all. There is plenty of up mass and a significant amount of down mass that you could envision in a scenario of robust support for station, that the COTS providers between now and 2014, they just can't provide. The HTV and ATV, we've got commitments for those already. I think it's 1 per year. Just look at our to-scale chart, and you can see how much mass that gets up to station. And then the COTS providers, even assuming that they come in on schedule and at the flight rate projected, can't support a robust, it's not an expansion of station, it's fully utilizing the capacity that's already up there. Right now, with our current plans, we will not be using all the racks, for example, that are on station. I can't remember the percentage occupation right now, but it's at someplace between 50 and 75%. I just can't remember the number, but we've got it someplace. And unless you've got the additional transportation, you really can't fully utilize it. So, again, all these things are coupled. If you extend the shuttle, then the only reason to do it, and we want to make very clear that it should not, cannot, must not compete with and take business away from the COTS providers. It should only be used, or should be used, to make sure that we've got that we don't set up station to be sort of a fragile asset, but that we rather give it robust support and use that capability to build its utilization capacity, to kind of get the throughput of up mass and down mass that's required to get full utilization, while the COTS providers are developing the capability to support it at a flight rate that could continue that robust nature of station. So it is definitely not our view that an extension of shuttle would, should, or could compete with the COTS providers. We're actually very optimistic. We also would love to see NASA get out of the business of the first cargo resupply to station, to low Earth orbit, and then eventually human transportation to LEO.
Jeff?
Well, I couldn't have asked for a better segue, because you said one thing that I wanted to take strong issue with, which is that there's no way to pull in the gap, before 2017. I don't think that's true. I think that's a reflection of the reality that everything always takes longer and costs more. which is reality. What it's not a reflection of is if you want to get to the end of the track faster, you put 3 horses on and you pick the fast one. And we have in these emerging commercial providers the option of some alternatives that are cheap enough that we could actually afford to buy a couple of them and pick whichever one comes out faster. And does that guarantee that we're going to pull the gap in? No, it doesn't. But you're really not talking about pulling the gap in. You're talking about assuming it will stretch out. And
Are you talking about you're talking about the gap
the crew,
for crew,
yeah.
as opposed to
if we turned on
cargo issue.
multiple competing crew providers, then it is my view no longer a certainty that they will all slip out past their projected initial operating capability by a lot. Some of them will, and none of us is smart enough to predict who that will be. That's the whole point of having a competitive environment. But if you have a competitive environment, there's always a chance that at least 1 or 2 of them might actually do what they say.
Mm-hmm. That's very true, and Bo's group, has done some analysis of, what they think might be reasonable for all of the different possible options for low Earth orbit. Our group's job was not to look into those in detail, but to take a little bit of the, kind of the bottom lines from Bo's group. And when we said 2017, we were talking about constellation, and I think I said that, we thought that there might be some option to pull the gap to by a year to a year and a half with other options. I'm skeptical about being able to close it beyond that, but I take your point. I take your point. Yeah. So, but the competition between shuttle and COTS that I was addressing was really the cargo resupply capability. So we want to make it really clear that our intent in that would be for shuttle to support the part of the cargo carrying that the COTS providers could not provide in that the next few years, the next very few years. And I know that. Do you want? Looks like Charlie is ready to talk to Chris's first question.
Chris, when you raised your issue, doesn't shuttle extension compete with COTS? That was my first reaction as well. That would not be a good thing. And in particular, if over the long run, the most robust way of supporting science might in fact be to get the scientists to work with the commercial COTS people for their access to space. And so then, just to repeat, the deviltry in Sally's proposal is all in the details. If, for example, what would you manifest on the 2013 flight? Will there be, yes, there will be empty racks. Will there be enough plausible experiments ready by 2013? What would you put on it? What would you put on such a flight for shuttle, for ISS extension and resupply purposes? And so until I heard the answer to that, I couldn't really come down very positively for Sally's suggestion, except that it might make sense from the gap point of view, the workforce point of view, if in fact there was a shuttle-derived heavy lift vehicle on the horizon, and then you ought to study all these issues very carefully before you decide it. That was my point of view. So I was concerned that it would conflict with COTS.
I think we better draw this particular discussion to a close. Sally, when you and your team finished speaking, I thought I saw a path here. With the clarifying discussion, I'm not so sure I do. The path I thought I saw was to fly out 7 shuttles, put budget in to support the time it's likely to take to do that in a reasonable risk environment, to learn to live with a gap, and to support ISS for another 5 years, primarily to support future beyond LEO flight activities. And with the discussions, I think we've attacked each part of that rather successfully. And we fortunately don't have to make a decision today, and these things have to match up, as several have pointed out. I think Bo was the first, that we've got to match these with the rest of the things we have to hear, and so we should probably wait to hear. But I would still like to keep that group of things kind of in front of everybody, because as our options, we can't just offer 5 blue plate specials. I mean, we've got to offer some affordable specials too. And on that happy thought, I think it's time to get some advice from the real pros here, and to call on folks. We are going to ask you, and I hope you'll, out of respect for your colleagues, hold your comments. We said 2 minutes. We'll allow 50% overrun, 3 minutes. But we really would like to cut it off because we want to hear as many people as we can. And I can't see anybody out there, so you'll have to sort of control your own, maybe line up or whatever you want to do. Is there 1 microphone or 2? Or?
Just got 2.
Yeah, we're kind of like we're sitting in a furnace and looking into the darkness up here. And so why don't we start out? We'll go back and forth, mic to mic. I think we have two microphones. And please do stick to 2 or 3 minutes. I'll try to remind you, but I'd like not to have to.
All right. My name is Christopher Carson. I'm a resident of Fort Worth, Texas. Chairman Augustine, honorable members of the committee, there's something I want to bring to your attention. There has been very little discussion of the fundamental basis of manned spaceflight operations, which breaks down really into 2 halves. There's exploration and applications. Now, Apollo was purely an exploration program as far as it went. There was an applications component, and that got the axe, except for Skylab, which we did very little with. And Shuttle was purely an applications program. The idea was we would fly the space transportation system, we would integrate not only Shuttle but also station and the orbital transfer vehicle, and we would be able to do a lot of unique things. We would fly 50 missions a year. We would take, you've got human-tended experiments, you've got down cargo, you've got the possibility for human-tended orbital platforms. And all those things were in the sort of developmental stage when Challenger was destroyed, and there was this great cutback. And a lot of those things were just eliminated until we got towards the ISS era. And then, of course, we had Columbia, and again things were cut back and back and back. And for the past few years, we've been doing 2 or 3 manned space missions a year, which is not anything like the number necessary to realize the applications potential. Now, the great weakness of the Constellation program is it takes that absolute minimum level of manned space activity as a maximum, as a baseline. Constellation Ares Orion is designed around 2 missions per year. Ladies and gentlemen of the Commission, if you believe that that is acceptable, you have betrayed the dream and you are unfit to sit in this committee. Now, that said, I am going to give you a suggestion. I suggest that manned space program activities immediately be realigned to an application section and an exploration section. The application section will focus on things that aren't really NASA's job, but that NASA gets involved in anyway because NASA is the only people doing these things. And that is things like manned on-orbital experiments, that type of thing. And you need to immediately partner with anybody who's interested. I'm not just talking Lockheed and Boeing. I'm talking any possible commercial partners, because that way you can bring in their money. Now, as we saw in the early shuttle era, NASA was only able to do this by offering very large discounts, very large subsidies. But if you actually get some level of involvement, and particularly once you get in COTS and specifically COTS D, the manned orbital transportation, the quantity of subsidy necessary declines substantially. Then the exploration segment focuses on the things that NASA does, core NASA competencies, which require, as much of NASA's current activity does not require, things which actually require NASA-owned and NASA-operated assets.
All right, can you wrap it up? We're over our 2
Well, what
minutes
I'm going to
already.
suggest is simply that those jobs you're worried about losing can be found much more profitably working with industry to do something useful rather than just to preserve themselves. Anyway, I thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you for your comments. Yeah, you time will interrupt.
Okay.
See, there's a microphone
Got the
over
gavel
here.
now. Look out.
First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to comment. I'm Dave Hook. I'm the president of Plain Hook Aviation Services. I'm also
the producer and the host for a show called Space and Security News for Space Entrepreneurs. And based upon the collective wisdom gained from the many guests to my show, I find two major topics which are relevant to the committee's charter. First, I wish to state that safety is a misnomer when it comes to practical considerations of manned operations in space. Space as an environment is not safe. We make use of risk mitigation measures to lower the mission risk to an acceptable level, but in the pursuit of providing a public image of relative safety, I think we've pushed the risk acceptance levels too low. Now, I have no desire for our astronaut corps to suffer the loss of life while conducting space operations, but I do think that the institutional thinking that comes from a risk-averse culture seeps its way into other governmental bodies, and these bodies have the ability to regulate commercial spaceflight operations, manned and unmanned. Therefore, I request you consider a recommendation that NASA examine its current risk calculus for processes and measures which are outmoded and no longer relevant, and either update or dispose of them. Second, I find one particular program that is at odds with the charter to seek innovation, affordability, and sustainability, and that program is ITAR. The International Traffic in Arms Regulation, as it's currently written and applied, is a self-imposed trade barrier against the citizens and commercial entities of the United States. ITAR keeps U.S. companies from competing fairly in international markets, and it hinders them from establishing sustainable research, development, acquisition, and procurement life cycles. It is this international market which allows other industries to weather poor economic environments within their own homelands and sustain themselves with the positive economies abroad. As it's currently standing, ITAR is an interagency quagmire. In short, you cannot truly have an innovative, affordable, and sustainable commercial space industry while clinging on to an outmoded program like ITAR. I would ask that the committee challenge the regulatory assumptions put before it to see if they truly remain relevant to the 21st century. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm John Strickland from Austin, Texas. I'm just going to go down sort of a list of major points. First of all, it's much more important to design to reduce operational costs than it is to merely reduce the development costs, because the shuttle, they made have saved $10 billion in their development costs to go to the shuttle we have today, but they've used up an additional $100 billion in operational costs. So this is clearly something in terms of like reusable versus expendable vehicles is very high on the priority list to think about. Okay, then also we should give full support to COTS D funding for other companies to be able to launch people for NASA. And I would think we should also try to retire the shuttle by 2011 to reduce cost of losing the entire program due to another catastrophe and the political reaction to it, which is another cost that should be added to the list. We should guarantee that NASA's future research for the future funding of about 5% of the annual budget for things that have been just chopped off for the last several years. They should be reestablished. We should shift surface-to-Earth launch operations from NASA to private companies and let NASA focus on those things that it's good at, such as designing and building a set of fully reusable in-space manned and cargo vehicles to operate lunar, Mars, and other programs operating in and beyond Earth orbit. We should support hypersonic research to help a private industry create a flyback first stage crew launch vehicle. We should definitely support space station operations past the year 2020. Obviously, one of the major things was cut from the program, which was a large centrifuge facility, which would have allowed us to put small mammals through their life cycle to see if mammals could survive in 1/6 gravity and 1/3 gravity. There's only other way is to take the mammals to Mars or the moon, and astronauts don't like mammals' cages in their quarters. So this is something that's a large centrifuge facility sealed from the rest of the station would be very good at.
John, final comments, please.
Okay. we need to create and place the large solar-powered propellant depots in orbit, which should be resupplied by private contractors using their own reusable tanker vehicles. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's David Braun, and I'm a city council member in the city of Nassau Bay. We've got about 5,000 residents, and we're located directly across the street from JSC. Our city was born when JSC was born, and many of our residents are employees at JSC. When talking with my neighbors who work at NASA, in addition to being proud of the overall accomplishments they have, like putting a man on the moon, they're equally proud of the technology and advancements in safety, telecommunications, and healthcare that has spun from the work they do at NASA. Even in NASA's mistakes, like the original lens on the Hubble telescope, the technology developed to correct that lens is now used in breast cancer biopsy procedures. Quoting a Space Technology Innovation article from October 1994, a new non-surgical, less traumatic breast cancer biopsy technology based on technology from the Hubble telescope will spare women the pain, scars, and radiation exposures typically associated with the procedure. With more than 500,000 women undergoing biopsies each year, and it's estimated that by reducing the biopsy cost from $3,500 to $850 with this new technology, national health care costs will be reduced by about $1 billion annually. Isn't that a timely topic right now? And that's in 1994 dollars. Currently, through a Space Act agreement, NASA is working with the Texas Children's Hospital to share technology used to isolate vibrations on the exercise equipment on the International Space Station to help the hospital to improve their infant transporter. This transport is used to bring small preemie babies, smaller than your hand, to the hospital in Houston, where they stand a better chance of survival. Vibrations in the current transporter and the ambulance they ride in are often detrimental to the lives of these fragile infants. We're looking forward to NASA's help in finding the solutions to this vibration problem in the near future. These are just two examples of how human exploration in space leads to technology that saves lives here on Earth every day. I hope in years to come there will be many more. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments.
Hello there. My name is Carol Green. I want to thank the committee very much for the opportunity for public comment. People have had the need to aspire to something amazing and work together to achieve spectacular goals. Landing people on Mars and setting up bases, for example, won't occur for many years, but we need to continue the process of striving toward this goal, as well as others related to people exploring the cosmos. The need to explore sits deep within the human psyche. Teaching math and science to our children must be a priority, along with teaching critical thinking to every child. This can only be beneficial for us all. Men and women exploring space is expensive, but the technological benefits and practical advances for us who are earthbound would be many, as witnessed by what NASA has already achieved, and the costs would not be borne by our nation alone. We have several models of cooperation in space, as General Lyles and Dr. Ride have alluded to. NASA has announced an $18.69 billion budget for fiscal year 2010 to advance Earth science, including climate change research, complete the International Space Station, explore the solar system, and conduct aeronautics research. NASA plans to do all this with about 0.5% of the federal budget. As Dr. Chris Chaba has indicated, there is a need for money to be budgeted. I don't have the answer to this, but in the Apollo era, NASA received about 2% of allocated governmental funds. Just imagine. Isn't it time to increase this investment in our future? I would like to close my comments with a quote from my brother, astronomer, NASA Medal honoree, and Pulitzer Prize-winning author Carl Sagan. If we manage to avoid self-destruction so that there are future historians, our time will be remembered in part because this was when we first set sail for other worlds. In the long run, as we straighten things out down here, there will be more of us up there. There will be robot emissaries and human outposts throughout the solar system. We will become a multi-planet species. This was Carl's vision. Please let it be yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Lawrence Kuznets. I'm a senior scientist with USRA for Advanced EVA Systems, developing bioinformatics, talking spacesuits, but I'm actually here today as a person who gives a lot of lectures. I spent 10 years at UC Berkeley teaching a class called Mars by 2012, and I currently go out and lecture to the public. And I thought the first thing is to offer you, Norm, condolences, because every 20 years or so, they seem to haul you before a committee and have you review a program just like this. So you know about SEI, you know about the 90-day study, and you also, and Sally does too, probably know one of the options of the original Freedom design was a garage from which, from a space station, we launched to the moon and Mars. That was the original exploration vision. And we went round and round in circles, and now the best thing we can say about station is exactly what several people have said. It's a great platform for working together. I was also a life science experiment manager on station, overseeing 43 experiments, and I can't really say what my opinion of that is, but you probably are well aware of it. So what I want to mention here is that I've put together a survey of all the talks I've given over the years, getting public and undergraduate and high school reaction to some of the fundamental questions from education standpoint. And vis-a-vis a comparison of Moon versus Mars. And I'm not advocating one or the other, but I thought it would be instructive to hear what my exposure to the public and to the educational community is. Public interest in the Moon, questionable. Public interest in Mars, 3.5 website hits for every human being on Earth. Soil on the Moon, not similar to Earth. Soil on Mars, similar to Earth. Atmosphere on the Moon, none. Atmosphere on Mars, primarily, there is one, it's mostly CO2. Day on the Moon, 1 month. Day on Mars, 24 hours, 39 minutes. Temperature on the Moon, minus 250 to plus 250 degrees Fahrenheit simultaneously. Temperature on the Moon, cold, dry desert. Gravity on the Moon, 0.166. Gravity on Mars, 0.38 Gs. Sufficient for continued presence, probably enough to correct any problems during a zero-G transit for 6 months. But we can find that out on Earth. Transit time, 3 days, versus transit time to Mars, similar to an ISS stay, 6 months. Water on Moon, maybe. Water on Mars, yes. ISU, in situ resource utilization, not Earth-like on the Moon, Earth-like on Mars. Best analog for the Moon, vacuum chamber and ISS. Best analog for Mars, Antarctica. Risk to the Moon, understood. Risk to Mars, greater than the Moon, but less than Apollo before we went there. I could read down the whole list. The biggest worry that people expressed for going to the Moon was an amorphous goal, amorphous cost, no clear pathway. As far as going to Mars, let's go there, let's settle, let's have another place for our species to survive if some disaster happens.
Lawrence,
So,
final comments, please.
final comments are that I think Sally made a point. NASA, not advocating any one of these things. Personally, the issue is, where do you go from here? NASA has always been a can-do organization. We can do, we can do, we can do. But if you look at that can-do organization within the context of a budget, we've ended up getting screwed every step of the way because we're given a budget and we say we can do it. This is now a time for, I believe, this panel to stand up and say, can, don't. We cannot do this job for this budget. And whatever you choose to do, you should say, we're only going to do it if you give us the budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good. My name is Jim Ackerman, but I answer to Hey Dummy too. So I've got a couple of questions here. I guess I want to make clear, I was employed by NASA for 36 years. You got to remember, I was employed. I didn't work for NASA. The contractor's supposed to do all the work. But anyway, being with NASA for 36 years was a trying environment for an engineer. But I think if we look at the problem from a bigger viewpoint, I think we can come to some conclusions that I think may help you guys out. What's the big issue with manned spaceflight today? Sally, I think you made the point as well as any. It's the budget, the cost. I mean, everybody that's talked here today has talked about problems with the budget. So, well, next question is, well, what's the biggest thing in the budget? We want to attack the problem where it can be affected the most. What's the biggest thing in the budget? Sally, I think you came up with that too.
This is your time.
The launch vehicle, delivery to orbit. That's the big challenge. Now, okay, well, what's the big problem? What's the challenge with the budget to orbit? What makes it so high? Why is it the big issue? I've got two documents here. One, Marshall Space Flight Center, November 1968, where von Braun made the analogy that it takes about the same amount of energy to get from Earth to orbit as it takes to get from New York to Paris in an airplane. Norm, you've probably heard that before.
I've read it.
You've read that book. It's a good one. There's another one here, Leo on the Cheap. This fellow, Gordon London, wrote a book that basically says the same thing as von Braun did. If we can build a vehicle that uses low-cost propellant and is totally reusable, we ought to be able to get there for the cost of intercontinental travel, which is, by the way, about $5 to $10 a pound. You know how much it costs to get there today on the shuttle? Well, we won't talk about that. But the ones that are being proposed by COTS, by the way, our little organization proposed two and was rejected, but with COTS, it's still thousands of dollars a pound. I went to India, talked to them, tried to get them to do something inexpensive. Hey, what do you think? We've got the best engineers in the world. How do you think you can make it best and lower cost? Anyway, our company was rejected. Again, one more time.
Jim, final comments, please.
But the problem is that we need to get back to basics on our launch vehicle. If we can build one that uses methane at $0.05 a pound instead of solid propellants at $25 a pound, we can get the cost of delivery to orbit down, and the space program will take off like a rocket.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Bob Mitchell. I'm president of the Bay Area Houston Economic Partnership. So just with that title, you know that I'm not going to sit here and talk about technical or architecture or which direction you ought to go. What I want to say to you, though, is I want to thank you for all the good work that you're doing for doing this. It's very important to our community. I'm not going to talk about a lot of job losses. Yes, that's very important to this region. The NASA Johnson Space Center is the heart and soul of this area. I mean, it makes us tick. But what I want to talk about is something that I hadn't heard a lot of until at the very end, and that's the public perception and how the American public feels about the space program. What I don't want to happen is for us to completely change directions. Again, I'm not going to talk about architecture, but we have to continue human space exploration. The American public today is on board with that. An example of that is last year during the budget cycle, whenever the House passed the budget with a $2 billion markup above what the president asked for, $2 billion, passed 409 to 15. The Senate passed it unanimously. Now, I can't tell you when the last time we had that kind of a support from the House and or the Senate with a $2 billion markup. So what I'm asking you to do is you look to this, listen to what the American public has to say. You look at the most recent surveys, the American public want to do human space exploration. Again, I'm not going to try to tell you how to get there, how to do it. But the worst thing that we can do as NASA is to go out and tell the public that we've made a mistake and we're going to change directions. We can't lose that public support. We lost it 6-8 years ago, You don't read in the paper any longer about the NASA waste of money. You don't read in the paper any longer that NASA doesn't have a vision. NASA does have a vision. The American public understands that. Again, we need to continue human space exploration. So hope as you go through this process and you listen to all the technical issues that arise and what we should and shouldn't do, let's not forget about the American public, because if you don't have their support, then you're not going to get Congress's support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jake Morellis, and I work over in MOD in a constellation program in a lab that supports prototyping for mission control, and I really love being there. I have to say to you, welcome to Houston. JFK was right. The pavement outside really is as hot as the heat of reentry. And I appreciate you coming here to hear from all of us and to share your deliberations with us, because they've been very informative to me. Some of the particular insights, which I read about, but to hear them talked about, discussed firsthand is very enlightening. When you're the 7th or 8th person in line, other people have sometimes stolen your thunder, and that's okay. What the gentleman just said a moment ago is something that I wanted to talk about. There are some people that believe that NASA is adrift, and our current president has suggested as much. NASA is beset by a sense of drift, but I don't see that from where I work. I believe that we do have a vision, and it has been touched upon here some. Moon, Mars, and beyond, the constellation vision. 4 simple words. You can fit them on a mission patch. And I believe that Mars, built upon lunar, built upon ISS, is an effective way to accomplish that vision. I believe that we should go back to the moon on its own merits. Imagine if you sent Antarctic or rainforest scientists into the rainforest for 2 weeks, and that's all they could do for 50 years, what they could learn in 2 weeks. It'd be nuts. So I believe that one option that you should present to the Congress and the President, and I understand that you're not about making recommendations, but about providing options, is the option simply to stay the course. My mom once told me that God has no grandchildren. God has to woo every generation anew, and every new generation of political leadership has to re-own the vision that their predecessors crafted. Otherwise, it's not their own, and so that's why an Augustine Commission is reformed every so often to do this sort of thing. But that's costly in a democracy, and we've kind of talked about that on the budget side. You're familiar with delta V, the cost of changing trajectory of a spacecraft? Well, there's a concept I like to speak of as delta B, budgetary cost. The delta B is the cost to change the trajectory of a space agency from one direction to another. And I think that's a legitimate consideration, and many of you have talked about that. Mike Coates and Mark Geyer both got very specific about that and very, very pointed about that earlier today. So I want to encourage you that my belief is that the United States should stay the course. We've had a vision before. In the 1960s, JFK said that our vision was, we choose the moon. Like Moon, Mars, and beyond, it's 4 simple words that got us from Rice University all the way to the Sea of Tranquility. And it informed our space program then. It informed all the things that we developed, all the technologies that we have built upon since. And like then, now, we have a vision, and I believe that we should continue to pursue it.
Jake, final comments.
Final comments. I believe that it's a risky decision politically in some ways. You'll be criticized for it. You should be doing other things. You should be like Columbus, leaving from a different port, traveling on different ships, going to a different destination. Maybe we should go back and start over again. I think that that's a poor choice of policy. We're on a course. It's a good course. Let's stay the course. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Howard. I'm a human factors lead over at NASA for the Lunar Lander, Lunar Rover, and Lunar Outpost. And in my spare time, I volunteer with the National Society of Black Engineers. I'm president of our local chapter and director of our National Special Interest Group. I have 2 minor technical nits before I get to what I want to say. I'm a little disappointed that the ISS committee didn't look at the use of Ares 5 for cargo up mass or down mass potential. With that vehicle, it seems like an obvious gap that we've forgotten to look at what we can do with that booster, or with any of the other heavy lift vehicle concepts. Also, it bothers me that we spent so much time promoting ISS and its benefits, but we're so quick to walk away from it now. That seems short-sighted. But what I want to really get to is it seems to our detriment that we use the word space exploration and human spaceflight as if they were interchangeable. But they're really not. They're no more the same than exploration of the air is the same as aviation. Exploration is just one of many things that we should be doing in space. And I think our focus on exploration is why we lose the public. We like to think that we have the attention and imagination of the public, and we do have it of a lot of people, but we don't have it to the extent we used to have. I would speak to groups of students since I was a student myself, and I see the interest decline over time. It's not what it used to be. And I want to disagree with a lot of my colleagues that I don't think Mars is the answer. I do want to go to Mars. I want to develop Mars vehicles in my career, but I don't think that's the answer to the reasons of why we should be in space, why we should be on the moon, why we should have the space station, and so forth. When I was a child, NASA people would come and say, when you grow up, we're going to be going to Mars. Now that I'm here working at the agency, we're going out telling children, when you grow up, we're going to go to Mars. It's just pushing it over to the right and saying, don't worry about the problems. It's the next generation's duty. I think we need to own our destiny as an agency, and I think that destiny needs to be to use space to revolutionize the human experience. Apollo did that, but it was easy for Apollo. Just to go to any destination would do that because that was beyond human comprehension. That's no longer the case. And I think we would have to go to Alpha Centauri to really excite people about a destination. I think it's more about what do we do with that destination that can revolutionize humanity. And I wish we weren't going to the moon in order to go to Mars, even though I want to go to Mars. I wish we were going to the moon, and I wish our goal for going to the moon was that we would use energy on the moon so we could eliminate coal, we could eliminate the use of petroleum on Earth within 50 years. I think that's attainable. I think that's something that people would rally around because I think that would revolutionize the human experience. I wish we could go beyond what I call the boilerplate, the spin-offs, the rationales for space that have been used since I was a child. And I wish we'd go to space for things that would dramatically and visibly and immediately transform life on Earth.
Thank you very much. Sir.
My name is Alex Kazaruni. I'm an intern for the summer, and I had from the University of Michigan. And I had a nice opportunity to actually draft a report with my students and submit it to the NRC, so it's nice to see General Lyles again. The quick comments I have, and sort of my comments on the cheap on the back of my dollar bill, is that if you're looking for particular sciences that ISS is supportive and can facilitate our understanding for exploration, there's a whole host of people that believe ISS is perfect for space radiation studies, South Atlantic anomaly, cracks in the radiation belts, and that's actually something that would serve the long-term exploration. So that's something that should be looked at and merited, and infrastructure built around that. So maybe that's one bullet point on the science application to take home. And then from my comments at the NRC, I had actually suggested I would actually draft a lesson plan for my computer science students where I teach the computer science 101. And so I did that. It was based on the Phobos idea and mission that Buzz Aldrin likes to promote. And I actually found at the end of the semester, they actually enjoyed that lesson much more than the other technical computer science labs we gave them because they had to think through the fundamental skill set and then choose what technical aspects applied to solve their computer program. And I think that what I noticed when I asked the students, first they didn't hear about Phobos, they didn't realize what it was. And secondly, when they did, they realized there was a whole new place of imagination for them. So, bottom of a gravity well argument or not, I think there is some traction to gain from that as far as young people enthusiasm to take away from that. As far as from what I understand about heavy lift vehicles, my only comment is I would say I would probably want to always see NASA involved in heavy lift vehicles. You're going to require that for the materials that you have to get up onto low Earth orbit or for long duration exploration. So I don't want to see COTS be the only heavy lift vehicle out there. I think NASA has to always stay in that role. And overall, I'll just make a last comment that it is nice to see the NRC take in the science community's opinion. It's even better to see you guys come out and embrace the public and the workers at each of the centers. I used to work at the Space Center before going back for my doctoral studies. And I think it's rather unique.
Alex. Final comments.
Final comments is that the transparency is nice. Obviously, there's got to be some big step changes that everybody agrees on. And I think that budget and uplift are the two big problems, and somebody's going to have to devote something to that.
Thank you. See, I think there are 4 people in line, and so that we don't miss our airplane, we'll cut it off for 4 more comments. Let's see.
My name's Alex Monchak. I'm a student in the engineering management program at the University of Houston, Clear Lake, working on new business development this semester for human space exploration, consistent with Director Coates' comment that NASA is not in the business of carrying cargo to space, but R&D, where people will pay the company I'm doing for new business development, for remote access lunar development as a precursor to human exploration there. And they'll pay for launch at $100 an hour to mirror the backroom operations of a launch during the whole launch process. And they'll pay for testing before the launch, and they'll pay for planning before the testing, before the launch, and before the remote development on the moon. Consistent with market research done by Dr. Dittmar and the research done by Dr. Morn.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for coming to Houston to be with us today. My name is Joe Mayer. I chair a national group called the Citizens for Space Exploration. We're a grassroots taxpayers group. We go to Washington, D.C. We've been doing that for about the past 20 years. This past May, we traveled to Washington, D.C., and we met with 341 congressional offices. We had representation from 24 different states. We had about 30 university students who attended with us. We are there to support and promote NASA and space exploration. I'd like to read you an excerpt of a letter that we received from one of our students, a third-year graduate student studying astrophysics at Arizona State University. I think his words reflect some of the sentiments of the young people and of students who have hopes and dreams for the future for space exploration. And I quote, "As a student in astrophysics, I recognize that the only reason the United States is the leader in the field of space and astrophysical research is because Americans, through their federal government, have continued to support the mission of NASA. But if our representatives are not continually made aware of the impact that NASA has on every aspect of American life, they will undoubtedly pare down its budget, especially as we enter into a new, difficult economic and social era in which America risks losing this advantage on the world stage. It is critical that citizens press the issue of full funding to NASA from our elected representatives so that they too might realize how important full support of NASA is to American competitiveness, jobs, and our way of life. Astrophysical research of the sort that I do with the Hubble Space Telescope is not simply a matter of sending a telescope into orbit, as if that itself is a simple task. Hidden within the phrase orbiting laboratory or observatory is an infrastructure that makes America the envy of the world. My research is only possible because of thousands of talented engineers, machinists, designers, and managers. It is possible because America has chosen to support human space flight. And it is possible because America recognizes that the industrialization of space is a sure means of solidifying our preeminence on the global stage.
Joe, final comments, please.
You betcha. On behalf of the Citizens for Space Exploration, I want to communicate to the committee our strong emphasis that you bring to the President a set of recommendations, a set of options that will provide the United States the opportunity to continue to lead in space, to derive benefits from space, and to offer this student and other students who will follow behind him a hope and a promise for the future. And I thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, my name is Jeff Bridge. I'm an undergraduate engineering student at Rice University. I've heard a lot of talk about how the space program needs to reflect what the national goals are for the space program. But I haven't heard very specific discussion among these 10 people of what those goals actually are. And I think that if you're going to form a set of options for the space program that reflect what those goals are, that you need to discuss them among yourselves. I have my own biases about what is a good goal, in particular, exploration of Mars. And I think that the reason why that is a good goal is because it involves going where people have not gone before. And I think that we all know that there's a lack of young people going into math and science, and I've seen that in my peers as well. And I think that only going and doing something that we have not done before is the thing that will inspire more people to join the space program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last comment.
My name is Candy Torres, and my parents were born in Puerto Rico, and so it's a little different cultural perspective. I wanted to be an astronaut very young. I applied the same time Sally did. If I weren't too short and so nearsighted, I might have had a chance. But I'm here. I grew up in New Jersey, born in New York, lived in a housing project. Yes, it was in Bronx. In that time period, it was very difficult for women to struggle, but I did it. But you know, I've also taught at an alternative high school where the kids have been in prison or they've had babies when they were young. I could go on. So I've always been socially sensitive to the aspect of space exploration. I would like to see a vision that is worded where people in the inner city or other parts, cultures, can visualize themselves doing things, not necessarily just as an astronaut. And nothing to say about astronauts. I was a flight controller, and I've worked both programs. But that's part of the problem, because I did do research for my master's degree in studies of the future, and the polls, the people are not actively supported. That's not important. What you need is the demographics don't match up. And you can see the results of that in the audience. We need to really get more people involved, but on their level, not from position up, down, but to really get in there and tell them, you can do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those words. We appreciate all the public comments, both today and at other occasions. Let me just say, I think you can see that our task is a daunting one. We have 35 days remaining to resolve these issues. Today we've just discussed only really the tip of the iceberg, so we'll continue on tomorrow. And with that, on behalf of all my colleagues on the committee, thank everyone in this room for your interest in the discussions. I guess this may be on television too. I didn't ask, but if it is, thank the folks who are out there watching in that environment. So this meeting is adjourned.
It is on TV.